Thank you, Kips. But she was saying that basically Carl had quite a limited hero pool going into this. But actually, looking at the stats from the group stage, maybe Carl was just hiding something, because it actually seems like there's a lot more variety coming out that mid lane draft than perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're seeing with Abed as well, another Southeast Asian technically mid, where EG is just kind of like keeping things under wraps for right now. I think that of the depth to see, I think Cuckoo's probably going to dip into his own pool first before he starts having to whip out Carl surprises, because even though Carl probably does have more depth, I do think that of his team, he probably has the least versatility, and that's not a bad thing, because if he's really good on what he's good at, then just keep giving it to him, but maybe LGD might push him to the limits.
I feel like that's fine for mid these days, though. Like, the current meta works in T1's favor, in Carl's favor. Like, think about, like, you're never going to not want Alina on your team. Like, she wins every lane. She can rotate. She uses runes. She can farm stacks. Like,
well, if you were LGD, who do you want to target in bans? Are you just targeting meta heroes right now, or just the usual Elder Titan, Tidehunter, Tiny, or are you going to try to target a player?
I think you target supports.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure T1 is very reliant on their supports plus Cuckoo. As far as Carl goes mid, he might have had like a smaller hero pool before, but I think it's more about the heroes that they want for their style to work, more than him being unable to play the different heroes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Carl's like, he's a weird mid, because he's very greedy, and he requires resources, but he always looks to scale. Like, I don't know, he scales without taking the map from 23 Savage.
He scales by, like, murdering
like,
people.
I'll play pubs. When I play pubs with him, he'll go, like, first item Midas quad mid. I'm like, why does my mid have a Midas? And then he would just literally 1v5 the game. I'm like, okay, that's why he has a Midas.
Yep.
And it's the same on Doom, right? Like, he's good at understanding how his gold puts him in a position to win the game, or identifying that win condition for himself.
He fights with a Midas.
He does. He does fight with a Midas.
That's always the weird thing about T1 is, like, in Animator, they would go like 3 minuses. That was a big thing.
Yes.
That they would go 3 minuses, but then they would fight.
I know.
And my thought process was like, okay, maybe what they're doing is they're just getting 3 minuses, so they know that they're going to outscale you, and then they just, like, I don't know, outplay you in team fights, or they fight in a way where it's like, okay, let's say you're fighting, you're like standing on a high ground, or you're defending your tower. Obviously, that's an easier fight to take than you going to the enemy tower, because, you know, they have the tower aura, the tower hitting you, and so forth. So it's like they take these fights that are good for them while playing really greedy, and then eventually outscale you.
I actually really like that, because if you think about their style, where they're playing this long-range poke, if you have Midases and you're just poking your enemies, they're feeling even more pressure to commit on you.
That's true.
And if you're both looking at each other, your Midases are actually gaining you gold and EXP while you're both just looking at each other. You just
even
gain
more
advantage.
pressure, even more pressure to go on somebody.
You know what? There are people who are watching their first TI, so you know what? Let's do some Dota 101. What is a Midas?
Midas lets you consume a creep, and I think you get some...
Like 1.85 EXP.
1.85 times the EXP, and then like 200
I don't know how much gold.
like
is
that.
It 200?
Yeah, the numbers are changing all the time, but basically it literally turns a creep into gold. That's
like
the idea.
The Midas Lord?
More gold than it usually is.
Yes, but ironically, people build it because they want experience, usually.
Yes, that is
because
true.
it also gives you a lot more experience.
Perfect. Love it. Okay, I want to talk about 23 Savage. This is a player who, you know, you hear the stories and you just go, yeah, I love this guy. Or you listen to the interviews and you go, yeah, I'm rooting for you so hard. And 23 Savage, he's been really impacted by COVID. He did find some limited success, I guess, in Fnatic. He was meant to be playing with Vici as well, but never really got to play with them because of COVID. And now, we used the word family earlier, but I'm going to use it again. He's found his family in T1. And people are talking about him as a superstar carry of the future, are we? Ooh, and you know what? We're going to talk about him being a superstar after this first game, because right now we're ready to get into this match and the draft.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
Welcome to the first draft of the first series of the day. An exciting one at that, T1 versus LGD. To analyze this draft, we have a draft panel. My name is Ava Plus, joining me is Fogged and Lacoste. And I'd like to ask you, Lacoste, first, because you were the SEA expert. Most people are not really believing in T1 beating LGD. Maybe taking a game, but not the series. What can they do to change their minds?
What can they do? That's a good question because T1 has shown stability. They also shown during the first and second DPC season that they can play from behind. As Purge showed that, PSG, LGD, they are the team that they don't lose the laning stage. So that means most of the time they will stay ahead. And T1 is really familiar to know how to come back into the game. Their support duo, Zephyr and Whitemon, throughout the season 1 and 2, mostly on the backs of Snapfire and Lion were the ones, bringing them back into the game when it was necessary, using smokes multiple times. I remember one particular game when they used 3 smokes in a row just to, come back into the game.
I've had games even during group stages where they were doing that. They quickly became my 2 favorite support duo of this tournament, and that's even saying that compared to LGD. They actually have my 2 favorite 4 positions they're playing in this series right here. I've got Shinkyu and I've got Zephyr. So both of them are super fun to watch, and let's go. We got the draft going already.
All right, so we start out with the Magnus Snapfire for LGD. What do you think of this opening, Fogged?
Comfortable, strong, scaling, hits every timing, gives you Roche, gives you every possible potential you need, right? High magical damage in team fight, BKB piercing disable, an amp up, or 2 kind of amp ups for your carry because these Snapfires are all going Solar Crest. You have Empower as well. Kind of gives you almost everything you want in a draft. Just up these 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have too many weaknesses because you have a strong laning stage, you have a BKB piercing ability that's necessary, and also a lot of damage just for the Roche taking or for the tower taking potential. Weaver picked up by T1. They exclusively played as a position 4, so I assume they're going to do the same thing, especially because the lockdown is a bit limited from PSG LGD. There's so far no silences, no instant stuns, unless Magnus, of course, gets a Blink Dagger, but that's going to take a while, and they open up with Lina as their second pick. Lina, one of the heroes from the mid lane that is not a magic damage-dealing hero anymore. She puts out a serious amount of physical damage because her talents really work well with that, and we see this new hybrid build, Boots of Travel, straight into BKB for sustain, keep using your mana to have 3 fiery soul stacks, and then go for a damage item, either like a Shadow Blade or a Crystallis, and she's also one of the better Silver Edge carriers.
Do you think that'll be enough to deter the Magnus away from mid? Because I know PSG LGD, they run it in both, right? Like Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond will play it, so maybe not right away that they'll just switch it, but maybe that Lina's one, like, we're just going to put it out there so you have to move the Magnus away, kind of switch your hand a bit. And, hey, ET makes it unpicked, unbanned for one of the first series I feel like I'm seeing so far, at least in the first 5-6 picks.
Do we still see it here?
Yeah.
He always wants to see it.
No, but we absolutely can see it too because it fits PSG LGD perfectly. Like they've got Snapfire for Q, they can run it as a 5 position. T1 can still pick it up as a 5 position. I think Lina is. We always talk about mixed damage carries. Lina is one of those that is kind of mixed damage, so it does thrive off of ET as well.
PSG LGD banning out some comfort heroes for T1.
Yep.
They played Train Protector a couple of times. They love to have a lot of sustain for the poke damage that our panel talked about, and Doom, of course. Carl Doom has been amazing throughout both seasons, throughout the majors, because this guy just knows how to hit the timings perfectly. Sometimes, if he feels like it, Hand of Midas is necessary. If it's needed to get a straight hood into a BKB, I saw that a couple of times from him, so no surprise that PSG LGD decided to ban it out.
I feel like they also always set themselves up to have the best possible late game as well. They'll have this super dominant early game that they can win, but then you look at the draft and as it scales and it goes on and on and on, you're like, LGD will eventually win this game. So I feel like when you ban these type of heroes, you're setting yourself up that we will have the stronger draft in the late game. And I see Spectre banned too, and that's even more so that they're going to have this crazy type of scaling. But I like the Treant ban, not just because of comfort, but also versus like Empower and versus like Little Strider that we've seen used so much. The armor is very useful. So that's really cool pickup. Really cool ban at least.
Dragonite will give them that tower damage, give them that Empower target, and also like instant initiation that I talked about that they didn't have any against Weaver. Just feels like very limited damage output so far from T1 against the Dragonite. All these are strength heroes. They become super tanky early on. And one of the Cuckoo's Classic, Legion Commander picked up, so that means the spell mechanic, you're trying to find a way to amplify your carry, and it's exactly what Legion Commander does.
Yeah, it's a good way to save always versus the Magnus if you're in position. The CM, they go for it again. I saw them pick it a couple times, they really liked it with the tree, but most of the time I picked the CM, it's because they were lacking some type of like a root, some type of like hard disable versus an Ember Spirit or somebody that's just this elusive carry. This one's a little different, but they really like the hero.
Is there any use for the Arcane Aura here that you see?
Fantastic. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. All three are great. I mean,
I don't
CM
think I
aura is
ever
always.
heard
I don't think
anyone
anybody's
say,
been like, man,
oh,
what a
no,
bad CM
don't-
aura.
don't-
You
Sure,
don't
sure,
get
but you
CM
pick it
aura.
up with like a
Don't you dare
bristle
skip.
back and you go, oh wow, this is a combo, right? You usually Lex Mana. Is there anything here you're like, I can abuse this arcane aura?
Yeah, for Lina especially. In this
Okay.
game, she consumes so much mana. Lina is one of the heroes that I don't think she moves from a lane to lane unless she's full mana. She just prefers to stay, farm the small camp, push out the wave so that you can't gank her, and she's always sitting at like 10-15% of mana. So this time around, we might see Lina do a bit more. You know, she relies heavily on picking up the runes, so we're gonna see some movements. We were one of the better heroes to control the runes for, because Vira can get easily from the lane to the top rune possibly, and Bane. This hero has been amazing. Fog, I mean, you and me talk a lot
Oh, man.
about the Bane, but yeah, go ahead.
We were just waiting at group stages. I think me and you were like, where the hell is Bane? Like, what's going on? Why is no one picking it? Now we get to the main event. We get to like everybody's picking it. It's amazing. I think this hero was extremely undervalued in the group stages. I think even in Feeble, every single thing about this hero is insane now. BKB piercing disable. You could list off a million things. Nobody can fight toe to toe with you. And versus Legion Commander duel, wabam! You get that nightmare off. You completely counteract it unless you are press the attack first and whatnot. Sure, there's some other things that can go on, but always a great save mechanic. I'm worried about team fight on T1. I got to be honest a little bit in comparison.
So what could they do to mitigate it? Is there any carry that you think that would bring enough team fight here to cover this weakness, or should they just concentrate on their strengths and try to push hard that way?
I think they should concentrate on fast-paced kind of draft, just not really looking to play around these cooldowns, but I'm not sure what the 23 hero is at the moment yet for that.
They ban out Medusa, makes a lot of sense. His comfort hero, and also relatively strong laner. A couple of ways to buff him up, and it's not a good illusion type of a game, I would say. PL is out of this game. You're playing into Magnus, into Dragonite, too much splash, too much AoE damage. But I'm also worried. You said there is no team fight. There's a lot of single target abilities on T1, and they don't have that much burst damage. Lina provides you with some. She can play with the Legion Commander, but I'm a bit afraid this double, I'll call it a budget save with Cookie and the Nightmare could cause a lot of issues for T1.
I'm always worried when they don't have great reach to get into the back as well. When I see like a Bane and I don't see you having the greatest ways to actually stop the Fiend's Grip, I'm always concerned. Like right now, who's going to have to commit into the back line to stop that? Legion Commander has to either be in position to press the attack, save the person, or Lina has to commit herself to get that stun. Or like, it's just really difficult for them to actually get to this Bane that's gonna have position to get Fiend's Grip in a lot of fights.
T1 is in a tough position where you are picking your carry without knowing the matchup, and also you're playing into two piercing and magic immune abilities. You have RP and Bane, so you're never gonna feel super safe playing into a fight.
Banning out the Bloodseeker too. So what, is Weaver gonna be carry then?
Would that give them the fast pace that you were talking about? And you can pick up some team fight as well here, maybe with the 4 position?
I guess it could. I'm a little worried because they do have that DK hard stun. Bane's animations are so fast now versus a hero like Weaver. It can be really difficult to play around. But like if he gets an early Lincolns, that could be something that can protect him. That's something I've seen a couple players do now. Sure, there's a lot of different instances that Bane can cancel it, but
They're not worried though. They saw that and they still ban out another carry. It's just
Okay.
Flark.
that makes sense too. When the Bloodseeker's banned out, that's the other one that doesn't want to play versus Bloodseeker at all.
Is there anything that you can can you pretend, because you don't have last pick, right? You can't really flex anything that could go 4 and carry, much like the Weaver, right? So you kind of have to show your hand here. And it's going to be a Morphling, a 23 Savage special.
Okay.
Some diverse damage here as well, right? That we've been talking about. Something to deal with the DK. A lot of single target now, but still lacking that team fight.
It's a good PL game now for PSG LGD. Any kind of mana burn, they really lack AoE. Legion Commander is decent to one extent with overwhelming odds. Other than that, these heroes, they really do not like to play into PL.
Morphling too. There's a lot of burst damage that what I assume is going to be, it could potentially be either offlaner. It's going to be either DK or Magnus plus Snapfire. I've seen these Snapfires when you're laning versus Morphling. You go Scatter Blast 2 points early so you can try to get those like quick kills on him in the laning phase. Also, Morphling versus Breathe Fire. That's percent damage reduction versus high agi, and there's Enfeeble in the game. Enfeeble, I think something is an ability that's extremely undervalued. I think versus a hero like Morphling, it could be pretty brutal.
Because of the cast point reduction, right?
Yes, cast point reduction and also attack damage reduction, health regen reduction too when you're trying to strength morph. You can't do it as good versus Bane too, and they're going to get Ame on his Terrorblade.
So, closing thoughts here about the drafts. Fogged first. Strengths and weaknesses you can see about, let's say, PSG LGD.
T1, for PSG LGD, they have a super well-rounded draft, scales into the late game absurdly hard. Also works really strong early game because they have various different types of push and ways to take objectives. I think they've hit everything on the head for the side of PSG LGD.
Give me some strengths for T1.
T1, they have Crystal Maiden Aura, so these support and Legion Commander, of course, Lina, will benefit quite a lot from that, so that will allow them to cast a bit more spells in the laning stage, play a bit more aggressively, but I gotta say I'm leaning towards PSG LGD. Whenever I see their lineup, I'm like, this lineup does not have any weaknesses. Yeah.
Well, we know where the draft panel is leaning towards, but we need to know what to look out for. And that is why on the sidelines we have BSJ waiting for us with his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As when I watch LGD draft, I see a team that treats the enemy draft as a disease. And they see the symptoms, and they have to address them at every stage. So when we see this draft, I like to explain why LGD picks the heroes they pick. Weaver is a hero that wraps around on the backline supports and murders them with his bugs. In the Snapfire support, one of the few supports with Little Shredder that can remove that bug instantly. Then you have these backline squishy ranged damage dealers with the DK Blink Stun in order to address them, and the high armor to deal with the minus armor. Then you pick the Bane with the Nightmare Save, which removes or bounces back and forth between the two heroes in the duel, effectively negating the initiation that T1 is representing. Now you have the Morphling, a durable core with the saves from the Legion as well as the Weaver, making it difficult to win short fights. So they go for a carry with long, sustained damage output throughout the course of an entire team fight. And will they be able to cure the disease, or will T1 finally plague them? Let's find out with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Dr. BSJ. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We have quite the matchup here. My good friend. Great to be with you as always. LGD versus T1. You're supposed to...
Oh, I'm finishing your sentences.
Sentences, that's right.
Yes.
T1, this is going to be quite the showdown. T1, of course, got off to a bit of a rough start in the group stage, but have bounced back looking a lot like they did back in the Animajor. And, of course, LGD, virtually untouchable.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is going to be what everybody hopes it to be, which is a 3-game series?
I'll be honest with you, I think LGD are just such a strong favorite coming in. Like, when you have a group stage where we go 15-1, aren't you kind of supposed to be 2-0 in the first game of the upper bracket, almost no matter who you face from the other group, right? A team that's 10-6 or 11 and, let's do some math here, 11-5.
You're doing great. Keep it up.
Like, whatever stats you have, when you there's just that gap. When there's a 15-1 team, it's basically a team that's playing more or less flawless. And even though both teams start in the upper bracket, I do think LGD with a clear are the clear favorites here. I will say though, a team like T1 has this ability, especially later on in tournaments. We talked about this during the group stage when we were casting them. They're a little bit slow starters sometimes,
Yeah.
and they ramp up a lot and get that momentum. And we've seen them get some really good placements at major international tournaments this year. I could definitely see them take a game or even the series, but you need to play 100% today to beat this team. LGD just have been looking incredible. The one game they dropped was against Team Secret. Look how they played yesterday against OG.
Yep.
That was no joke. Absolutely rolled them, especially in game number 2. So it's very, very telling. As far as the strategies go, can't say too much here. It's way too surprising. I think the teams are largely sticking to their identities, especially LGD getting solid team fight, a clear late game winning condition, and the ability to fight and sustain their lanes. It's kind of, if you want to break down Dota in a simple way, there's like 3 things you want your compositions to have right. It's laning prowess, it's some sort of catch and way to start fights, and some sort of way of ending the game, and then okay, maybe let's say 4. You also want to be able to take Roche, right?
Right.
And it feels like they have everything. The biggest weakness is probably the ability to take Roche, but you still have at least the Snapfire, Little Shredder, plus Terrorblade with Empower. So you can get it done.
Yep, that's very true. Keep in mind, if you are watching on Twitch, I was told by my good friend Buka that cheering is now enabled. So you just hover your mouse and you hold the button for as long as you want, and a cheer explodes afterwards, Cinderin. Very good stuff. Expecting that top area to be lit up the entire game as a result of adding so many
There's
people.
one thing I know about Twitch chat. It is that if there's anything you can click they will click.
That's
and again,
true.
and then again, and then
The
again.
analytics don't lie. A lot of people are clicking. We had to like triple the servers to be able to withstand the clicking. But nothing to say. We'll be mid on the Davian, aka Dragon Knight, versus Carl's Lina. This is kind of I'm going to say a bit of an old school match. We don't see Dragon Knight as often mid anymore. But what are your thoughts on this going forward for the laning stage?
It seemed like a specific response pick, right? I would think this is a lane that Lina does well in, especially after the nerfs to Dragon Blood. I think Dragon Knight fared better if you go back. What's that now? That nerf is like 2 months ago or whatever. But specifically because LGD picked it into the Lina like this, I would imagine they do feel like this is one of the better matchups. Obviously, Lina kind of doesn't lose to anyone mid.
Yeah.
So it's about, okay, what hero can we get that fits our game plan that also doesn't suffer too hard? And I think Dragon Knight is one of the heroes that does better, but would still expect just theoretically Carl to come out on top in this lane. But, we'll see
It
how
definitely has a better ability to flash farm and whatnot, but the issue with that is if you go to the jungle, then Dragon Knight could do a considerable amount of
Pressure
damage
his tower,
to the
yeah.
tower. But we've been seeing a lot of that into the off lane or the safe lane, like basically not mid. The DK will just transition to another lane as well, so we'll see what they choose to do this time for PSG LGD. Gotten to cast a few games of T1, but mostly our cast of T1.
Oh, Nightmare bottom.
See
Zephyr
Nightmare
could actually be in trouble here.
The reflection is there with the right clicks with that Metamorphosis. He gets off his swarm, press the attack, does give him a little bit extra HP, and will live as a result. But T1, good to see them kind of bouncing back after that first day of group stage because a lot of high hopes for them, especially in the SCA region. They played out of their minds at the Animator, but it felt like after that, they were kind of a hit or a miss. They weren't as consistent as we were hoping. Of course, part of that could be the fact that they qualify for TI and whatnot, but good to see that they bounced back here. But again, they are against the juggernaut of this, and not just their group, but the entire TI right now in PSG LGD.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back the last couple of years of TI where it has felt like there's been that clear of a favorite after the groups. I'm not sure if that was the case.
LGD was 1 year, but they didn't win.
Yeah.
Got third place, I believe. We're going to see a skewer here from Faith Beyond. Whitemon in quite a bit of trouble. I think he's resigned to his own death here, but Jin Q might get right-clicked down by 23 Savage as well. Looks like it'll end up being likely a trade of sorts as Faith Beyond just needs a couple more right-clicks with that shockwave. So 1 for 1, but first blood is the way of T1.
Yeah. Goes to the Crystal Maiden. He's going to grab the boots and maybe a little bit extra regen here heading back into lane to help out 23 Savage. So yeah, a nice little head start for them up in the top lane. I think overall still though, Magnus is thriving. This is a very good lane matchup for Magnus. At least in the beginning, Magnus just has overwhelming damage. Even when Morph is pretty far into the agility, he just hits so hard with the Quelling Blade plus Empower bonus. Aw, they might kill Savage here almost. GQ,
Quiet low,
he's
they're
gonna
going
get
to turn this
punished
around
though.
into Jin Q. Waveform, couple more right clicks. Down he goes again.
Uncharacteristic. I could see what he was going for there. Thought he had the burst, but then the punish is just so easy for T1 there. That's very, very good news for them in that top lane. The kill going to 23 Savage as well will almost equalize him with the Magnus now.
And nothing to say in the mid lane is 20-7 in terms of CS, and the other side 17-2 for Carl. So nothing to say, doing really well.
I mean, I may just be wrong about the matchup. I don't know.
Nothing
if
to
this
say
is
is a god as well, right?
I think Carl's laning on Lina in general has been really good though. So I haven't watched the lane super closely this game, but just in general across the games he has played Lina, he generally does what he's supposed to do. So perhaps LGD have found a hero here in this patch that can win against Lina and Dragon.
There's going to be a considerable amount of damage from nothing to say. There's no real rotations coming in, so I don't think a kill is able to happen as Carl.
Oh, missing that LSA could have almost killed him. He needed one more hit and then Soul Ring into Breathe Fire. There is a Fairy Fire on Carl, but yeah, nothing to say. Is honestly kind of bullying the Lina. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Not something you see every day.
Maybe my read on the matchup's just wrong.
Jin Q trying to backstab here, but Carl on his way to the triangle here to pick up that bound. Okay, yeah, Y makes a nice transition.
He's gonna kill him here.
Got the Nightmare with the right clicks. It looks like Zephyr. Oh, he does have one more Shikuchi.
Y misclicked
Gonna find his way close to Jin Q. Just does not see him thanks to the fog, so he gets off the health salve, but
I think Y did attack ground and hit the Weaver bug once instead of the Weaver there. Needed that one extra attack, so that failed That failed attack will send Weaver back to base instead of the Grave. It's still good, obviously, and this mid pressure is mounting very quickly.
Yeah, just the forced out just allows the Dragon Form to apply all that pressure that we kind of talked about to that tower. So already at half HP, and Carl, I mean, he's losing mid, but not by an astronomical amount by any means. But the fact that it's even that point is crazy, considering it's a DK versus.
Here's Hensius behind
He's
him.
going to connect. Cuckoo, he's done. So PSG LGD evens it up in terms of the kills, but you can see there's still a 1k net worth lead for them.
I mean, you say you're not losing by an astronomical amount, but you're a lane dominator and you're 500 gold behind minute 6. This feels like a big loss to me.
Is that astronomical, though?
I don't know. The universe is very big.
Yes.
So
they
you're probably right. It's just
I just want to mention that Twitch chat is starting to fail a bit. The top is not glowing as much as I would like. Could you
Click
please
button.
correct that? Thank you. Really appreciate that. We can see the top net worth right now is Ame on this terribly. How is this game looking for him in terms of like a theory crafting, just as a TB game overall?
I would say it's pretty damn good. The one hero you picked it
There we
into
go.
that. Oh, hang on. Mid lane.
Dragon Form, Y in the vicinity. Swarm comes out as well, but a nice LSA. Carl has his ult, and nothing to say will drop as a result. And Y taking some right clicks as well, so double kill for Carl. Nice rotations from T1 overall. Jin Q gonna get caught by the frostbite. This could be a triple kill for Carl. Indeed, it
nice
is.
move.
Talk about a bounce back for T1.
Really, really good rotation, bringing in both supports from two separate sides and just connecting all of the spells there, getting the vision down as well, pre-play in that mid lane. Very, very good. They bring Carl back into the game in a big way. He's actually ahead of Dragon Knight now. Can you believe it took a triple kill to get 50 net worth ahead? But
Not
you know,
bad.
at least you got there. As far as the Terrorblade goes, I think it's a very good game for TB. The primary concern you have here is probably the Morphling E-Blade, which has been traditionally a counter pick actually to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But they do choose to pick it into it largely because of what I think because of what BSJ said.
Oh,
This
the
is a very
quick
good
initiation.
facilitator.
Y gets off the Nightmare. Nothing to say is in his Dragon Form as well. You can see Whiteman taking most of the damage here, but there's the duel. Carl doesn't have that much mana to expend, but the LSA should be enough. Is nothing to say. Takes another death in this game. Again, great rotations from T1, despite them being the ones getting initiated on.
I thought they had the Dragon Tail ready on Dragon Knight. That's why I called the CM dead on the spot there, but it was still on cooldown from a little bit of harassment he had done earlier. Obviously, level 1 Dragon Tail, 16 seconds cooldown. And T1, they get another good move, really putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and it's paying off. They're still not ahead on gold, but at the very least they're like stopping the bleeding in the lane that was suffering the most. And I think if you want to win this game, you need Lina to be strong, because I don't think Morphling is going to cut it alone against Terrorblade when you're playing against two BKB piercing disables. That has got to be a concern for 23 Savage. You need to play around Fiend Script as well as RP. You could take off one of them with press the attack theoretically. All right, don't get ahead of yourselves, cheers. It was just a little bit of harass on the mark.
Baited.
It's fine. It's fine. I was like, oh, what's happening top? Oh, it's Little Shredder.
Good effort. That was a good effort, cheer, no doubt. We have plenty of room for those for sure. So, as you can see, Ame's still at top of the net worths right now. Carl working on the Boots of Travel as 23 Savage now in the jungle.
Whitemon,
Yeah,
Nightmare.
might be shown here. The Nightmare Frostbite exchange. 23 Savage, double cookie. Whitemon will fall first, and 23 Savage did turn into that Snapfire, but he's in a 1v3 situation. Gets skewered to the other side, still has Waveform. Will be going into the cover of the arms of Carl, who gets off Laguna Blade, but no resulting kill here.
Very, very big one there on Y. Not sure how many charges he had, but
We need a replay in SFM of that double cookie exchange.
How
that
did
was
one
great.
of them get stunned but not the other?
I don't know why. He's going to be spotted here, but we'll get the Nightmare off with a couple more right clicks. He doesn't have anybody that near him, but it is just a support Weaver, of course.
Avoids the swarm. He has dust. And if Zephyr is feeling cute here and trying to take the bounty rune, he could find himself dead, but... Oh, Zinkyu.
Yeah, Zephyr just being a very annoying presence is nothing to say. Almost has his tower dead to rights. And the question is, will they get the deny? Likely yes. And that's going to go to
CM deny.
Yeah, if I were a betting man, I would have lost a lot of money on that one.
Yeah,
No doubt.
I don't think Crystal Maiden gets many denies in a tournament.
That's
in
true.
general, including creeps.
So Faith Beyond is going to be playing, as you can see, the Magnus here. Magnus TB combo. What are your thoughts on that going forward?
Terrorblade has pretty high base damage in Metamorphosis, so he makes for a pretty good empower target. You might not think about it conceptually as a melee hero, which, you know, a lot of the time Terrorblade is in melee form farming.
Yeah.
Doesn't really need empower as much as other carries do, since he has illusion farm. He just split pushes waves while farming jungle with his main, for example, but it still adds up. It gives you that little extra efficiency, and especially in Metamorphosis, the damage increase can make a very big difference.
You know, I was theory crafting that plus the shard for Terrorblade would be really good, but we haven't seen that yet, sadly. That's
Some
the
Terrorblades
Demon
have got...
Seal.
Demon Seal has been... I think I've seen it a couple of games in the tournament, but I
Yeah.
don't think they've bought it.
Basically, it just
taken
allows you to stay in your melee form for a lot longer and not really lose out on much. There's nothing to say in the triangle now. He is going for the Blink Dagger first, so nothing to say. Typically, we were used to seeing him as like the mobility type heroes, burst damage. DK is obviously not quite that, but he's more the initiator and building destroyer, as it were. See how that fares to them here. So, I mean, so far, obviously, off to a very good start with this 2K net worth lead.
Yeah. PSG are just being super efficient, right? Like you're 3 kills behind, you got the triple kill mid for Lina, but fact of the matter is they still end up losing their mid tower around minute 10.
Yeah.
And both Terrorblade and Magnus are having more or less a free game, especially Ame is completely untouched with all of the emphasis they had to put on nothing to say in mid. Ame has 10 CS per minute right now.
Well, I think one of the reasons LGD is so good is because of their general flexibility. Like, nothing to say. I just talked about how different of a role that is, technically speaking. And, we're going to see the stop it. To the Fiend's Grip, Cuckoo, very unlucky. And that's going to be a kill going the way of Ame again.
3v1.
Yeah. That Centaur has some other agendas on the mind, no doubt.
Yep.
But we might see some action in this top lane. Nothing to say. I mean, Dragon Knight's not really one of those heroes that's going to take up that much space farming, so that leaves Faith Beyond to get really big. There's the stun into the RP. Do they have enough damage to take out the Morphling? Yes, indeed they do. And T1 absolutely getting crushed right now. 3K net worth lead. Nightmare. Do they have the vision? Yep. The time-lapse in place just for the HP, but double kill goes the way of Jin Q. And a tier 1 tower to fall as well. But
talk about getting value out of a rune. He got 3 kills set up with that invis plus the tower, and one of them is that big Morphling on the enemy side. So huge here from PSG LGD.
And T1 do get the tier 1 mid, so they get some sort of a trade at least.
Oh, Carl? What you doing, buddy? Is a dagger on the way, I think, for Dragon Knight, but will be a little bit too late. So Carl gets out of there. Very dangerous position to find himself in. Going for the standard Lina build here with travels into BKB. Like I talked about before, the concerns from Morph, they're kind of shared here with Lina, right? You get BKB, which you feel like you have to against some of this control of the Radiant side, including like Dragon Tail. But you're still susceptible to RP as well as Grip. So you can't... In some games, you can get this BKB on Lina and you feel like Superman, you know, for a while in these fights. It's just not going to be the case. You still need to keep your cool and maintain really strong positioning. So, good news for T1 though. Cuckoo is about to get the dagger.
Well, bad news is that PSG LGD now have 2 daggers to work with.
Yep.
So expect them to ramp
As
it up
always,
even
you focus
more.
on the negatives. Thank you.
Well, that you could look at it as a positive for LGD. Why does that have to be a negative, Cinder?
That's actually very true.
Technically true, and technically is the best type of true.
That is, I love it.
Whoever said that is a genius.
Yep. It was probably me then.
Yeah. Ame working on, looks like he has a Falcon Blade Yasha, so Scotty looks to be next. Is there any reason to, I mean, is he skipping the Manta for now and just get it later? Actually, probably has, maybe he is finishing Manta now with just the recipe to go.
I think he's just gonna skip it. I think he gets Yasha as the value item here for farming speed, and you can... I don't think
It's
Manta...
not much to dispel, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's not much to dispel. There's Frostbite, but you're gonna play around that problem.
Oh, nothing to say. Spots the smoke. Blinks in, get the initiation. It's just Whitemon. So at the very least for T1, that's a silver lining.
Yeah, they need to get the hell out of there. Triangle gonna get dewarded now.
Yeah.
They are pinging that there should be a ward there. None of them have a sentry, though. So, they have one on nothing to say.
Yeah.
On the Dragon Knight. Just checking both supports. But that was something they were talking about in the panel as well, right? That these players, LGD are pretty creative about how they distribute their wards. And that time around, I believe nothing to say gets it. Keep in mind as well, something that's been in the game since this entire change with getting gold for dewarding, it is the player placing the sentry that gets the gold here. And
That's true.
that obviously means if you're in a commanding position and you make a team move, you can funnel extra gold into your cores by letting them deward instead of having supports do it. So, depending on the circumstance, I think having sentries on, in theory, every hero in the backpack could actually be kind of cool, right? Because then whoever needs the gold the most can be given the gold at any given time. It might be something that LGD are taking more advantage of than other teams.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those changes that that was of note for that patch, but taking full advantage of
Sorry,
it.
I said the person that plays the word. I meant the person who buys the word. Right?
Cinder, everybody knows what you're saying is correct, okay?
Yes.
Even if what you say isn't.
But like, imagine
That's
this.
the beauty of
Imagine
it
in
all.
the game, every player buys one sentry, right?
Yeah.
You buy a sentry and you bring it with you, and then whenever you make a move, you can choose who gets the goal. I mean, it's kind of, it's like it's a very, very detailed play, so to say. But when you're on LGD's level and you min-max basically everything, you could see why they would do
Right.
something like that. I do think it was his own sentry, right? It does display that Nothing to Say got the gold at least, so I do think he bought it.
4K net worth lead now for LGD, and you have to think that's just going to increase thanks to this Empower being placed constantly on Ame with that TB, allowing him to just take Ancients without having a meta. And Carl, at the very least, will get this tier 2 bot. So it does have a BKB
That's what
boost
tier
to
1
travel
fit.
right now.
It's the first tower.
That is the first tower?
Yeah.
What did I just say?
Tier 2. But you probably said tier 2 because it was the second tower of the game.
Second tier 1 tower, Cinder. Let's get a cheer for Cinderin for correcting me. Really appreciate that.
Woo!
Let's get cheers in the chat. Appreciate that.
Looking behind me, the crowd loved it.
Yeah,
I was,
Ricky is
getting
very proud of you. All right, Scotty online. Is this the go time? Because ever since they picked up these Blink there, they haven't really done that much. They had that one smoke gank that just resulted in one CM kill.
There it is.
Now they have Scotty. Thank you.
There's
Thank
the
you,
cheer.
chat. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Very good.
Man, that's actually a lot of fun. Not gonna lie. Now we have just like I
5-man
said.
smoke.
So Scotty is go time.
Yeah.
PSG LGD. They might just go for Roche potentially. Probably would prefer to get a pick off beforehand.
Yeah, and they might just find Zephyr here.
Zephyr?
No ward,
Oh.
though.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
Counter
smoke breaks.
now.
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
Area, but doesn't look like there'll be a resulting kill, at least not yet. Kuko, in the meantime, has his armlet. We've been seeing that pretty much every game on Legion Commanders, along with the Blink Dagger that you mentioned. So they have some counter initiation possibility. But with the looming RP potential, that is the scariest thing for T1. For sure.
I do think that was a really nice play there from Zephyr, though. He was hiding behind the tree line and had the ward in front. So as soon as that smoke breaks, he can immediately just Shikuchi away, and they have a very hard time finding the opening on him. So basically just a safe breaker there. And with superior vision right now in this area, Kuko's kind of potentially thinking about this. They will see the wall.
Oh! RP was
getting it off.
canceled at the very least, but it's going to cost Faith beyond his life. I don't know if
Great
that was just
reaction.
perfect timing or if that was actual reaction. Overwhelming odds comes out. Carl continuing to chase. Don't think they want to go high ground. A little bit too sketchy. Only a 25-second death timer, so not enough time to really go for Roche. But the smoke from T1 trying to wrap around. But you can see the position from PSG LGD. There is the initiation. That's going to be the first duel victory for Kuku. And when it's this early in the game, it's really difficult to go get Roche because the timers are so low and they didn't really expend anything. RP's still online. Like, if he had used his RP, then maybe.
Yeah. Important there for Faith Beyond to cancel it, right? It was a very quick reaction from both players, really. He blinked up and RP'd and canceled it immediately as soon as the Legion commander blinked out. Like, this is some really fast reaction. So you see the courier here finding that observer ward, so they know that's the case. Really, really close to blowing the RP there, but Kuku obviously with that ward pre-placed had his finger on the blink button and got out. And all right, only 1k lead now for PSG LGD. That was the biggest gold swing that T1 have had go their way in the entire game.
Yep, absolutely. As we're going to see Whitemon get picked off.
RP.
RP.
Nice press.
Okay. Well, that didn't result in much. Here's the duel onto the Dragon Knight. Buyback now from Whitemon, but it looks like the damage is going to go the way of the Dragon instead. It will be a trade of lives, though, as that is a dieback on the Whitemon. And we'll see if this is enough for PSG LGD to try to go into the Roche pit. It's 2 dead.
So you know when you buy back and die again, the timer gets added on top.
Yeah. It's
I wonder
still
how
low.
many extra death seconds he got out of this, because he was alive like a good 1 second after teleporting in.
Yeah,
so that was
that's a long time.
a net loss. Trying to overtake Puppy's record of time spent dead at TI here. Whitemon.
Wow. Well,
is,
his is more out of quantity than anything. Though,
That's
right?
true. He's got a lot of ways to go.
I mean, I'm sure you can compete with that despite only playing in a couple TIs, right?
That's a good joke, Sunsfan
Thank
TV.
you. Right, appreciate that,
Yeah.
Caesar. Let's get a cheer for that joke in chat, please. Really. Carl. TP's back to base. Not sure why I mentioned that. But yes, the Shadow Blade. Arcane Rune is bottled, so that's kind of a big deal. But like you said, despite that fight, still only a 1K net worth lead for LGD right now.
Wait, hang on. I just realized, who was it that had the most time dead? Puppy was third on that thingy. On the thingy, the words fail me today.
Eloquent as always.
Yeah.
65%. Is this
Who was first?
Is this surprising to you?
Shannon, tell me. Who
What?
has the most time spent dead? It was not Puppy.
I don't know.
Was it Coral?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Puppy was third. Yeah,
This is the
that's-
TI
you never
main
pay
stage,
attention.
Cinderin.
Yeah, it was a nice
For
graphic.
God's sake.
Graphic was the word. It came to me in
Art.
in a dire moment of need here. What do I think about the win expectancy being 2-1? Oh,
You're going to have to hold that thought. We got a duel coming in.
all right.
And Cuckoo gets some more damage. Oh. Okay, that's a random centaur from the Helm of the Dominator from Mr.
All right, they're
Magnus.
gonna go for this. They know there's no RP.
Yeah.
And-
It's another 10 seconds though, so it's coming in a bit close.
Oh, the
we
horn
got the
toss.
horn toss. Whitemon dead again. It's just racking up these deaths, but Cuckoo and company. Ebla is not going to be enough to take out Faith Beyond. He's going to have RP now. Zephyr taking quite a bit of damage, but will back up to safety. And I think T1, you can see the Mortimer Skisses. This is definitely going to force them back. And the Dragon Knight initiates onto Cuckoo, has to press the attack himself. Looks like he will be able to walk away safely, though.
This is looking like a potential PSG LGD Roche. 5 seconds on
And they're
Metamorphosis.
smoking.
They have RP. And they do have a really good ward here. Oh,
Yep. Carl gets Dragon Tail, but there's the press the attack save. 23 Savage able to blow up wide. Does have buyback, though. There's the skewer back into the Laguna Blade. They're not going to be able to get the kill, but it's going to be a trade either way. Magnus not able to get off his RP. Pretty big deal, but a big cookie from Jin Q. The follow-up from Nothing to Say. They will have enough damage to tear through 65 seconds of no Lina.
That shard on Snap is so good. We already had a highlight clip earlier today, pre-match, when you saw Jinkyu, I believe in one of the qualifiers, hitting a nutty one of those, and that one, another high-impact play, stun into stun, into stun, into death.
Yeah.
They probably had
Another Dragon Tail. The save is not enough, though. Press the attack. Usually a fail-safe. Not this time around. Just too much damage to work with on LGD's side. And that should finally mean Roche is conceded.
We're going to go the way of Ame here. Working his way now toward a BKB. Just wants that safety against primarily the E-Blade, you would imagine, but
Yeah.
also against the Lina Lightstrike Array. It is a real feels-good item. Also helps a little bit against Crystal Maiden, who, you know, CM has this reputation of just falling off, right?
I thought you were going to say dying a lot.
Yeah, well,
She has a lot of reputation.
That's a part of
for
it.
dying. Yeah.
The thing is, over the last many years, like if you haven't watched too much Dota, Crystal Maiden has reached a point where she can actually scale pretty well and have really high impacts in the later, mid to later portions of the game, primarily because there's just more gold in the game. And Crystal Maiden benefits so much from getting items like Dagger and BKB. It sounds like a lot, but it happens more frequently than you'd think. In
Yeah.
this game, though, Whitemon is at the bottom of the food chain.
Yes. This is looking like a patch from like 2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, he
2.5
is
years ago.
very, very poor, and it just means you're food. Like, he dies to literally 3 attacks from Terrorblade. If he gets caught by anything, he's just gone. So Whitemon, there's a lot of pressure on him to stay very, very far back, get in a good position, and more than likely just accepting that Freezing Field is going to be
Yeah.
exceptionally difficult to use here.
Yeah. Oh, you do have press the attack shards, Cinderin.
That's true.
To give you a brief moment of magic immunity. so you can
1.75 seconds of ulti there.
Very good.
He could actually still
Like
just
you
die
said,
to Terrorblade.
either
by
way,
ulti,
they
though.
have 2 BKB piercing stuns.
If you
as
get
we
one of
talked
those on
about.
the Maiden, you're probably happy, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have
Dragon
initiation
Knight.
from Nothing to Say. Dragon Tail, Faith Beyond, skewers back into the fray. An easy pickoff for LGD again. Still holding that Aegis for another 3 minutes. We'll see what they can do with this Dragon form. will likely go for the tier 2 top.
Yeah. Queuing up his own BKB as well. Seems like LGD are trying to hit a time here with double BKB on Terrorblade as well as the Dragon Knight. Obviously Terrorblade gets it a little bit earlier.
Yep.
But that is going to be a really big problem from T1. From a damage perspective, if your Lina is pressured in the fight so she has to run away, I don't think you can kill anyone in BKB. This Morphling build is not good against BKB. You have Lincolns as well as E-Blade. There's none of that like strong right click, such as like a Butterfly or a Daedalus. Nothing of that kind. LGD are just going to go for it. Go high ground. 25 minutes, you have Aegis, you have all your cooldowns.
Yeah, why not?
Dragon
RP
Form
is
is
still
running out,
online. There's the Metamorphosis, and the tower is going to fall very, very
T1,
quickly.
your base is burning. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
No fortification available either.
They're actually just giving this lane up because Cuckoo's dead. They can't defend.
Yeah. Can't blame them. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis. But like you said, it will be a completely free set of racks for LGD, who now sport an 8K network league. Carl.
Just so clean, right? They see that they have enough time for this. They grab exactly what they can, get out, and lose nothing.
Yeah.
That was even with Dragon Form expiring about 2 seconds into the push, but they're just so confident.
Why? Oh, he gets the Nightmare off. That's the Aether Lens. Look at that ridiculous range. Of course, has Fiend's Grip if they really need it, but it doesn't look like it'll come to be. Oh, press the attack. They're actually going to expend RP. This is a really important kill. Lina finally taken out. Does take quite a bit, but nice catch there by Y.
Yeah, that was a little bit of miscommunication on LGD's part. They end up using both RP as well as grip through that skewer. But I don't know if T1 realized, so perhaps they're still going to be scared of the grip. I think Y canceled it very, very quickly. Yeah, that's a big pick on Carl and LGD, just straight down mid.
Yeah, still a minute to burn.
They want to force the buyback, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, can't blame them. The
All right, they get it.
Yeah, DK looks fine for now, but there's the duel. Can they save him? Carl pops the BKB, trying to create as much space on the sideline as possible. Laguna Blade blows up the Bane in the meantime. Eventually, Cuckoo does fall. It's a 2-for-2 with the buyback now onto Carl. And with that, PSG LGD will back away. Oh, they find the horn toss onto Zephyr and gets the time lapse off up to full HP again. Still working on an Aghanim Scepter for himself, which is another turning point potential for T1.
Very, very close
so T1
to
gets
the
something.
Weaver.
Yeah.
Yep, they do. It's expensive to buy back your Lina, though. And just as expensive, you saw in that exact situation, if Bane had Fiend's Grip there, I think they win the game. They would have just gripped the Lina. But Carl could go there straight in, kill off Y, and at least build up a little bit of momentum in the fight for them. It's still not looking great for T1, but you can be a little bit hopeful if they are the ones to get the initiate, or when, like you said, the Weaver Axe is a big item this game against both RP as well as the Fiend's Grip, trying to keep heroes alive. I believe the Fiend's Grip should still be channeling. If you do get time-lapse, it sticks on you, basically, but the repositioning can be easily enough to save you, especially against Terrorblade. Oh, Zephyr!
Yeah.
Hello.
Showing here. Oh, the shard into the cookie. Goodbye. You talked about the power of Jin-Q shard, and when you combine that with a blink dagger, it is very hard to avoid, even as a Weaver.
He was not expecting to find enemies there, but PSG LGD have that ward sentry combination. They were ready.
Yeah, look at the discrepancy between 1 and 2 here. Between 23 Savage and Ame.
Yep.
That is pretty gigantic. And it's just growing from here. So Ame, what's he working on now? Obviously finished the Manta a while ago into the BKB. And has a sight set towards Chrysalis. And then for 23 Savage on the other side, you talked about the Lincolns. I mean, would you change this build in any way? It feels like Lincoln's is almost necessary, but at the same time, I mean, Lincoln's doesn't feel that bad on Morphling just because of the stats nature to it, but
yeah, it's
you're
rough,
still lacking
right?
some damage, right?
Yeah, you are. Maybe he wants to bypass BKB entirely in his build and just trust Cuckoo to press the attack, the biggest key spell, but still needs the Lincolns against the Bane, and I think his item build is fine. It's just, like you said, you need more, and the problem is LGD have been ahead the whole game, just pushing in your waves better.
Yeah.
So Terrorblade will be that one major item ahead. And as far far as Ame goes, he doesn't have a defensive item similar to Lincoln's. He has the BKB, which is super high impact for the type of team fights that LGD's lineup plays. It's very high burst. You get an RP, you get a grip, you get a Dragon Tail, and you just commit and go. The only thing you've had to worry about the whole game until now was that press the attack, but now there's a second quote unquote press the attack from Zephyr. And this is a smoke timing for T1. They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the Axe reveal, like you said. So we'll see if PSG LGD play around that or not. But it could have huge impact. As apparently only one buyback in the game right now, for nothing to say.
Yeah, he also has a gem, and he's holding a very strong high ground position. Jinkyu.
Oh, yeah, he
in
spots
Glimmer
him out.
Cave into Blink.
All right. Yeah, they thought that somebody was high ground, but they didn't know he was invisible as well. As Ame is going to show bot lane. And it looks like this tier 2 will fall as a result.
Just masterfully done from LGD, right? They avoid the smoke play, they get the stronger position, and they get a tower. So effectively, T1 smoke to lose there. Usually, the worst case scenario when you smoke, if you don't find a fight, is that the enemy team hides, but you gain some ground. You didn't even gain ground, you actually lost it.
Into the jungle, LGD goes. It's not an insurmountable lead for T1 to try to come back from.
Cuckoo.
Oh, that was felt like a longer TP. Not sure where he ended up, but it was just in the fountain. Maybe not. Cutting it close. They're still working on his BKB.
Roche
as
is up.
second Roche is available. Who gets the shards?
I was gonna. You said it first.
I mean, Faith Beyond already has his, right? So
You do a really good Suns fan impersonation. Did you know that?
oh boy, that's an insult. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe you get the Demon Zeal. I'm not sure actually. This game. Could go for
Yeah,
the
I think
Dragon
they will.
one's okay.
I actually think they're gonna give him the Zeal here.
Alright, yep, there it is.
Yep.
You will consume it. So, Demon Zeal, basically costing 20% of TB's HP, and you get movement speed, attack speed. While in melee form, you get even more.
It's a double up.
Yeah. Pretty strong, and especially when combined, like we talked about, with the Empower. I mean, not that he's having trouble farming right now, Syndrome, but this will add it to another level. As Faith Beyond will get the skewer up into the Dragon Tail and wipe on again. The crowd goes wild. Yeah. They really like watching Crystal Maiden die.
I was like, damn, he only took 2 hits like expected. He even has a plate mail. Like, imagine if he did on the Maiden. It's tough times to be a Crystal Maiden in this game. You get caught by literally anything, you're just gone. So, easy
She
pick
is quite
there.
slow. Sadly. So, Ame, I guess next item for him is actually just going to be the completed Daedalus, which I would assume takes the place of his boots if his Aegis is still in his inventory.
And worth keeping in mind when you have Satanic like this, Demon Zeal just feels good to use. You restore your health so fast anyway.
Yeah.
So using it in fights, sometimes that can be a double-edged sword. Yeah, you get more damage, but you also take 20% health. Usually when you have Satanic, it doesn't really matter that much. All you need is to get in one attack when you're starting to struggle, and you're going to get all of that health back right in. Here we go.
And here we have Meta popped again.
Oh, Carlos in position.
Oh, the skewer back with the horn toss set up into the RP, but no! Press the attack waveform is enough to bait out the RP. And T1, see if they want to try to take advantage of this. I mean, they're going to have to if this continues to go in LGD's favor with this push. E-Blade onto Ame. You can see the jump in from nothing to say with an overwhelming blick being shown as Carl has to pop his BKB, and there is the duel. Do they have enough damage? With a Sunder from Ame, allowing the duel victory to go the way of nothing to say. He's just going to walk that one off, but 23 Savage can't walk that one off. That is just too much damage to withstand. And Carl jumps in. This is going to be the beginning of the end, I do believe, although 2 buybacks come up for T1. And the Metamorphosis is running out, but again, he has Demon Zeal to work with. Bane's going to take a tumble. Wipe on. Drops in the deck as well, 1 for 1. Laguna Blade, Ame getting extremely low. That's just the Aegis, though. And Carl completely out of mana. Nothing to say, is still alive throughout all this, some way, somehow. Just going to put all the pressure to the racks here. This will be a dieback onto Carl. And it looks like that is going to be enough to GG out of game 1. And like we talked about, Syndrome, T1 have looked really good after that first day of the group stage. But LGD are just on another level of everyone so far. Nice game one, though.
Do you know what LGD stands for, Sensei?
What's that?
Looking good, dominating.
God, that is awful.
Thank you.
You know how to kill a cat.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You know how to just ruin the moment.
I take a moment and I destroy it. Just like LGD did. T1 seemed like they had a couple of moments and they just got taken away right in front of them. It's not... There really isn't... You know what's kind of scary in a way here? Is that this didn't even feel like LGD's best game of the tournament to me. Like, they had a couple of hiccups where a little bit of spellcasting doesn't go perfectly, and it's because we expect perfection from them, but it still wasn't really close. That's a little bit worrying for T1 going into the next
we've
game.
seen some teams get off to a pretty good start against LGD. Like, they've been down 20K, but they end up coming back because they don't make that many mistakes when it comes to mid to late game. That's the issue for the other teams playing against them.
The one game that they did lose in the groups was against Secret. I think LGD played a strategy with Alchemist, and Secret had, I want to say, Ogre Tiny, and Matoma Man just ended up overpowering. So Secret actually won a late game situation against LGD, which seems like not many teams can get into a late game position where they're competitive. Like you said, the game, I believe it was against Elephant, as a matter of fact. Elephant had a huge advantage and still ended up losing later. So, well, T1, you gotta find the secret sauce for this next game because LGD are looking hot.
I won't go there. Let's just go to the panel instead.
I liked it, Cinderin. Now, that was kind of a long game for LGD, boys. Went over 30 minutes, short for T1, as you reminded me, Tsunami. But do you think it was just a case of them biding their time just to be absolutely sure now they're on the main stage?
Yeah, I think that if anything, they need to start practicing what happens after 30 minutes. They haven't been there in so long that they're like, might have to experiment. Like, oh man, I haven't even seen that tier of neutral items yet. We need to figure out how do we recalibrate. Or maybe they're just very good and they were also showing T1 respect.
We've got to talk about the draft. It seemed like T1 were kind of doomed from the start, Ari. It was weird. Even I could see it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think
Just a little.
their draft wasn't that bad versus LGD, but I think their concept on the draft maybe felt a bit off for them. I think usually what happens is if they can enable Cuckoo, him and the two supports will be able to make some plays. And like CM Weaver Legion, it didn't look like that this game. I think, honestly, a bit of the decisions that T1 made around their heroes looked off to me. Like, I think Cuckoo going for Armlet was not good for Terrorblade. I think CM had to go Max Nova this game in order for them to have a chance. Them not doing that, it just led to them not really being able to pressure LGD.
I mean, if you look at Cuckoo there, the Legion commander, no kills, but it wasn't just that. It was also his gold lead was actually quite far behind pretty much everyone. And seeing as this is a player that we talk about putting his farm priority ahead of his teammates, if he's not able to get anything done, not able to get some shopping in his car, Jenkins, how is the rest of his team going to have any hope?
You know, I think that naturally happens when you fall behind as an offlaner. It's just kind of the role that, like, once the map starts closing in, once the fights start happening, your mid and your carry get the priority, unfortunately for Master Cuckoo here. But to me, the biggest thing that I saw from LGD this game that made it look so dominating, and I think T1 actually, on the other side, and this is why the game took so long, T1 had some great aspects of this as well. They chained their timings. So nothing to say invis rotation towards that top tower with DK. So number one, he takes the mid tower with his DK form. And then right after that, he picks up an invis rune, and then he heads towards the top tower, and he sets up like a triple kill with the invis rune. And obviously that's something that, like, you're not guaranteed an invis rune. So it's not like LGD is doing this in every game, but there's some equivalent, haste rune, whatever. And then after that, he gets his blink. They smoke directly into the triangle, which is the polar opposite area of the map. And then they get a kill there. And then from that, they have like a 3 to 4K gold lead at 10 minutes. And the game feels a lot easier than all of a sudden Cuckoo falls behind like we just saw. And I think on the other side, T1 actually chained timings like this as well and almost came back at a point where Cuckoo was standing on the high ground and then Mag blinked in to RP. Cuckoo blinked out because they were camping a ward. They killed the Mag or they killed somebody, and then they smoked up and then killed in the triangle as well, and that got them a little bit of a lead, but then LGD just kept chaining timings after that. But you talk about this a lot, how, like, I remember during NADBC, you were always like, they should chain smokes here, they should chain smokes here, because in Dota, you really need to only win. If you win like one fight, it puts you in the lead. If you win another fight, it makes it so the enemy team, you're stomping the enemy team. If you win 3 fights in a row, there's no way that they can win. That's how things scale in Dota. It's like exponential scaling.
And it looked early game like T1 was scaling pretty well, Tsunami. But, it was literally just in the laning phase. That was kind of part of LGG's plan.
If you are ever feeling like you're in the lead, I think it's because LGD are giving you permission to be in the lead. They're like, that's fine. You can have what you want. And teams are often like, they get complacent whenever they have those circumstances. That they're like, wow, things are going kind of how we wanted them to go. It's only because LGD is letting it happen right now.
It really feels that way with this team.
And so every single time I look at a last hit differential, I'm like, I don't really know if that tells me anything. Even in the mid lane, where it should be the most definitive, oftentimes things are happening elsewhere. It's like LGD are establishing stacks that you need to be worried about, and they're getting ready to do rotations and stuff like that. So no one has found the solution yet, and that's why LGD only have dropped a single game throughout this entire tournament thus far.
I thought that mid lane 3v3 that was happening was actually favoring T1 because I was sitting there thinking like, oh, Lina's like a better late game hero than DK. But then I realized once DK picks up the Blink Dagger, it was all gas, no brakes for LGD. And so, sure, in the late game, Lina's going to be a better hero than DK because you just do the most damage, like even considering carries. But DK, if you're getting enough out of his Blink timing, it's actually better for the DK team.
I wanted to ask about Roshan. There's a fight towards the end of the game, about 32 minutes in, and LGD are literally free to get it. And it seemed like T1, they're just spinning in the jungle. They could have gone for some a tower or done something. I'm throwing at the screen. I'm just like, why are they just spinning on the mini map? And Tsunami had the theory that they were trying to help Lina farm and protecting her. But do you think that was a mistake? Do you think actually maybe they should have prioritized pushing?
I think with that lineup at that point in the game, there's nothing you could do anymore. I think if T1 wanted, like, that sort of play where it looks awkward to spectators, it happens because they're like trying to evaluate their options and they can't find a clear win condition. And if you don't have a clear objective in mind, then oftentimes you're just doing random things while trying to think of it, and it looks weird. But honestly, I don't think there's anything better they could do. Like T1 this draft, they had to have bot lane go better in order to win this game.
Jenkins.
Yeah.
I enjoy listening to you talk about Dota. You might have realized by now. If you haven't, I enjoy listening to hearing you talking about Dota.
What are you setting up for right now?
I heard you describe Terrorblade as the ultimate man fighter during that last game.
Yeah,
so the floor is yours, my friend.
All right, okay. Well, I will say, just because, well, I'm not the best carry player. He can tell you. Lost a lot of MMR playing carry. However, I was speaking with Ali, I was speaking with BSJ, and we were talking about TB versus Morph because it's one of those matchups that you think is going to be very Morph favored because you just turn into Terrorblade. I mean, Morphling, he morphs into somebody, and he gets all of the spells and not an ultimate, right? And then Terrorblade's the one hero where people say that one of his basic spells is his ultimate, Metamorphosis, right? And so you would think that Morph versus TB is like massively more favored, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case practically. Like hypothetically, maybe that's true, but practically it's not. I think the nerf where you can't just be a Morphling who's meta now, you have to stay in the TB form to stay meta. So that's a problem for Morphling. But also a part of that is I think that Morphling is the type of hero. He gets a Scotty, he gets a Satanic, and he can 1v1 almost any carry in the game. But TB just presses Sunder on you. And then also, I think BSJ was saying something about TB is like a team fighting carry. Maybe you know more about that than...
Yeah, I think the thing about the Morphling versus TB matchup is that Morphling can counter TB. A lot of it, as well as what you said, is a magical damage and burst potential coming out from E-Blade. But Terrorblade, his specialty is actually that he's a teamfight anchor. Like, he will anchor the teamfight, and Morphling doesn't really do that. He wants the teamfight to be more split up. So if it comes down to it where Terrorblade and Morphling are hitting each other, you'd think Morph would do well, but it just doesn't happen that way. Terrorblade stacking is too good, meta's too strong. Just something's like weird about the matchup in that sense.
I think Sunder really helps. And then also like any hero that has high stats, any hero that has good illusions, Morphling obviously picks Manta, Luna, like TB just spawns a 100% version of themselves that they can't hit with his Q. So that always turns the matchup as well. TB's just like the ultimate anti-carry. Even if you the anti-TB hero, it's like, well, your anti-TB is still a carry, and TB's the anti-carry, so good luck.
And none of these games exist in a vacuum also.
No, they don't.
And so Legion Commander trying to enable her Morphling was not nearly as significant as the Jinkyu's Snapfire. Jinkyu's Snapfire was providing so much setup that Terrorblade didn't even have to really worry about that much until it finally became mono and mono time.
Yeah, I think how Terrorblade generally breaks down is if Terrorblade can right-click in fights, then he wins a fight, and if he can't right-click, he can't win a fight. So that's why it's the same thing for Legion. Like, Legion's a committal hero. How I feel Terrorblade is, when you press meta, you're committing in a fight. So that means if you want a dual son, you're going into a full commitment hero whose commitment is stronger than you. Maybe I'm saying the word too many times, but Terrorblade's timing, like how he fights, is stronger than Legion's, and Legion has to go in.
You're right. We had the same discussion with Leshrac and TB at the end of Nature too, where it's like, oh, Leshrac, he's the illusion clear hero, right? The best illusion clear in the game, so surely he's good against Terrorblade. Well, what Terrorblade wants to do is he wants to just man up and fight you. Leshrac runs in there and has to be very close to you in order to kill you as TB, and TB's like, all right. And if you're going to kill him, he sunders you, and then he uses the fact that you're going to kill him to kill you. Yeah. So it really just practically doesn't work the way that you think it would, hypothetically.
We've got 30 seconds before the teams walk out on stage. So just really quickly, good Terrorblade counters. I think T1 might want the advice.
I think it's a usual style, actually. I think long-range nukes and slows actually beat Terrorblade. If they can pull off that type of lineup and have Cuckoo kick him out of lane earlier, I think they're actually very set up to beat Terrorblade.
All right.
Zeus.
He's one of the uncontested heroes. One of the only uncontested heroes at this event.
Pick a 39% win rate hero. It'll go well.
Okay, Tsunami.
Don't even worry about Terrorblade. It's not going to happen.
He's going to get banned.
Oh, it's not even going to happen. LGD, that was just for T1's benefit. They've got plenty more tricks up their sleeve.
All right, well, the teams are walking out on stage right now. As you can see, PSG LGD, they look cool as lovely cucumbers. But you know what? T1, they're going to have had that team talk. That family feeling will be in the booth, and they are going to bounce back. I'm sure Coach March has given some of those inspirational massages. So as they get ready in their booths, we are going to take a look back at T1's journey to TI.
They get the kill on a semi out.
Be careful, out of position here.
Fix the trade. Double stun again from Whitemon. He is too good this game. He's too good this series. He's looked really well. And while Uzrior double kill, Carl getting both. Now looking over at the Ancient Apparition, who throws out a Desperation Ice Blast, and they're still looking for more. Bob on the run, but Whitemon's ready. Wow. Oh my god! Whitemon on the edge of the mana gets the stun, and they will get this kill on a Bob. There they go, back into the pit.
Tough position to be in. 700,
Chaco,
500.
Timber Chain, who's gonna pick it up? Aegis snatched by Cuckoo. He's got it. There's Zero Spike coming through, and they've got another some of the impale landing on both Gabby as well as Fox. This Timbersaw doing a lot here. They get the kill on RML. They'll take out Boomy. Two heroes dead on the side of TNC. They'll focus their attention on the Gabby. 23 moving in. He's got a doppelganger with the help from the rest of the team, and they should be able to take out the Tiny and look for more. Fox on the run. Cuckoo trying to maintain that Aegis. They've got the impale. They have the lockdown confirmed, and they'll get the kill confirmed too. Triple kill for Cuckoo. Again, with the Shadow Word, he's just taking 0 damage. Literally 0 damage. Blink call coming in from Cuckoo. They've got the taunt out onto the gyro. Is it going to be enough? Chaotic Offering follows it up. They've got the damage coming in with the impale. And they stand it, but well, he's there with the save. They've got the Afibo, and now the Burrow Strikes are going to come through as well as the Epicenter on the center as well. 23, they have the damage with BKBB pop. Can't get the Satanic off. 23 trying to heal up as much as he can. Shadow Word's also doing work. They got the impale on the CTM. They'll get the kill to the Sand King. They'll take him out for 85. No buyback. Cuckoo with one sliver of health. Blink call on the 2. He's still not going to die. They've got the Shadow Word. They get the kill to Whitemon. They end up losing play hard, and with the tether, it's not going to be enough to stay alive. Janwell dead. Disarm onto the gyro. Natsumi's gone. No buyback for anybody on Neon. I mean, that was amazing by Cuckoo. He comes in with just a sliver of health with that blink call right at the end.
I mean, honestly, this game too, we're just seeing the same here from T1. Just
top stuff. There is no doubt about it. That the work and preparation that this team put in before turning up has been huge. The arena will come down. Monet will get the stone gaze up, but look, there's no damage. T1 don't care at all about being caught in this combo. It's Asta that have to run as soon as the ultimates are used. They just cannot fight T1. They're all full HP. They're pushing down the middle.
There's the RP on
jump again. Carl gets the RP, and he's caught the big one. He's caught Monet. Monet out of mana. He'll go down. As the tips indeed absolutely go in the way.
There it is.
They'll call it GG.
In a tad bit of trouble here, but he is again very tanky, and 23 Savage is lying in wait if PSG LGD overextend themselves. Beautiful hit from Whitemon. The pre-hex on the axe. His initiation denied. The Doom living through the Skywrath Mage ultimate, and Carl catching 3 on the coil. Now they're in trouble. PSG LGD, they're just gonna get wiped in this team fight. 4 down, Ame nowhere in sight because he knows a lost team fight when he sees one.
And that's the story of T1 in the DPC seasons and the run up to this year's international. Earlier, though, we touched on 23 Savage. We didn't get much time to talk about this fledgling carry, who hopefully we're going to get to see blossom more and more in this tournament. But unfortunately, potentially after this game, it could be in the lower bracket Tsunami. Why is 23 Savage someone to keep an eye on in the future?
I think it's kind of a inspirational story that there are many 23 Savages out there. I think there's many pub stars, leaderboard showing up mid laners who show up on the radar and they're given a chance. But oftentimes the chance just doesn't really galvanize into anything. And so last year, it was, or 2 years now at this point, it was on Genesbras where you're like, oh man, this is a really hotshot squad, you know, just a stack trying to make it to TI, and they come ever so short. And then sometimes these players just fade away into irrelevance after that. They just try to make it on qualifier stacks, and they don't find enough support around them, both literally in the game and outside of the game, to enable it. But him and Jabs, 23 Savage and Jabs are the only Thai players here, and now Jabs, him and Jabs were kind of in that same culture in Thailand, and I think T1 is unique in how multicultural it is also. Most of these Southeast Asian squads have been, I'm all Filipino, I'm all Indonesian, I'm all Malaysian, and being able to bridge cultures has been very, very useful for 23 Savage, I think, specifically because as a young player, if you have a strong Filipino voice like Cuckoo and you have Indonesian supports like Zephyr and Whitemon, I think that it has been a very, very enabling group for him.
Well, I don't think this is going to be his last TI, no matter what happens. But we want to switch focus to PSG LGD right now because earlier in the year, we caught up with their captain. Let's find out what he had to say.
PSG LGD come to the TI-10 main stage as one of the strongest teams out of the majors. After a third-place finish in Singapore, they made it to the grand finals of the ANA Major in June, defeating Evil Geniuses to take the top spot. Soon after that win, BBC caught up with their captain, Y.
哪场比赛是最难打的，或者说最接近的？是决赛这场吗？
其实小组赛以来，我们其实有几场一直以来都是比较焦灼的。其实就是从小组赛开始，我们赢都不是很顺利，我们还是属于一场一场进步的。然后 T1 那个 BO3也是让我们成长挺多的。然后到最后一季那一场，其实是我们讨论很多，包括因为他们先打嘛，然后我们在后面看他们也讨论挺多东西吧。然后包括第二把打他们也不是很顺利，但是也是在慢慢成长。然后最后虽然比分上看上去是3-0，但实际过程并不是那样的。
With TI-10, some are pointing out the similarities between PSG LGD's position now to that of Wings, the winners of TI-6 and the last team from China to lift the Aegis. It's a team that included 2 members now on PSG LGD, Faith Beyond and Y. Coincidence?
我们如果把这个 TI 和 TI 前的这个阶段的这样一个成绩的状况和当年 TI6 和 TI6 之前的状况去做对比，我感觉好像有点类似啊，是不是这样？
有一些吧，因为我在 就是当时也是身处在那个队伍嘛，然后对当时的，就是跟一些此情此景跟当时确实有一些类似吧，主要是团队上的一些沟通什么的，其他倒还好。
你和边将的这样的一个动力，为什么还能够继续的保持下去？是心里还有很多的目标没有实现吗？
关于目标这个，我觉得首先是不光我跟边将吧，包括其实我们的教练小巴也是一样的，我们是有共同目标在为之奋斗的。然后只不过说我们3个是刚好有这个头衔，所以我们在外人的目标看来就是对于第2次的夺冠嘛，然后对标的是 OG。
其实LGD 在所有的中国的这个 Dota 的玩家心目当中，包括一些国际上的粉丝的心目当中，是一支顶尖的队伍。但是 TI 的冠军确实是还没有能够收入过囊中。你作为曾经以前的旁观者和现在的其中的一员，你对于这件事情是怎么来看待？
首先，一直老干爹这个队在 Dota 圈里面一直存在，并且顶尖，这不得不得承认，这是所谓的俱乐部底蕴，这种就是跟俱乐部那些管理什么的，肯定是有很大的关系的。然后再其次到我自身又到这，然后再判断这些，其实从我的角度来说，不管怎么样，都是各自的故事，只不过这本故事的书名肯定是以老干爹为起的吧，我觉得是这样的。
Well, thank you to Captain Y and BBC, our fantastic interviewer there. Let's talk a little bit about that legacy then of Y and Faith Bian. And Faith Bian in particular, because after the TI6 victory, Faith Bian actually had an injury and it kind of took him out the running for a few years.
Yeah, and I think Faith Bian, even from that TI6 wing squad, he was a very standout player, and he sort of had to recuperate a lot from, I think he broke his arm, and he had to have a few surgeries on it, and a lot of his story is him coming back from that injury and returning to his old form at TI.
And do you feel like he's there now?
Yeah, I think Faith Bian's looking really good.
I mean, there must be so much on your mind as well. You must have so many memories of these booths and lifting that Aegis and just trying to get back there again, especially after it's been so long. Do you think that people expected Faith Bian to get back to this position, Tsunami?
Definitely not after. So when Wings imploded due to external circumstances and internal circumstances, I think everyone was hoping that this would be like the new old guard that would be able to carry things, but it just didn't happen quite as much.
Well, let's see if a 2-0 happens right now.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 2.
Hello and welcome to the second draft for PSG LGD versus T1. Here your draft panel. My name is Ava Plus. Joining me is Fogged and Lacoste as always. And I'm going to start off not by talking about this draft, but actually just a small overview. What do you think that the weaknesses you pointed out last draft were really apparent in the gameplay?
My biggest thing, at least that I want to see that T1 is going to take away to this one, is find a way to shut down Ame a little bit more. I feel like he just had the freest game. Sure, his team was making lots of space for him because of the heroes that they ended up having, but I feel like just putting Cuckoo out on an island all by himself and them having this like Weaver as their 4 position, I feel like this lane can't pressure at all when you're playing versus something like TB, so I want them to just set something up better to just slow Ame down, because you can't let him have games like that.
Yeah, Cuckoo and Whitemon were completely shut down in the laning stage. I think this opener works so much better. You have Magnus, which is almost always played by Cuckoo, so you know that's going to be the lane, and you have a Lion, one of their most successful heroes throughout the DPC season. It's just the burst damage. It's one of their T1 special heroes where it allows you to have a bit more burst damage, more control, standard stuff coming out from them, and it allows you to move around the map. The tricore that they always use, especially in the previous game, was a bit of an issue because you have Weaver, CM, who's a very sluggish hero, and she was extremely underfarmed, and move out with the Legion Commander, try to go for the kills, while Lina is farming in the triangle. She's heavily farm-oriented hero, will rarely join fights early on. Like she wants that to hit that BKB boots of travel timing. So that was a huge issue for T1. I think this opener works much, much better.
Yeah, and I know we've talked a lot about how T1 is more of like, especially with the way that they have played before, it's the longer games, it's more of these responsive kind of plays. Sure. And that's why they went for like the Weaver, you have this time lapse eventually with the Aghanims, you have this Legion Commander for save. I don't want that from T1, actually, versus LGD. Even though it's more of their style, I want them to be more of the aggressors. Because I think if you just kind of hang back, that's playing completely into PSG LGD's hands. So just more aggression, and yeah, like you said, this is already leaps and bounds better for me.
Can we move on to the LGD draft because we thought have your favorite hero? It's the ET.
Yeah, I mean it's
ET.
The stats say it all. I don't need to say anything else anymore. OP hero. Death Prophet also. They're one of the few teams that are still really confident, even picking it first too. I think we've had a couple other teams grab it like later on in the draft, but PSG LGD just open with it, and I've seen them do this several times.
I know you're both happy and sad at the same time seeing ET, because what's gonna happen after TI?
He's gonna get buffed.
Nope. Definitely not. We see PSG LGD protecting that profit pick and also wait to disengage a team fight. So Invoker banned out the Quas Vex Invoker. On the other side, T1 also protecting Magnus with Winter Wyvern, one of the better heroes in general to split up the fight. And Winter Wyvern's still very good. At one point, she had over 90% win rate.
Yeah, T1's still very comfortable with that, and that's a hero that can play in both capabilities, which is why I really like Wyvern almost in any meta. You're an aggressor or you're a defensive capabilities. You have so much potential also for damage throughout all stages of the game because you're percent base. Just good hero overall. I think that's another really one that was a bit undervalued for me. I thought it was going to get picked a lot more, but I also really like I know you touched on the bans. The Shadow Demon ban is always one. If you have Death Prophet, almost always you want to take out Shadow Demon because you can't build Yules. Your mobility is completely stagnated as well. And yeah, that's a change up. We got a Dawnbreaker.
It's been mostly VP has been running this hero, and with high value both in the carry and the 5 position. Actually, I'm just going to start asking, what is this a core? Is this a support Dawnbreaker, or is it just a massive flux?
Hard to say. They have Magnus with the Empower, so like if you get Empower on that hero, played as a carry could be potentially really, really good. It's one of the heroes that comes online extremely quickly with the Echo Saber. As you mentioned, Virtus Pro ran it 3 times. I believe 2 were wins, 1 was a loss. And we've seen a couple of Dawnbreakers being played as a position 4/5 so far.
Still flex, but I would imagine it's more so going to be the support. I don't think you want to put a strength core into Death Prophet. Then you're putting 2 strength, probably 2 strength cores, the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker, 2 ideal Spirit Siphon targets. That mid game is just going to be pretty disastrous. DP heals way too much. Dawnbreaker's stack gain is absurd, so you get a Siphon on her and you're like full HP. So
do you rather play an Agi core against an Elder Titan though?
Yeah, I guess that's where it becomes kind of difficult, right? So it's a pretty good opener. That's why PSG LGD did go for that one. So it does, it already makes things a little bit more complicated for T1.
So now that LGD picks up the Earthshaker Snapfire, I'm assuming is the Earthshaker 3 that we've been seeing a lot these days, or could they flex the ET like OG sometimes does?
Looking at what they got so far, PSG LGD, they ran that Prophet exclusively as a position 3. So this time around, it might need to be a mid hero, and then you have Earthshaker as the offlane, because Snapfire plus ET seems like the support duo in this one.
Okay.
They have probably the best heroes in the game to choose where you want to take a fight.
Yeah.
With Earthshaker, ET, Snapfire, Roche fights are going to be almost impossible for T1 to defend. Yes, you have Magnus, you have Skewer, but PSG LGD can, with a lot of their spells, just say stop, we're taking this fight out where we want it to be.
So much team fight again. Every time I see PSG LGD, they cover themselves with absurd team fight. And again, I'm already looking at the scaling. They've got ET. They have the carries for the last pick. Well, second to last pick, of course. T1 does have the last pick time around. They set themselves up for late game. So T1, I mean, what's the option that they want to go for their carry? And I think that's why we see PSG LGD also going for the Earthshaker, because they're trying to deter T1 from going for a melee carry. Because I've seen so many times these Shakers as this 3 position just dominate these melee carries. So now T1's like, okay, so we'll grab a Medusa so that I don't play into this Earthshaker that's just eating enchant totems and fissures.
And on the Medusa point, we're talking, well, you can't get a strength carry because DP, you can't get an energy carry because Elder Titan. Medusa, energy carry does not rely too much on the armor, so ET not that much of a counter. But is there synergy with Medusa in her draft right now?
she doesn't benefit that much. She doesn't get the cleave, has a built-in cleave, so Empower is still going to be some extra damage, which is nice. One thing that PSG LGD needs to be careful about is possibly going inside a triangle early on and try to block the ancient stacks or the big camp so that Medusa cannot get that much farm. They don't have the best heroes to invade. Like, they're good at rotating, but they're not as good as taking the stack as T1 is.
And what's the role of the Dawnbreaker as well? Because the healing with the team, not great synergy. The global ability is just okay here.
Yeah, it's just okay. I think it's just like this T1 idea of always just having some type of counter initiation. That's like their jam. So I feel like the Dawnbreaker is that they wanted to have in there too. But it's different. I mean, we have not gotten to see this hero too much, so I'm a bit skeptical on it, especially because they haven't played it. Did they play it here at all? Maybe they had one game that I don't remember, but I don't remember them playing it.
I don't remember them playing it.
Okay.
So right now for T1, we're missing one last hero. If we're just looking at these 4 heroes, what is the weaknesses you're seeing? What is it? What they're missing about their draft?
I want a secondary initiator. I know Lion eventually does get that like blink dagger. Same thing with the Magnus, but I want somebody else that also goes in and starts fights. Also a little bit damage lacking.
Right.
Medusa takes some time to build up, so I want someone else that comes online a little bit earlier and is looking to be that playmaker with the Lion, with the Dawnbreaker.
And if we're looking at LGD, Lacoste, is there anything they're missing from this draft right now?
So far, so good. This is a great early game-oriented lineup that scales really well, especially once ET has his aura maxed out. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground, a lot of long-range damage. Just a Fissure into Snapfire ulti, ET Stomp could get someone killed, especially the backlines of T1.
Okay, the final bans are coming in, and it's going to be Pop and Bat Rider, so kind of a mix here.
Am I hearing the shaker clapping? Is that what it is, right?
Oh, it might be actually. Wow, the audience
I
is
got
really
a little
pumped
bit of a
today.
background right there, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
All we're missing is our boy Ogre.
Yep,
He's the best
claps.
one for me.
Yep.
They were the 2 clappers, and see, for those of you that think this audience is fake, well, we just have the stadium filled with people, our Shaker fans. Is the last pick for T1 an advantage this time? Could they surprise us with something? Because last time they couldn't really flex anything, they couldn't really pull off anything.
Yeah, maybe Ursa wouldn't be as bad. I just really love anything that can build into Diffusal Blade against Medusa. And overall matchup, during the Season 2, it was starting getting popular, Ursa as a counter pick to Medusa, because she was extremely powerful at that point. And I thought it's not going to be a good thing, but Ursa just completely destroys Medusa.
Yeah, Secret's been running it a lot. So they see it as a high-value pick. Would you agree with the Ursa idea?
Yeah, definitely can see a gap closing built into their team with like Snapfire and stuff like that. It's always nice to have any type of like, you don't need, most of these Ursas, they are building Blink again a bit more, but having that extra thing is always really nice. They're just going to go back to just, hey, stable, it's Ame. You're playing versus Medusa, Reflection's good. High base armor as well. Have to worry because now like the Lion is going to have a little bit of a better game, especially in mid-game if it does get to like this farming thing where you're just hexing and mana draining illusions in team fights. So this Lion actually went up a little bit for me in priority, a little bit better now for T1. But this is it's just stability, right? It's like, Ame, what are you going to carry the game with? Okay, it's a pretty decent TB game. It's not a bad one by any means. So let's see what T1 does for the solution. Do they pick something like those like Tinkers, those Zeuses? Are they going to try to hard counter this Terrorblade?
For Zeus, they can go for it. Is Ember Spiller still available? He is.
Yes, he
Not
is.
enough. There's one silence, long duration silence from Dead Prophet.
Oh.
They go into
Okay,
Doom.
so that's more
Classic.
T1. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me, what does this Doom do for the draft, Fog?
He just needs to full commit. Like, he needs to full commit for the Terrorblade. We've seen teams do it in the past. I know VP was one of the biggest ones, like, years ago, where it was like they saw Terrorblade, they just picked Doom, and you Doom him in the entirety of the game. And no matter what inside the team fights. And they also will be able to keep scaling going. That's the thing. I've seen a lot of these Midases. So now we have a pretty good scaling Tricore coming out from T1. If they're able to slow the pace of the game down, they also potentially could have some, late game prowess versus PSG LGD.
The only hero that kind of stands out to me is this Dawnbreaker. I don't feel like it fits in the lineup because you don't have anything else that is potentially global to play with. I don't see too much synergy with it, but I definitely do love the last pick Doom because it's Carl's probably best hero from what I've seen, and also hitting these right timings, the Hand of Midas that you mentioned. Once you hit that Shiva's refresher, this is when it becomes like extremely strong timing for T1. So they're not really playing into this early game. They're going to be, a bit more focused on the defensive side of Dota this time around.
Right. Well, we've heard from our panelists. Now we can get right into. Oh, wait, no, actually, No, we need to know what's going to happen in this game. We need to know what to look out for. And that's why BSJ is here to give us the last word.
Thank you, Avo, as this game is all about the combos. T1 has a single volley of spells that could potentially decimate the LGD lineup. They have the RP, the Lion Lockdown, as well as the Doom Breaker Doom, and eventually 2 Dooms later on in the game. And when one team has a lot of combos, the other team needs to look to have some combo breakers. So first and foremost, you want heroes that are difficult to combo. Terrorblade, if he barely survives the combo, will Sunder and turn the fight. Death Prophet will have her Exorcism going, which also makes her quite a threat despite being locked down. And then you have the ET Stomp and the Earthshaker Fissure to potentially break up the combo. And if that wasn't enough, you have Grandma's Force Staff coming out from the Snapfire. That cookie might just be enough to save these crucial targets. Will T1 be able to execute their combo, or will LGD be able to turn the fight? And we've got a great combo of our own to take you through the story. I give you Suns Fan and Synderen.
Thank you, BSJ. First blood, Synderen. We just caught it on camera. Beautifully done. We saw this kind of work in slow motion, but we caught it officially. First blood goes the way of BSG LGD. This is game 2 of a best of 3 between these two in the upper bracket for TI10 main stage. Synderen, what are your thoughts on these particular lineups and your favorite hero right now, Dawnbreaker?
I think LGD have a really high chance of winning this game because they got first blood.
Yeah.
Okay. All jokes aside, yeah, I love Dawnbreaker. I think the hero's super fun. I actually thought we were going to see it more at TI and given more priority than it has been, but hasn't exactly been shining, sitting on a measly 25% win rate in group stages, 2 and 6. So
very sad to see.
Only been banned 5 times. I think a lot of people even predicted it to be the most banned hero of the event and just wasn't. We're getting the replay here.
Yeah, that was basically a ravage by
Great
Lion
Fissure
there, but yeah, Zephyr ends up being first blooded there. But yeah, I agree with Lakaz. I was thinking the same thing, that typically when you have a Dawnbreaker, I mean, again, it's just the support here, but when you have a Dawnbreaker, you want some sort of initiator that has a lower cooldown that you can just set up consistently with your ult. They have RP, a very long cooldown. That's basically it. So the reason I bring that up is because Solar Guardian is kind of the reason you pick this hero, I feel, other than the laning stage, which she's very strong at.
Yeah, a simple breakdown of Dawnbreaker is you're really strong in the first 5 minutes, and then you have your ult, and that's pretty much it as a support. Like, your other spells are nice for a while, but later down the line, you just do very little against BKBs, against heroes just getting enough stats and getting more mobility. They eventually start trumping a lot of what you do. Your stun is super situational because you need time to wind it up, unlike something like a Lion that just connects it, as Carl is almost dying in mid here.
Yeah.
Nothing to say.
Well, let's talk about this lane then. Nothing to say, obviously playing the Death Part versus Doom. We're not seeing as much Doom mid in this patch. I want to say about 6 months ago, this was basically the standard. How about this matchup overall?
Really like DP in this matchup just because you're playing against a melee strength hero. Some of DP's best matchups are the ones where she can keep running down with Spirit Siphon in lane and just do a lot of damage, and should be very good against Carl, who still had a very good first couple of waves. He has 9 CS here, not too shabby at all. But yeah, I would imagine, especially, look at the lane positioning right now in mid. Like, this is what you want as DP. Don't sit here. Yep. All right, just keep denying. Every time the wave is here, Carl comes forward, you bet he's going to get siphoned, and you bet he's going to run him down a little bit here. Actually going for 2 points in Crypt Swarm, and Carl has to yield again, deny, and now nothing to say, we'll just, I think, try to keep the wave here again. So
yeah, I want to say, back when Devour gave health regen, this would have been much more manageable for Doom.
Yeah.
But now it's, like, obviously burst damage is what you mostly fear, but this damage from DP is just constant. The Spirit Siphons are seemingly always up. A lot of rune control, you can push the waves. There's almost, like, what's the reasoning for Doom mid? Is this just a pick that, like, okay, didn't have to be originally the mid, but they just felt like it fit better this game for whatever reason?
Above all else, I think it's comfort, right? It's T1, this is their best strategy, is playing Medusa, Doom, and Magnus, right? They're basically like, here, we're down 0-1, let's pick our best heroes that work together. And T1, when I think of this team, I think Doom and Medusa as their 2 best cores. They got both of them. It is pretty much on the greedy side, right? Like Doom, Medusa, Magnus. Doesn't get much greedier than that. But at the same time, you look at LGD's lineup, which isn't necessarily the fastest either.
Yeah, we got the Spirit Siphon into the Crypt Swarm. I mean, honestly, pretty easy kill and pretty expected as well.
I feel like that's not the best voice line usage from Carl there. I don't feel like
oh boy,
I don't feel like nothing to say lost there. But I do feel like Carl gambled, so he got 50% of his voice line right. So,
all right, if you agree with Cinder, make sure to cheer.
Yeah,
we'll know if they agree in about 10
technically correct, which we both know is the best kind
Great.
of correct. Thank you, Shannon, for ruining
I definitely remember that quote.
Yep, we always finish each other's
horses.
Yes, thank you.
Carl looking for a high five. Don't think it's going to be reciprocated. There's the cheers for Cinder, and they love you. Look at that. They're even putting the gold thingies in there, whatever those are called.
I love you back.
And bot lane.
Hope some people are going to
We're
get
seeing a repeat of Ame on that Terrorblade, and draft panel was kind of discussing this. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with them overall? You got to hold that, Carl. Don't hold that, Cinder. Let it go.
Not holding it?
Let it go.
Do I agree with the draft panel on?
The Terrorblade pick. Oh. Looks like Zephyr is going to get to the high ground thanks to that Celestial Hammer.
I think it's solid. Like, obviously, the last pick of the draft here was the Doom, which fares well against the Terrorblade, but they didn't have that information at the time, but Terrorblade does fare pretty well against Medusa, I would say, for the most part. GQ on Zephyr.
It's the Mango, but remember, Zephyr, Dawnbreaker, super tanky at this stage of the game. Neither will die, so it'll end up in a stalemate.
In my experience playing Dawnbreaker as a support, Terrorblade is a rough matchup. He just overpowers you eventually. He's just too strong. You can't really go in without getting killed, especially when the Scotty comes out. As far as the Magnus and Lion matchups, I think it was maybe also just by scarcity of good carries that were left, right? I think they wanted the Morphling that T1 ended up last banning, so that was a good ban. And you just looked at, okay, we have a lineup with insane team fight, we have good lanes, so we can afford to go for a greedy late game carry that needs a bit of time to build up, because we've got all the boxes checked, basically, and Terrorblade was the best strong late game carry left in the pool.
And all nothing to say, already using Exorcism in the mid lane and already doing half damage to the tower. They won't be able to finish in all likelihood, but does require a few rotations, in fact. We're going to get a Doom TP as well, but you can see Y on the sideline with the Echo Stomp. It's going to connect successfully. Not sure if LGD can actually pursue any further, but still, damage done.
Yeah, they got, what's that, 80% of that tower? Minute 5?
Yeah, that's the level of first Exorcism of the game. We're going to see the cookie come into fruition as well. Carl getting chased a bit, but you can see the Starbreaker forcing nothing to say out. But again, this is 2v3 in the mid lane. This is going to create so much space for LGD's cores to farm.
Yeah, we might end up in a situation again similar to the last one where Ahmed just gets completely free reign because nothing to say forces so much pressure onto mid. Seems to be an emerging pattern here. Both Dragon Knight and DP have a similar style of accomplishing this. And in last game they third picked Dragon Knight. This game they actually second picked DP very early in the draft. So seems to be a strategic approach for them to secure Ame a good game. Look at his denies, by the way. 21 denies on the Terrorblade, just really shutting down Magnus in lane. Not letting him get very much here for Cuckoo. Working on Helm of the Dominator. Not sure how much I like that this game I'm doing.
We got the cookie initiation again. Faith Beyond and company. Fissure connects, but the counter Starbreaker with the rotation from Whitemon. Looks like, at the very least, T1 get the trade they're looking for. 23 Savage, in fact, getting the credit for that one.
Yep, ended up getting blocked off a little bit there. And Zephyr will quickly go and die to the neutral so he can get back to base faster.
And this is looking like close to a tower death. 7 minutes. Look how low the tower is right now. Nothing to say. Just having his way this game, which typically for the opposing team, not a good sign. But, I mean, looking at T1 side, obviously Medusa, extremely good late game carry. And then we've talked about this so many times, but once Doom does get online, you can just delete a core, which Ame would obviously be their first choice for.
This does feel like the kind of game where if it goes late and PSG LGD don't manage to truly execute the Death Prophet, I think T1 have a very good shot if they're, if not favored, very late into the game. And T1 likes playing long games, as we know. They have, especially in previous tournaments, had some marathon games over an hour. And if it gets to that stage, if they can weather the storm, I think they have a really good shot here with Doom Medusa. So hopefully for them they get to build up. Obviously LGD's strategy is doing very well so far. They have a 1k lead against a Doom mid. with level 3 Devour, so effectively against a lot of other strategies you could consider this maybe a 2k lead, almost taking mid tower as well. So definitely on the back foot right here, RT1. But I've doubted their Medusa games before, and they just... Oh no.
Nothing to say. Exorcism rotation to the top lane. Fissure will connect, but nothing to say. They're not going to see him. 23 Savage gets out. Oh, Faithbeyond very close to actually getting that cancel.
Fissure actually ended up...
Yeah, that was unfortunate angle there.
He didn't get the blocking angle he was hoping for. Ended up blocking himself more than the Medusa, actually. And now, defense is actually coming in. Carl, from the side. Gets the courier kills, now they know he's there.
Yeah. And here comes from the sideline, Zephyr. There's the Doom onto Faith Beyond, trying to run away here. Looks like, at the very least, he will drop. Whitemon might be the sacrifice. Nothing to say. Exorcism has already dissipated. Wise in the vicinity. They will take him out in the end, 1 for 1. Now Spirit Siphon on a Carl. Echo Stomp as well. But I would assume that T1 able to just walk away very safely here. But
so 1
great
for 1,
defense.
they get the core.
Yeah.
They get that kill. Who got the bounty for it? It was Carl himself, killing the courier as well as the shaker. So approaching top net worth now on this mid Doom. Midas is arriving as well. So the ramp up is really going to start now. Gets a nice little bottle refill from Whitemon as well.
There's a Midas for Carl.
The swiftness aura here. I thought he was going to take the centaur, but obviously the swiftness aura might help him a little bit with the farming speed in the jungle.
He really likes tomatoes, I'm sure. Delicious ketchup.
As does anyone sane since Fan TV.
Well, if they're cooked, maybe. Carl, he's going to be spotted here, but he's going to get... That's not the hook stop. That one was not worth, I don't think. The tower taking heavy damage, but here's the rotation from T1. Even 23 Savages come to play. Trying to take out Jin Q. Looks like he'll survive.
Oh, meta.
On the other side, Ame with the meta. 23 Savage trying to keep it out. Ain't gonna happen. And this tower will fall one way or the other, but Cuckoo looks like he wants to defend and try to get the deny with the Centaur, but he's gonna take heavy damage if he gets any further. She's gonna be given up.
And something we haven't talked about very much, if at all, I really like Elder Titan as a hero against Medusa. I think when you're playing against these static pushers, like let's say Medusa, Terrorblade, etc.
Like the siege tank type.
Yeah, you don't have very much mobility going your way, so it's so easy for Elder Titan to land these stomps every single time Medusa shows. They have nothing to get the Medusa out of there yet. It's not like swap, force staff, haste, anything.
Well, not the best fissure, but it's going to result in a kill either way.
And it's going to probably lead to a tower.
Indeed. Now, that's actually a really good point, but I mean, it's interesting that you've talked about this many times, how strong Elder Titan is right now. We've talked about the win rate, pick rate, and all that good stuff. And I think it's really cool that in past TIs, like the pick ban system was a lot different, right? You had more bans in the first phase, which means now, if there's a handful of heroes that teams are really prioritizing, some of them are going to get through, and it changes all the time. So the fact that we're actually seeing some of these heroes consistently get through is pretty cool, in my opinion.
For sure. And you can't really fault either of the teams for the other bans they're doing, right? There's just a lot of heroes that are really good, and there's
you
a lot
can't ban everything, but there's the Doom onto Ame, and a Finger of Death. Very nicely played from T1. Beautiful positioning.
Oh, he died.
Several times over.
Yeah, I think they could have definitely killed him at least 2.5 times there.
Hey,
with what they did.
Finger charge is worth it, Cinderin.
Of course.
Got to stack those things up.
But maybe he didn't need to Doom. Like, Terrorblade isn't exactly very tanky yet, but they get it done. They play it safe. They really want that big Ame kill. I think he didn't die last game, so probably feels really good to kill the Terrorblade at least once across 2 games.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Yeah, that's an understatement, no doubt about it. But you see, top net worth goes to Carl on the Doom. No big surprise, despite the little bit of a rough start. We figured that he would bring his way back just because he is playing the Doombringer after all.
Yep, he's doing pretty well. Fake casting his Thunderclap.
That thing costs a lot of mana, by the way. He actually does cast it here.
A lot
they actually changed it.
What's a lot to you?
No, okay, it used to be like 150 mana. I just haven't eaten that. I stay away from tomatoes, like I said. So
makes a lot of sense, actually.
The potato, on the other hand.
No, and you definitely don't play micro heroes that would take it.
That's true.
So
that's true.
You go into the draft screen, you see is Pangolier banned? No. Then I pick Pango. Is Pango banned? Yes. Then I pick Centaur. So not exactly a lot of variety there.
Man, you just ruined my pubs for the next year, Cinder, and now everybody knows my strategy. Some stacks
And
being
they figured you out with overworld.
created here by T1, as looks like that Centaur is going to be able to push the bottom tier 1 successfully. As Blink Dagger already online, which I guess it is position 3, so you're going to get more farm priority for Faith Beyond on this Earthshaker. So we'll see if this is going to end up being go time for them. I mean, they have the Yules on Nothing to Say. I would assume going for BKB. Oh, it looks like Boots of Travel first before the BKB stop.
Yeah, it was one or the other, most likely, because he has both of them in quick buy. No, that's the standard build. Sometimes you will see a Kaya Sanj. Kaya Yasha we don't see on anyone really.
There's the jump in, blink reveal. It's going to be a kill on Whitemon.
If you were wondering what that flying thing was, DP has been changed in 730. It's not a hero we've seen a lot, but the silence is now a projectile. The cast point has been lowered, so it's quicker to cast than it was for the last couple of years, but it needs to travel. So if you're in very short, very close proximity, it's actually better than it was before.
Yeah, that's one of those.
For every distance to target is worse.
That's one of those skills that that was the longest unchanged skill, basically, like since Dota, other than like the duration and balance-wise, but in terms of how it works.
Conceptually, it's been the same forever, yeah.
That is an OG right there for sure.
I have a bit piece of trivia for you.
Oh boy.
Can you name a hero that has the exact same spells that it's had for the entire history of the hero?
Sven?
No.
I mean, Warcry is slightly different, I guess. All right, I had to think about this one. Don't tell me. We're going to have a 4-man smoke here from LGD. Carl
used to have devotion
is going to break in. Faith Beyond jumps in. Solar Guardian is coming, but you can see the immediate doom into the Earth Splitter, though. Looks like they're going to be able to get the RP off as well. Faith Beyond drops to the deck. Finger of Death finishes off Nothing to Say. And T1 showing up in spades here. Have a 3K net worth lead. They get to as Jin Q. Shockwave into the Centaur. Mana Drain to follow. And another, okay, Echo Stomp delays the inevitable, it seems. And that is a quick 3 kills for T1. Now, Y on the run. He is fine. Potentially some damage up to this tier 1 mid as well.
Very good stuff there from T1. Just so fast, right? They immediately see any sort of opening. They just pile on. They use all of their key ultimates here, but it's well worth it. So this Echo Slam doesn't clip the Doom, so immediately gets doomed. The Solar Guardian comes in, and they just connect very quickly. And this RP is what seals the deal. They get Nothing to Say. No good way to cookie him. Very, very well done by T1.
Yep, good execution.
4K lead. They're in a great position right now.
Quick fingers from Carl, as always, as we're going to see another kill on the Snapfire here in the replay.
So where were we with Sven? Sven used to have Devotion Aura.
Okay.
Used to have an
I actually
armor aura.
I don't remember that one. That's before my time.
It's a very old. There is a small handful of heroes still, I think. I want to say it's less than 5 that have the original spells still. Like entirely, basically only number tweaks, but still same concept.
We have a pig pole usage. Faith Beyond. Very nicely done as Roshan is being attentive despite being down 4K net worths and they're in LGD. Looks like they're going to get it.
Yeah.
T1 not expecting this.
This is basically what happens when you pick these massive ultimate lineups against a team that can kill Roche, right? If you don't manage to get the Roche off it, they're going to go and take that objective. So very good awareness here from LGD that they can get away with this. They're going to give it to Ame. So unfortunately for LGD, I guess you could say unfortunate. I don't know if it's unfortunate, but both of their Aegis carriers are transformation-based heroes to an extent, right? DP's ulti doesn't transfer through Aegis. I think there was a time when it did, I want to say.
I don't remember that.
But I'm pretty certain. Anyway,
but
they're going to give it to Terrorblade. And Terrorblade, in many ways, is probably one of the best transformation heroes to have it on because of how much he still does with his second life. He has Reflection, he has the Sunder, the Conjure images as well.
Late game, when you get Ags, he gets basically a few seconds of meta anyway. As
Dead Dawnbreaker.
Super dead. Just see, that's a position 5.
Yep.
Still takes a while to kill. She's beefy.
Yep. Good strength gain, has the mech that he didn't even use, so could have taken a little bit longer to kill, but let's save it for a rainy day. Actually, might as well have used it. It would have probably been ready again, but relatively irrelevant.
23 Savage now pressuring this tier 1's gonna force out the fort as Faith Beyond does have Echo Slam back online.
They're a little bit cautious about pushing here because the PSG LGD heroes went missing top. And from T1's perspective, they could have easily smoked or TP'd mid-tier 2 to set up a defense here. They didn't. Now finally Faith Beyond is going to go in and defend. He almost let the tower fall to creeps, as a matter of fact, before he got the confidence to go here. I guess at some point you're just like, okay, they must have left, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't have a ward seeing T1 backing off, so he couldn't confidently go and cover that tower. But PSG understand how important it is, and even though it isn't deny range, I reckon they will keep it standing here just for the vision and the potential TP control later. The glyph is on a very long cooldown, however, so still think 23 Savage will want to go there. But it can function effectively as a bait, right?
Yep.
When you're playing against a team and there's a mid-tier 1 tower and all these teams know,
this is potentially a huge kill. Oh, double pumping on the Doom.
Doesn't want to doom him. He doesn't know where the backup is of the team, and of course there is the Aegis.
Yeah, that's true.
No Aegis there, that's an instant doom for sure, but yeah.
So ends up negating that smoke attempt from T1. Yep. Still 3 minutes to go for this Aegis timer. Who were we casting? Was it yesterday where they weren't afraid to go all in on that Aegis, on that high ground?
Yeah, that was IG against Spirit.
Yeah. See the meta popped, and tier 2 tower taking heavy damage as a result. They finally does T1 that mid-tier 1. T1 gets that mid-tier 1 Cinderin. Very easy to say.
Yep.
As Scotty looks to be next for Amine. And yeah, this is just going to be given up. Again, just respecting that Aegis. Pick pull on Whitemon now. Does each team have one?
Sometimes I wonder how they get their ideas. Like, who came up with that? Why
Probably
does it have to
Slacks.
squeal like that?
Probably Slacks.
Probably.
I mean, he came up with Lycan Ag, so
yeah, thanks.
Anything's possible. Which we're not actually seeing much past, I want to say, the first couple days of the group stage. Started to fall off a bit.
Basically the thanks Obama of Dota is thanks Lex, I think. Pretty great idea, Lex. Thanks for that.
Many more to come,
I feel like T1 might want to make a move again here. Like, they didn't use anything. They have their smoke ready. This is one of the biggest benefits to Dawnbreaker, what you're seeing in action right now, by the way. Similar to how Spectre will play as a carry, Dawnbreaker can just sit on the opposite side of the map and keep covering the dead lane, as I've heard it's called. And then whenever your team makes a move, you can always connect with Solar Guardian. And if you do get ganked comparatively to a Spectre, it's a relatively minor loss. So expect to see Zephyr sitting up here a lot of the time, just pushing out this lane. If he gets ganked by 3 heroes, it's okay, whatever. But actually, do have the smoke coming in here. They want to try to see if they can get a jump on Faith Beyond, but he seems very aware.
Carl whips himself, trying to find Faith Beyond in the trees. Enchant Totem. Blink Dagger's not up from their 6 seconds, but looks like he has used successfully. In the meantime, they will find a pickup onto Jin Q instead.
Knows there's a ward there now, of course, being caught in the trees, but what a great play from Faith Beyond to stand there in that tree line and get out. The one escape he had, and he found it.
30 seconds on the Aegis, so we're going to see Solar Guardian with the whip. Doom. Cuckoo in the vicinity gets the shockwave, and this is going to be an easy kill for T1 again. Nothing to say, just ticks away there. So T1 starting to mount a very, very big lead. Of course, it is a Doom game, so have to keep that slightly in mind here.
Oh, Gabe likes them.
Yeah, what's
Gabe
the percentage?
71%.
That's quite a bit. Faith
pretty
Beyond,
good odds.
Fissure. Not going to follow it up with anything here. And Faith Beyond is working on the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
What do you think about the Sheesh voice line? Do you like it?
Who does that?
Whitemon, whenever T1 do literally anything.
I'll have to hear it. That's from Undying.
How have you not heard it?
I'm not going to lie, I blocked
You've said like 20 times this game.
Cinder, I don't even listen to you. You think I listen to the voice line? The fact that you find that so funny is funny in and of itself, I think. Whitemon now. Ooh, he's actually working on Ags. Very cool. So Dawnbreaker Aghanim Scepter
Awesome
gives
item.
you basically more control with your ult. You can pop it immediately, so it's only a 1 second lag time, or you can wait longer. It heals more, and it provides 60% evasion for any allies in the area.
Which is godly against Terrorblade, who generally doesn't buy MKB or doesn't want to.
But then again,
doesn't do much against DP. The Ghosts have True Strike, but against Terrorblade, it is very, very good.
It's not even the first time I've seen the Dawnbreaker Ags in a pro game, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Some of the games we saw in the group stages were...
Oh my god, they actually found him. All right. That is going to be a kill. So PSG LGD successfully take out Carl, who again is the top net worth right now.
Maybe a little bit of a false feeling of safety because of the ward that he did have up there, but they knew it was there and they took a different angle than standing there in the tree line. Went a little bit too far, and it's a big pick for LGD. Unfortunately for them, Roshan can't respawn yet, so they won't be able to get that with that Doom kill, but it's still a very, very major gold swing when you kill such a rich hero. The kill itself is worth 1,200 gold in just relative difference.
And then a minute without him farming. And
yep. And then it quickly adds
using
up.
his Midas, his Devour, all that good stuff.
Yep.
I mean, it does feel like a mini Alchemist, but at the same time, you feel the power of him. Yeah. Alchemist like ramps up to a point where like, okay, now I understand once he's 6-slotted. But for Doom, I mean, just his ult in and of itself, just being able to put yourself in position to get his ult off has huge impact on the game. As we see a smoke now from T1, Ags is completed on Faith Beyond, so he's going to be jumping around on that Earthshaker. Doesn't really have much mana to speak of right now, though.
I'm actually surprised we do end up getting a draft with T1 in it that gets a last pick Doom. Like, this seems like such a good ban against this team in general in the second phase, but even in the third phase, LGD did not want to cover their bases against that one, and T1 say thank you very much, even willingly picking it into a hard lane matchup, and they're still making it work. GQ. He's out.
Looks like he's fine. Oh! Right at the last second, Whitemon. Yeah, they know the ward is there.
Very early Finger of Death. I'm actually not sure he got the stack there, but...
Well, he has 4. I believe he had 3, so...
Just to clarify, when I said he's out, I meant of the game.
Yeah, that's the old cast.
If there was any sort of confusion there. Yep. Obviously very clearly going to die there.
And so many of those Tinker wards have been placed and dewarded in a game with no Tinker.
Yeah.
Just seeing like how much split pushing is occurring in this meta right now, regardless of what heroes are in the game. Now, let's do some item progressions here. So, Ame has the Scotty S and Y.
Close to BKB.
Yeah. Just about 1,000 away from finishing that. Looks like nothing to
BKB.
say. He has his Booster Travel BKB Yules and Shivas, so this is, like you said, was very standard build overall.
Kind of surprising to see them smoke here, don't you think? Like, he's 800 gold away from BKB. Do they feel cornered enough that they have to make this move? I get that you have the 9-second BKB on DP, but getting the one on Terrorblade on top of it would be really good. I guess they need to cover the area because Roshan can respawn any second now. So maybe this is just by necessity. That's got to be it. If Roche couldn't be up, I don't think they do the smoke.
Good Savage, Fissure into the Enchant Totem Initiation. Nothing saying it's about his BKB, but he just runs away now.
Oh, why did he BKB?
A little bit of a misstep here potentially from LGD. We'll see if T1 can take advantage. There's now 23 Savage. You can see his build. SNY Scotty just picked up that BKB.
This is really
one of the
news
few
from
mistakes
LGD.
from LGD we've seen.
BKB and Exorcism for what? Like, now you can just lose Roche in 30 seconds. You won't have one of your cores effectively.
Carl wants to jump in. He does so. Gets fissured immediately into the angle cycle. There's a Solar Guardian. Will he live? Finally, the right clicks will be enough to take him out. But the RP onto 3 heroes into the skewer. 23 Savage is going ham here. But finally, the Sunder comes out from Ame as 23 Savage forced to TP out. But no, the BKB ends. And he gets canceled. The right clicks are there along with nothing to say. With that Spirit Siphon, 23 Savage trying to hold his ground. But eventually these right clicks will be too much as Ame just continuing to pound upon him. But nothing to say is the one taking most of the damage from Medusa. One more right click will do it. He dies along with the double kill from 23 Savage. The buyback onto the Elder Titan. Ame getting extremely low. Finally dropped to the deck. And this is a complete disaster for both teams. Everybody's dying. Finally Zephyr TPing out. Will be successful. It feels like everybody died. 7 deaths for
My
PSG
favorite
LGD.
kind of fight. Nobody won.
Goodness.
Everyone goes out a loser.
Huh.
Wait, who gained net worth there? Somebody must have gained something.
Well, it looks like LGD somehow did, despite
The big
dying
winner was
7 times.
Terrorblade with 1,100 net worth gained.
Very
overall.
good.
What an insane fight. After that 3-man RP, 3-man horn toss, there's no way LGD get that outcome. How in the world
Right.
did they end up? It's obviously because Doom is dead. Like the instant stun from Shaker. Faith Beyond with the super clutch. If he doesn't stun Doom there, they're screwed, man. But they end up kind of salvaging it.
This cancel TP.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Look at the net worth right now. 7K lead for T1.
Yeah.
When the fight ends, it's the same.
Yeah, we'll just call that a wash.
I think, okay, pay attention to what happens now. So Y is going to walk in on his Elder Titan and start hitting the line. I think if he walks next to Medusa earlier than this, does that straight away so they get the natural order, I think Ame might have actually survived this fight. So could have been optimized a little bit here where we're kind of, picking apart the minor details when it comes to this level of play. But, wow, that was actually a crazy fight. Hey.
Oh, but we got the Titan Sliver now, Cinder for Ame. The Dream neutral drop.
Yep.
And
Currently
obviously
has the Paladin Sword. I would imagine he wants to swap. Does he want to keep Paladin Sword just for the lifesteal? He's currently not changing.
Really?
Usually you do see Terrorblades gravitate toward Titan Sliver for a couple of reasons. First of all, your base damage is insane in Metamorphosis, so you get way more damage out of that item than most heroes do. Secondly, your hero is primarily susceptible to disables, so having the status resistance helps a lot. And it gives magic resistance on a hero that has a lot of armor. It's like incredible. This item was made for this hero, basically, but he's still opting for the Paladin Sword because he wants the lifesteal. I guess against Doom, he might feel like that's more valuable.
he's not queuing up a Satanic either, so maybe the fact that he's not going lifesteal right now.
And maybe he has to go MKB because of the Ags on Dawn, and then he will get
the fact that you have to
lifesteal.
do that because of position 4 bot Ags.
Yep.
Kind of crazy. But we did see the impact there. I think he didn't hold the Solar Guardian for that long. And we talked about how it's really just RP setting that up if you want to actually extend the duration.
Okay with Lion on a single target, but it's not the greatest, I agree.
As we can see, smoke now from PSG LGD. So despite that fight being a wash, you can see T1 continue to pull away just a bit in terms of net worth. And that's what happens with Doom and a mid-game to late-game Medusa. It just becomes really hard to handle. And Roche is being attempted. Let's see if LGD can actually contest here.
Well, they can keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Titan might be the best hero in the entire game at contesting Roche.
He is the king of stalling together with Tinker.
It's already a half health, though.
Old Tinker,
This is
I
the
should
Aegis
say.
and Shard. Scouting it out with the Astral Spirit. Getting the massive damage to come, I'm sure. Echo Stop will miss, though.
Actually, are they just going to give it up here? It looks like PSG are not committing to the pick.
They're showing Faith Beyond close to the tier 2. Yeah. I mean...
BKB?
Yeah. All right, they force out the BKB, but yeah, you're right. This is just completely left for T1 now. So Aegis, Shard. Shard will be consumed by Medusa. So that's going to be the single... Oh, Doom on to nothing to say. In the meantime, Carl, see if they can actually pick this up. Cuckoo does get off the horn toss, and a finger of death from Whitemon is enough. So, I mean, typically when you're going for Roche like that, the other team gets a pick off, but in this case, T1 gets both.
I have a fun fact for you that I just realized. The one game PSG LGD have lost this tournament, they had DP.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
they actually had DP
surely
in that
they
game
picked
as
DP
well.
more than once.
And they first phased it here, so... Well, not saying they're going to lose this game, but it is looking very good for T1.
Absolutely.
They're sitting on Aegis 12k gold lead, an insane late game lineup, which, to be honest, LGD can match for a large portion, but at some point it just feels like when this Doom goes a little bit further and gets that refresher, he should relatively easily be able to get at least one of his Dooms onto Terrorblade. And then it's just a matter of protecting Medusa as she clicks people down one at a time. Level 25s are also somewhat on the horizon here. Medusa level 23.5. For comparison, Ame is level 20 on the Terrorblade, and that's usually just how it goes. A lot of the gold that Terrorblade gets has 0 experience with it, because because of the nature of how he farms. Solar Guardian.
Earth Splitter was used. Solar Guardian actually canceled. No, sorry, that's the Aghanim Scepter. He actually kept it the entire time. Now Faithion taking the brunt of the damage here as Cuckoo gets to skewer off. Why? With the Force Staff, we hear the Exorcism go off as well. Faithion with a nice, beautiful fissure into the Echo Slam. They're going to blow up the Doom. Nothing to say, trying to maneuver himself around that fissure as Cuckoo pops a BKB into the skewer. TP attempt will be successful at getting out.
Zephyr's in trouble.
He is completely surrounded, gets off the Starbreaker, but dies shortly after. So LGD with a nice exchange here. They lose Faith Beyond.
What a godly cookie that was.
They get Doom.
Very, very nicely done, yeah. At the very least for T1, they do kill Shaker and they don't lose their Aegis. And, you know, a lot of spells are committed that time around for LGD to find these 2 kills. They use Echo Slam, they use Exorcism. Even the Snapfire ult was used there. Not the biggest deal in this game comparatively, but... might mean that T1 are ready for their own move in 30 seconds. They're actually moving out relatively aggressively with 3 heroes here. With those spells on cooldown and an Aegis on Medusa, they feel confident. Like you said, he got the shard, so...
Yep.
Which single target spells does he even... Sunder! Is that the only one?
Spirit Siphon, Sunder...
Spirit Siphon is very, very good.
That's true.
That is amazing against that.
Does it work on items? I guess not. Like a Yule's or something like that?
I don't think so. The
With
wording
a
says spell.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I don't know that. Very disappointing, I know.
It's okay.
I'll be better.
He actually has Ags queued up after the Silver Edge for 23 Savage, so that'll end up synergizing with the Shard eventually, turn people to stone. But on the other side, Ame did complete the MKB like he talked about. I would assume, okay, he actually is going for Daedalus next, so just raw damage for the most part. Still no lifesteal, which is why he's still continuing to keep that neutral item.
Yeah.
It's not often you see no lifesteal as an actual item purchase on a
I'm
TV
being told by chat that it does work on items, so there's a 50% chance that it works on items, probably.
Oh boy.
We're going to assume that chat is always right. Good job. So we'll say it does work on items.
Good to know. I'll believe it when I see it, though. Uh-oh. 23 Savage and company looking to just take some towers here. They'll get the tier 2, it looks like. Well, at the very least, they're poking. I mean, at this stage of the game, this is kind of a high ground defense game for PSG LGD, especially against an Aegis. And you can't ask for a much better team to defend high ground with literally Elder Titan +4 is all you really need.
Yeah.
It feels like.
How many Force Staffs do they have? They have 0 Force Staffs on T1. That means effectively Fissure will be a complete block off that they can't really counter. The only hero that really gets out of it is Magnus with the Skewer and the Dawnbreaker with Celestial Hammer. The other heroes will be stuck in a really awkward position.
By the way,
unfortunately, their siege hero is ranged, so it's hard to Fissure block Medusa if she's hitting from the low ground.
It's really hard to kill her, but 23 Savage did actually complete the Ags and does not have buyback now. So killing her once this Aegis is taken out of the picture.
Very true. It's expiring in 5 seconds.
A bit risky, but T1 definitely with the advantage now.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And early Roche is obviously now in 3 minutes with the Aegis just expiring. So plenty of time for both teams to build up further. I think LGD would like to wait with fighting until they have the Terrorblade Daedalus as well, even though he has MKB Chrysalis, which is powerful. He has, based on 23 Savage's item build, I actually think he will overpower the Medusa clearly when he gets the Daedalus, just because the raw damage and tankiness that 23 Savage has with this build doesn't really match up. If this Aghanims was, say... Well, what could it have been? He could have had a Daedalus himself at least, which he isn't opting for. He's going for the silver, like we talked about.
Obviously doesn't want to go butterfly because MKB exists already.
So what would he get? I mean, Rapier would be the obvious choice, right? Since it's a Medusa, at that point you're probably stronger than the Terrorblade with the Rapier plus Daedalus. But for now, a fully decked out Ame will be terrifying. And also, we're talking a lot about the carry versus carry matchup, but we should be focusing quite a lot on the Magnus and Doom as well for T1. They're really setting up the fights for them, and if any of these get caught by a Fissure, Terrorblade is going to kill them in like 4 hits. Right. Once these items are done, so okay, maybe not the Doom. That's a bit of a stretch. Magnus is not particularly tanky with this build. He's sitting on 19 armor, and that's basically it. None of his items really make him tanky at all.
Still a 77% win probability for T1.
Yeah, still looking great. It's been flatlining though.
It has.
For a while.
Y is working on Aghanim Scepter for himself, so that's going to give him basically the BKB once the Astral Spirit returns. What do you think of the shard for that hero, where you take places with your spirit?
Oh, Faith Beyond.
Zephyr. Oh, they force out the BKB. Faith Beyond. Looks like he's going to get doomed mid-jump, though. Canceled his own TP. Attempting to get out. The nice slow coming out as well. And he might actually be fine, but he doesn't have... I guess he does have a TP.
A little bit of indecisiveness there from Carl. I think he wasn't sure whether he really wanted to use this Doom, so he doesn't have it on anyone else, but he ends up throwing it, and then refreshes for the Shiva's vision, but doesn't find Shaker. We'll still have another Doom if the fight is to break out, but this is probably going to slow down T1 a little bit. Ideally, they want to wait for Carl to have at least BKB ready, maybe BKB and Refresher, and in that case, well, then you're fighting into a maxed out Terrorblade here, pretty much. Can still swap out Sanjay and Yasha theoretically, as well as the Power Treads, but I think he wants to keep the SNY for as long as possible. We'll probably see him get like Moon Shard before he replaces that for another item.
Yeah.
So not very much growth left here for Amit for a bit. Main things he wants actually are from Roshan at this point, and maybe a better neutral item. Skewer.
Cuckoo. Oh, that's a really long skewer. That talent is insane. Finger of Death. And nothing to say. Another death to his name. So despite getting off to, I want to say, a really good start, kind of tapered off a bit on this DP. Looks like he's going for Lincoln's next, so the anti-Doom builds are coming. But
still needs to worry about some other cancels, though. Obviously, Mana Drain, Blink Hex. Cuckoo trying his luck.
Good attempt there. 60 seconds for nothing to say to come back. Does have buyback, though, and still with his ult intact. It's 23 Savage now poking.
There is an exposed fissure angle when 23 Savage is standing on the high ground there to get off the attacks. Obviously, they had no wave, so they couldn't get vision any other way. Needs to be a little bit careful about the Shaker block on that Medusa in case.
Third Roche is up. So, Echo Slam. This is for a Dawnbreaker. Fissure to follow. He's actually going to heal himself and be fine. Carl has come in with that Doom as well. This time they will find the kill. The pump fakes galore. As Faith Beyond drops 65 seconds. No Earthshaker. No buyback. And more importantly, because T1 probably doesn't know he doesn't have buyback, no Echo Slam anyway.
Yep.
Into the Roche pit they go.
Going to be very confident with this. They will have their second Doom as well in just 15 seconds, so Carl could connect over there, but I don't even think he's going to need to. I think PSG LGD are very careful with even approaching Roshan without their Shaker. Yeah. They're going to scout it out with the Spirit. It's going to stomp here.
This is the Aghanim Scepter.
Roche is going to set that up nicely.
Yeah.
But
looks like they'll get it for free.
They will.
Cinderin, you know what we're going to talk about here. There's an Ags on the floor.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tier 5 items.
Doom picks it up, so longer Doom duration, and it breaks.
Yep.
Which the break, I mean, against Elder, not going to want to Doom Elder Titan, I guess, but Natural Order just doesn't work anymore. That's kind of a big deal, I think. Other than that, break doesn't really do anything, does it? It's just for the 6-second extra duration. Unless I'm missing something. Cuckoo. Oh, he gets the art. Oh, no, he hard toss after. The wrong direction. Oh, boy.
We need wards.
Yeah, that's quite... not my fault. We don't have wards in their tier 4 tower. Yeah, a little bit of miss... I mean, it's just the wrong angle, really. But now RP's down. Can't PSG LGD do anything about this? Or will this just be like X amount of seconds off of the Aegis?
I think they want to go. This is big. It's the one of the biggest spells that has been problematic for them has been this RP. If they get the jump and they pop their BKBs, this could be the makings of a big comeback for them. They are still fighting at a massive disadvantage here into Aegis, into 2 Dooms. Actually, only 1 Doom.
Oh, but the Refresher just picked up by Cuckoo. They don't know this.
They don't know.
So he has another RP to work with. Very sneaky indeed.
This is very spicy, Carl.
Force smoke now for LGD.
Fissure.
Fissure into the initiation, but there's the Solar Guardian from afar. Can he get off the BKB in time? He does. He will live as a result. Meanwhile, we see a big impale on the backside. Nothing to say. Pops his BKB and runs, or Exorcism's already used, which means T1 just have to wait this out. T1 are looking very good this game. Primed and ready to potentially force this to a game 3. But can LGD come back? I mean, normally I'd be like, it's going to be a tough road for X team to come back from this, but it's LGD, and they've looked virtually unstoppable this entire tournament.
They've had games with a similar look to this that they still managed to clutch out in the end on high ground. And I'm still going to keep focusing on the fact that T1 have very limited ways of repositioning a couple of their heroes, so once Fissures come in, and the Elder Titan Stomp as well, they don't really have a good way of handling that. Keep in mind, Y as well has the Force Staff. We usually see the defensive use, but the offensive use in a game like this is really powerful. If you get the Echo Stomp or a Fissure, you can push people into a very bad position inside the Radiant base here, but for now, obviously 23 Savage very safe with the Aegis.
Indeed, has the cheese in his back pocket as well.
They're looking to trade top.
That's true. Damage is definitely being done right now, but the tier 3 is still relatively healthy. And
Dawnbreaker?
Dawnbreaker there with the Solar Guardian if he wants to come in. He's going to take some damage, but will walk away safely. Was Echo Slam just used?
He used it in the last
still,
fight when
still
they
on
jumped
cooldown for 20 seconds. Okay. But that's the beauty. You talked about this earlier. That's the beauty of having somebody like Dawnbreaker. You can TP up there, no problem, and just use your ult to get back in the fight if you need to.
Yeah, it's doing T1 a lot of good right now, having a global hero. That's for sure.
Oh, the jump in again. Nothing to say against Doom, but the Fissure blocks them off a bit. Cuckoo expends an RP. And nothing to say, just completely surrounded and will be brought down here. They do lose Lion, though, so 1 for 1.
Yo, Savage is in the middle of nowhere here. Could be good, could be bad.
And right clicks from 23 Savage coming. He's doing a lot of damage, but the Fissure continues to block him off.
Could be nothing.
Great tool against the siege tank. That is Medusa. We'll see if they can try to take advantage of this Aegis. It doesn't look like another minute to go. They did get the mid racks though, and I think if you're T1, you'll be happy with at the very least that. Maybe they try to poke here, but again, time's running out.
Yeah, the LGD have effectively delayed the second lane of racks by a decent amount of time. Horn toss.
Yeah, Horn toss, but the BKB forced. Courier taken out as well. That was most of a refresher, by the way, for Jin Q. Not sure if he has the recipe in his backpack, as we can see the jump in now. You see the Aghanim Scepter go to work. That spell immunity, and away he goes. Aegis 30 seconds. Satanic now online for Ame.
Yeah, 23 Savage needs to be careful not to lose this Aegis when he has low mana. He needs to reset position, make sure he gets all his mana back, or this is over. I mean, they might not want to push anyway, regardless, now that it's gone. So LGD effectively lose mid-melee barracks, which happened about a minute and a half ago, and that's it for this Aegis. So still, T1 are building more and more and more of an advantage. Of course, Doom, I don't even know what he goes now. He's queued up a heart. I guess he'll replace Midas for heart now. How greedy are you going to be? How long do you want to keep the Midas for?
Keep the Midas, please. Please.
Can tell you're a Pango player.
Yeah, I definitely buy Midas on Pango.
Don't need boots that much.
Oh, that's true. That's more accurate for him, at least. But yeah, I mean, is there any consideration to the fact that T1 are running out of slots to upgrade? Is that a silver lining for LGD?
I suppose to an extent. It is still hard to end this game, I think, for T1. That's like the silver lining. Your team is insane on high ground, and anything can happen in super late game Dota. So a lot of the time it comes down to which key core just gets caught by something. Right. Like when the net worths are this high and the buybacks are that expensive and the damage is this crazy.
I mean, look at this, Cinderin. Level 25 position 4 Dawnbreaker. Ame, position 1, still 24.
Yeah.
That is...
He's not finding a lot of experience around on the map, that's for sure. It's just mainly the illusions pushing out lanes, so... And it's a good point. The 25 on Ame is actually very important. Those talents are insane.
Yeah.
In the late game, you either get the 35 seconds more frequent Sunder
Which would
or
you go for in this
20
game?
meta duration. I don't know, actually. Getting the Sunder down to a 6-second cooldown sounds pretty crazy, but you're still playing against so many lockdowns, right? So you probably take the meta duration. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough call. If you get doomed, then the decision might not even matter, right?
Right.
23 Savage has a refresher for himself now, so double BKB, double Stone Gaze, double Silver Edge. Wow. Yep, strong stuff, I know. Oh, Zephyr is going to be spotted out. That's the Demon Zeal popped. They're going to be able to take out Dawnbreaker in quick succession here. Carl looking to potentially go in. Pops the BKB. Nothing to say, does the same. Doom actually applied to Ame, but he's already in meta form. I think they'd be fine to fight here.
Carl has used everything.
T1, there's a huge RP from Cuckoo, though, and the right foot from 23 Savage is decimating LGD. Earthshaker buys second RP. Second RP onto Ame. He's stuck in place, but there is the lifesteal. And look at how much damage he actually does. He is getting kited from afar, though, as 23 Savage with that split shot modifier going to work on LGD overall. Can they stun lock Ame enough? Zephyr getting right picked down from far. The Sunder talent was definitely taken, as you see. Ame use it multiple times. Faith Beyond finally come back to the fight. Trying to kite Medusa as much as possible. Ame, all he can do is try to lifesteal. It's not going to happen, though. Double kill for 23 Savage. Finally will go down. Does have buyback, and Ame's going to expend his. So Jin Q working on Carl right now. Burning down to that Inferno Blade. Fissure, nicely done. Blocks off Carl completely. Faith Beyond on the wrong side, though. Why?
Carl has no buyback.
Still has that magic immunity. 23 Savage buys back in the game. Looks like they want to try to finish this one way or the other, Cinderin. And there, Carl jumps in on nothing to say with the finger of death. Down he goes. Double kill for him. Buyback again from LGD. 5 versus 5. Assuming nobody has buyback at this point. Good Gaben. And they continue to fight here, or do they want to back?
Oh, the Fissure
on the wrong side. Provides enough space for 23 Savage to get away safely. This game is insane. 27k net worth lead, and this feels so even.
Who even has buyback anymore?
Does anybody? That's the question.
No. The only players who didn't use it are... They all did?
That is a 10 kill, 10 buy. The first of TI-10 and maybe ever, actually. That is insane, man. Oh. Sheepstick now. Oh, sorry, I can't hype up everything. Sheepstick picked up by Doom. And that's a double Sheepstick, double everything. And he is
This is going to be the item
out.
now of this game, I think. Whitemon with the Aeon Disc. I think we might see more players pick this up in this game if it goes longer. When you're without buybacks, that is essentially your second life. Oh,
any kill now is huge.
Yes.
No buybacks.
Literally any kill.
PSG LGD playing it safe. I just can't get over the fact how even that fight was. That was 30k net worth deficit. How is that possible?
I think it really showcased how much stronger Ame is than 23 Savage in a raw fist fight. Like, it took him so long for the Medusa to finally kill a TV.
Roshan.
Well.
Number 4 has the Aegis, Cheese, Ags, and Refresher Shard this time, which for T1 is very nice. Echo Stomp being shown here. LGD.
This is a really big moment
Looks
for
like
T1.
they're coming to potentially contest. It's already at half health, though. There's the Mortimer's Kisses from afar. That's the talent. Look at how much damage that is actually doing. Carl has to be careful. There's a Solar Guardian. Has to be used to try to defend Roche. Earth Splitter's there as well. Looks like they'll finally get Roche eventually. He's nothing to say. The Pop is actually going to jump in front of him. Into the Echo Slam. Roshan is taken out. Who the hell got the Aegis? That is the first step from Dawnbreaker. Refresher on the ground, for God's sake. Faith Beyond's going to take a tumble. The 1-for-1 Aegis claimed by 23 Savage. LGD need to reset. Cuckoo not able to get the right horn toss. Was on an illusion. So T1 getting the better of that, I do believe. They got the Aegis. I can't keep track of these items. 52 minutes in the game.
1-for-1?
Oh. That Echo Slam was disgusting.
That was such an ugly setup too, right? Like you shoot the, you start the Mortimer Kisses, which he's level 25, so he has the strong talent, and they use it to chain with stuns Fissure into Enchant Totem into Echo, so that Jinkyu did insane amounts of damage in that. He did the most damage out of anyone.
Whitemon was just gifted an Axe, by the way, so you're going to get the AoE Finger of Death. He has 7 charges of Finger.
Who got all the stuff from Roche?
Well, Aegis from Medusa, obviously. There's the cheese.
They don't have the cheese. What else was on it?
Axe was on it, and Refresher Shard. I don't know who got that.
Where's the shard?
You can keep track as I watch buildings die. 50 seconds of no Faith Beyond, 50 seconds of no Dawnbreaker. Of course, a little bit more concerning for PSG LGD considering 23 Savage and company are in their base. So they're gonna get their second lane of rack. They can't go for Megas. The tier 2 bot still remains after all this time. That is actually shocking. In fact, just gonna go for the tier 4s for now. 23 Savage approaching level 30. Gonna be a pretty massive power spike for him. Yeah, Carl as well, that is true. So they get 1 tier 4. Trying to take out these illusions. The Echo Stomp, again, just the delays constantly. We barely talked about it, but the fact that Lion can just destroy these illusions obviously hinders Ame's ability to push out these lanes. And the fact that he has Shard, actually. It's the triple mana drain. Tier 4, all right. Faith Beyond is back, and remember, Dawnbreaker can just come in. There's Cuckoo. Oh, he kind of stutter steps there. Finally gets off the skewer, back into the fray. You can see the Earth Splitter from afar. Solar Guardian coming in as well. Can they kill Ame? Yes, they can. 120 seconds of no Terrorblade. PSG LGD might be putting on the brink here of Game 3 if they're able to not hold this off. The Ancient is exposed as 23 Savage continuing to just pound upon it, forcing them back into their fountain, and this looks like T1 will be forcing the Game 3. Cinder and Faith Beyond gets off the Echo Slam though. Wide, jumps in, has a lot of damage to work with, but nothing to say. He doesn't have enough damage to kill off 23 Savage, but okay. Satanic keeping him alive. Carl jumps in with the hoof stomp. He's continuing to try to hit this Ancient. 23 Savage. Echo Stomp again, just keeping him at bay. Yule Scepter now. Can they kite him enough? Refresher Shard used by Cuckoo. Into the RP. Into the Ancient kill. T1 force Game 3. Oh,
what a sick game.
Oh my God.
That was hype. I love that game. Oh. Showcasing all of the strengths of both teams, honestly. I think T1 playing some of their absolute best heroes and a lot of standout performances. How many good catches do we see from Cuckoo, among a couple of interesting we need wards in the enemy base, but for the most part, Carl on the Doom, all of their trademark stuff, and PSG LGD showing their insane late game plays, right? That you're so far behind and you still make that look like an even game. You gotta say, going into Game 3, right? If T1 gets some of these key heroes and they can build themselves a position like that, they definitely have what it takes to take the series. But LGD still even in a loss, have to inspire confidence in the viewers that they're probably still the favorite in Game 3. Especially if they clean up a little bit, perhaps in the draft here with giving
they
T1
went
all
late
these heroes,
game against Refresher Medusa, Refresher Doom, Refresher Magnus, not to mention Refresher Shards on top of those already Refresher Orbs. Unbelievable game number 2.
What
like
a
I said,
crazy game for T1.
Yeah, T1 forces this to Game 3. Let's see what the panel has to say about this absolutely god-tier Game 2.
Well, I have to say, first of all, that was absolutely god-tier casting from Suns Fan and from Cinder in there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, we were reminding ourselves as we were watching that incredible match that T1 actually have taken a game off LGD in the upper bracket final of the Kiev Major. So the fact that they won today actually shouldn't be that surprising, Tsunami.
There was a Doom in that game as well, although it wasn't on Carl, it was on Cuckoo, but it does seem like the T1 will resolve their more dangerous situations with comfort, and that happened in this game, that happened in the Animajor, but then LGD did take Game 3, and I don't know, maybe tides are changing? We'll see.
Maybe. I mean, it worked. Like, we looked at that draft, and we were thinking, like, okay, on one hand, you have this is the most T1 draft ever. You have the greediest heroes, also heroes that can make plays though. But it's like you have Magnus, who is obviously going to be farming up with his abilities. You have Midas on the Doom. You have Devour. You have Medusa, and yet like they were still running around the map, killing everybody. I actually think that the MVPs of that game were Carl, Cuckoo, and Whitemon. And Whitemon in particular, because in every single fight, he was waiting to use his Finger of Death. In that huge fight at the end, where literally 10 heroes bought back, the reason that they were able to kill, I believe it was Nothing to Say, right at the end, where it looked like LGD was actually going to take it with that buyback, was with Whitemon in the Finger, where I was sitting there thinking, like, there's no way that he still has it up, but he was being patient with it. And then also, on every RP, he was hitting a double or triple stun off of the RP. He wasn't getting killed online, other than in the fight where they all 10 bought back. Everybody died in that one.
Jenkins, I think it was you who were saying on the desk earlier that the key thing is obviously stacking your team fights. And T1 were able to do that in the early game, although there were some team fights where it was really hard to tell who actually benefited the most. And I really wanted to take a look back at one of those team fights. It was around the 27-minute mark. What the hell is happening here? Who wants to talk me through this one? Owie?
Sure. So, I mean, Faith Beyond, he has a really quick reaction to Carl blinking in. They blow up the Doom, who's the highest net worth on his Doom, maybe second, and he doesn't get any spells off. However, T1, they're still so confident in this fight. They understand their net worth lead, and they still play out the fight, like, nice and slowly. When Dusa gets caught here, they don't leave her to die. They understand that they can get a turnaround here. I think the fight ends up being one of those weird fights where you don't really know which side won. I mean, they both sort of kill all of each other, which is apparently what happened this game. But LGD supports LGD supports did actually have to use buyback, which let T1 get the next roles pretty much uncontested. You just have more buybacks in them. I do want to say though, one thing. I've been playing Dota a long time. I watched a lot of Dota. I've never seen a 5v5 team wipe, 10 buybacks, and then 10 alive heroes.
Yeah.
That's never happened. I haven't even thought of that scenario because it's so unlikely to me.
My initial thought once that happened was like, okay, we get to see what would happen in Dota if buybacks were literally removed.
Right.
Like, how would teams play?
And you know what T1 did? They instantly went for a smoke.
Yeah, they went and fought.
I respect that so much because this is the TI stage. You're in the upper bracket against LGD. You have 0 buybacks. And your play is to go for the aggressive play, to go for the smoke. That's how you win games. You cannot hide in your base and be safe. You need a go-go.
They did have an Aegis, though, so maybe no buyback, but they did have one extra life advantage.
True.
So every little bit counts. And they did have a substantial net worth advantage as well. And it also just felt like the net worth was kind of the X factor for T1, because despite being 20k down, you'd think that with Refresher Mag, Refresher Doom, Refresher Dusa, that every fight should be extremely straightforward for T1. And yet LGD were still kicking and screaming in every single one of them.
Like the fight in the Roche pit
Exactly,
where the Echo Slam comes in from from his Earthshaker. And literally the entire Roshan pit looks like it's Christmas and everyone's bought Roshan offering.
Yeah, we were just sitting there thinking like, who got the Aegis? Who got the Aegis? Nobody got the Aegis. Eventually 23 picks it up. He snatched it, so somebody else got the last hit on Roche.
There's probably like 10k worth of items on the ground.
And then after the fight was over, all 3 of the other Roche items were on the ground or whatever. Like, I think there was a couple of bands of Elven skin, which also, by the way, 23 dropped during a fight.
Just to get his BKB off.
Just to get his BKB. He dropped a band of Elven skin on the ground because his backpack was full. That was the most insane game I've seen in a very long time, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1 versus LGD. It really doesn't.
Watching this, no matter what happens in the third game, whoever goes down to the lower bracket after this one, do you think they've got a chance to keep going, having seen this performance in this most recent game?
I think we're looking at 2 top 4 placements right now. Like, no matter what happens, someone's going to make a lower bracket run, and they're going to assassinate everyone on the way there. And we might see a rematch at some point of these 2 teams as well. Because as entertaining as yesterday was, I do feel like there was a more definitive winner, even though they also went 3-game series. This one felt competitive, and it's revenge from the animator as well. We need to complete the story.
It felt like we didn't get to see Cuckoo really get activated on that Legion Commander in the opening game. But his Magnus in this game, the initiation, and just the gumption, the audacity, the gall, and the gumption, Jenkins, you had to be a little bit impressed.
Watching both of these games, my thoughts were like, okay, don't think this hero's OP. Don't think this hero's OP. Because I don't want to be that guy that just comes out on a panel and then says a hero's OP. But Mag is goddamn OP. Like, that hero, it's so hard to play against him with the Horn Toss, with the Yule Scepter, which we saw in the first game, with the reverse polarity, pulling people out. Even Cuckoo, like, going into the base, the reverse polarity and then not pulling anyone out. It didn't seem to matter because, like, the way people are playing this hero now is not really for the big team fights. It's like you're Pudge, except good.
Oh, great.
You're just
There we go again.
repositioning people, and at TI, that matters a lot. If you think that you're structured, if you think that you have this wall, this formation of your team, Mag just breaks it, and he can farm so quickly that he can get items like Yules and BKB and Eon Disc, where he can break it without just going in and dying. He can consistently break it.
And I know you specifically are pointing to RP, but for the longest time, Magnus's whole relevance in Dota was, can I have someone to empower?
The empower, yeah. That's
Do
like
I have
irrelevant.
a melee here? It's like a side factor at this
Doom
point.
Medusa. Though that was the draft, Doom Medusa.
That's not what you say.
Nobody takes the empower, but I don't even think the RP is the most important part about Mag. It's the skewer.
Yeah.
Now you have you have his Q setup, which now slows and pulls in for that, so you can set up with that. There's a Yule Scepter you can set up with that. There's Horn Toss, which... Was it you that said it removes the skill from... Or it was BSJ. He was so mad. He was like, Horn Toss removes the skill from Magnus. I think that was him saying it.
That was him.
It was definitely him.
He's got a lot to... Like, Skewer was one of the most skill shots of skill shots. And yeah, now Shockwave, you can see pulling them towards him. That used to not happen. He used to just deal damage. And RP was always a very, very delicate dance between that and Skewer. But... the hero's starting to find more relevance as we introduce these Aghanim's shards.
But the thing is, it's not like they took Magnus and took the skill cap and brought it down or something like there's still insane skill that you can have with this hero. It's like Invoker. There's like more pairings of things that you can do. You can Shockwave 3 people and skewer them back and then RP. You can RP into skewer. You can Horn Toss after the RP, before the RP. There's like a million different things that you can do with it. And we saw Cuckoo do basically every combination of them in that game.
So what you're trying to say is, if you are going to be playing some pub games, when you want to play Magnus, get them in before the end of TI10, because he's not going to be quite as fun to play once the players have had their say and spoken to Valve. Is that what you're saying? Have your fun while you can with Magnus, and you know what? T1 and PSG LGD, have your fun on this stage in the upper bracket while you can, because after game number 3, one of you will be going down to that lower bracket. But you know what? After that second match, or second game, I should say, this one is probably going to be yet another electrifying matchup. And I think that PSG, they're going to have learned a lot from that.
Did she call me BSJ?
I'm sorry. I
like
called
that.
it PSG instead of LGD. I apologize.
It's in his contract.
I'm
You
sorry.
can never refer to him as BSJ.
No, I think...
I called them PSG. I didn't mention Brian's name.
Okay, thank God. I think what's really impressive is that despite Game 1 being so dominant from LG, I feel like T1 were really able to suck LGD into their own pace of the game. I feel like this entire tournament, I've never seen LGD make a mistake like they did on mid, where they tried to jump a Medusa with Earthshaker. Sure, there was an Invis Doom there.
With the Invis Doom,
yeah,
right,
there's an Invis Doom there who, Carl, clutch Doom. But that was like a weird engagement. That's not something that you usually see out of LGD. And I think T1, they might have figured something out with the scale. I'm not too sure like who will have the better read going into this game, because generally the counter to these 3 slow cores would to do like play really fast, high tempo, take the towers. LGD, they won all their games, but they're actually one of the slowest teams at taking their enemies' towers this tournament. I think it was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, and also I think they got intel on how LGD likes to play with Terrorblade. They showed it off in Game 1. The dynamic was very similar here. They had Jinkyu on Snapfire, so you had these surrounding staff around the Terrorblade to be like, okay, you know, he wants to man fight, and this time they served up a Medusa to go head-to-head, and they had more enabling the Medusa than they did the Morphling in Game 1.
And I think it was a lot what Aoi was mentioning during the first panel, where there's like poke and maybe not so much disengage, but there was a lot of like eventual really strong team fight. But to me in this game, like maybe there's no like damage poke, but there is like opportunity poke, where like Cuckoo on Magnus was just looking for skewers, and there were certain times where we saw him hilariously blink into the enemy base and then fail to skewer out. But it's like that's what he was going for the entire game, was just looking for these like random opportunities to basically break LGD's wall.
Well, while we wait for the draft to kick off, we are going to check in with PSG LGD because we wanted to have some words with their captain. Oh, in fact, no, you know what? We actually spoke to Y earlier. So you know what? I'm obsessed with Y. But I'm going to be less obsessed with Y and more obsessed with Cuckoo after we find out what he had to say earlier this year.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year. And as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kind of unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style as a captain with everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captain told me, "Hey, Ku, do you want to draft?" Something like that. I know my draft is good, better than March. No, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the Animajor. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI-10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game. Don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on Animajor, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI.
Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI-10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I want to see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kind of good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the ages as a player, as a captain. My goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
And we have no doubt that both teams are going to be trying to do their best in this third and final game of the series in the upper bracket. It is PSG LGD versus T1.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 3.
Welcome to the last draft of the first series of the day. My name is always Ava Plus, joined by Fogged, joined by Lacoste. And while we're analyzing the draft, sometimes it doesn't tell the full story. So Lacoste, tell me, what went so well for T1 last game?
I mean, I gotta focus on Carl. His Doom was completely popping off in that previous game, managing to stay on the top of the network chart with the hand of Midas, understanding of the timings, what needs to be done. He was like just moves, and we can see in this one, like no doubt about it, as we expected, he was hitting hand in the first phase because he was causing so much issues.
They made nothing to say. Look, week, which is one of the rarest times I think I'll ever say that, because he is a pretty flawless player. He doesn't really make mistakes at all, and they just kept finding him out of position with both Carl and Kuku. It was phenomenal, really, from T1, and yeah, you can see the adjustments already made for PSG LGD. We see Magnus now moving in priority up to number 1. ET takes a little bit of a step back, and T1 still going for a very strong scaling draft with these two heroes as an opener, but also still active, very good at just catching and all about like this mispositioning too, which I feel like was big in the last game. These skewers just bringing people out of spots. Now both teams have one. We have a glimpse, and we have skewer plus 1 toss and all that fun.
And they just picked Io into Disruptor. Usually it's the other way around. Disruptor has been historically a counter to Io. And as you mentioned, ET plus Disruptor, these two heroes are always going to be... You're going to be feeling good having those heroes no matter what stage of the game we're talking about. Having a strong laners and also ability to scale. But to go back to the previous game a bit, the big boy Philly, this is the item, the neutral item that people tend to hold for the longest duration of time, as we've seen Zephyr holding it, I believe, in this game for more than 20 minutes. I believe average time is around 13, compared to some, like, average time is 8 minutes holding the neutral item. So big boy Philly on the top.
So I like to ask, because if the IO is not good against the Disruptor, right, it must be because there's some synergy or something you're looking for in your own draft. So what are the strengths of the IO Magnus as a starting combo here, Fogged?
You got the double buff up for your carry. You got a lot of heal, sustain that's going to be coming in, and gives you, global potential is always something that you have to factor in. Sure, there's glimpse, but we saw last game, like, how much the global was a threat. Zephyr was, like, one of the top net worths in the game as a Dawnbreaker support, just because he could play on opposite side, he could always respond to these moves and then still show up to fights. So I think Io is a great example of being able to open up the map for yourself while also being able to, like, hey, Almay, you can't beat the fight? Yes, you can. We're going to bring you in there, so.
Does this add to LGD's response to T1's aggressive playstyle that we saw last game?
Yeah.
Lacoste.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Looking at the bans right now, Enchantress, not your usual ban, but this is something that needs to be done if you want to set up Elder Titan for a really good laning stage, because Spirit is dispellable, unfortunately.
Yes, and I think if you pick like Disruptor ET, you've already shown that that's like 90% chance of 4 ET. And what is 4 ET like? Not like playing against Enchantress. If it's a 5 ET, I feel like you can't actually go for that kind of dispel thing, but we saw Secret do exactly that, right? They baited Saksa into playing the ET in the OG series, and Puppy just snap picks Enchantress versus it, lanes it against it. He actually was lucky because he was versus Monkey King as well, so he had double dispels and all that fun. He had really strong lane for it, but yeah, when you see that it's gonna be a 4 position.
There's even a secondary dispel for the Disruptor Shard in case they go for that. So if they want to actually buff up their carry, you have that little extra...
There's one more hero left in the pool that has a built-in Dispel Oracle. I don't think you want to get Io Oracle. It just seems extremely weak, especially compared with the Magnus. If your offlaner has a lower cooldown stun, I think that's doable, but at this point, I just don't think they're going to go for it. Queen of Pain banned out by PSG LGD. I've seen so many games where Virtus Pro bans out Queen of Pain, and it screams, we want to pick Storm Spirit. Like, this is the hero that we want to get. Queen of Pain was banned out in the previous game, so that means, maybe they screamed a bit more against the T1, and this is a comfort hero for Carl as well. And also, whenever you have Io, that means you have a limited lockdown. Magnus, RP, you kind of don't want to commit. So PSG LGD will need to protect their lineup against these elusive heroes, Puck possibly, and any spirit in general.
Yeah, I was thinking Storm or Ember Spirit, likely for nothing to say, just covering his lane, because I see the Bat ban as well too, so they want to have this like really advantageous lane for him. And it's always really good versus hero like Disruptor, because you get glimpsed, you throw the Remnant down, you come back in the fight anyway, so lots of different ways to get into the backline as well, versus these two heroes that are two of the better backline heroes, right? The ET and Disruptor want to play very far from the fight, and the Spirits get right on top of you.
Right, and since we have some extra time as well, and you talk about these two heroes, I'd like to get into something interesting, the idea of draft theory, right? So, as a more generic sense, what advantages and disadvantages does picking two supports have for a draft? Like, if there's two starting picks, or your 4 and your 5, of course you can flex the ET. What does that do for your draft here, Fogged?
Just open. It saves your carry picks, like protects them from being counterpicked early on, especially now that we have the double picks that come out from, in PSG LGD's position, because now they're going to be able to pick one hero on T1, then PSG LGD gets to pick 2, but now they're only going to have information of 1 core instead of potentially 2 if they had opened up with 2 of them. So, there's a lot of different implications now at the draft order that ends up making, I feel like, double support is actually better than it used to be.
Really? Why so?
Just because of that exact thing where you can actually only have one core shown in the first 3 when you're picking the 4, and then you get this.
Yeah.
You get a situation when you get to. You reveal your. It's hard to describe because like you can reveal your mid, but then you get to save your carry for the last pick in a lot of situations because you get this pick and then into double bans and you can cover and you get to see their carry. So it's kind of weird like describing it. Not really.
And it's also a support duo that scales well when we're talking about, ET maxing out the aura, getting one item, Disruptor, possibly getting that Aghanim Scepter, if he finds the Philly that I mentioned. Whenever I, see Philosopher's Stone for the first hero that really scales well with it as a position 4/5 is the Disruptor, because it's one of the best Aghanim Scepters upgrade in the game.
For the Mag IO, let's talk about this one, because that's different draft order, right? You actually get the 4th pick, you protect it with the bans. Does this condition you into being able to pick something more combo-y, something more special, like, for example, the IO?
Yeah, probably. You can. These picks are just very open-ended, so you can kind of do quite a lot. I mean, on both sides, like you've saved so much.
And what's the strength? Should you pick, or can you pick 2 supports with these 2 starting picks, or is that too weak if you have the 1st and the 4th pick of the draft? Going really in depth here.
It's really deep, maybe a bit too deep for me. Fog, help me out here.
Maybe a bit too deep. No, I mean you can.
Right? I see the Magnus, right? I see these combos, and I always look at teams and go either the oftentimes carry or counterable hero in the 4th pick, right?
Yes.
Or sometimes this like you said, the buffing combos, right? This opens up your draft so much that IO Magnus, a lot of carries become much more viable, and it's very difficult to try to counter this with. In fact, you can even protect your future carry with these next 3 bans, which they can more or less guess based on the heroes you picked out.
Yeah.
So let's keep going. What can we? Let's theorycraft. We have time because the game is paused.
We have a pause, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's theorycraft a bit. What could we be seeing? What is a carry that goes well with Magnus and IO, and what could T1 be expecting for this pick here?
I usually like a BKB core because you're going to be playing into Natural Order. BKB versus Static Storm is always going to be really effective until if they do find an Aghanims, which pretty much requires a Philosopher's Stone in most situations for that Disruptor, since it's like very likely to be that 5 position because ET's picked also. So
You
BKB
don't
core.
know what you're going to be playing into because, as we mentioned, T1 really camouflaged their draft really well, opening up with the position 4 and 5. Maybe something with the built-in BKB. A jog. You still don't know the matchup, but we still have a lot of time as well to theorycraft about what could it possibly be.
So when you don't know the core to core, what are some carries that come to mind that are pretty solid no matter the matchup, or have a wide array of good matchups?
Juggernaut, I think, for me, is the most standard Dota 2 hero where you don't know what to pick no matter the bracket. It feels like, it's still a Juggernaut, and these 2 supports don't have any kind of escape mechanism against them. So it should be like a free kill. You have a Blade Fury that you can get out of ET stomps if it's necessary. You're going to get stunned, and just feels the spell mechanic as well, the healing that synergizes well with the IO.
What about the other carry with an inbuilt BKB, the Lifestealer? Do you think that one is also solid?
You need to see the matchup. You can't just pick that hero blindly.
Yeah, it is always going to be good versus like ET and Disruptor in stages of the game, but that hero's been a bit underwhelming for me.
Why do you think so?
I just think he just takes too long. He really just takes such a long time to farm compared to a lot of these carries that just have natural built-in mechanics of like steroids. We have Medusa with Split Shot. We have Terrorblade with Conjure Image. We have, Morphling just being able to farm pretty much anything at any point in the game. So.
And we're back with the draft, guys.
And we are. And we're going to have that Bane ban, so that's a BKB piercing disable that they're taking out.
Yeah, it's also a great setup for a possible skewer back, the relocate type of a plays, and we've seen Bane being a bit more popular during the main event compared to the group stage. BKB piercing ability, you do not need to get the full duration grip. Sometimes a second and a half is exactly what you need. PSG LGD. Okay, I
so
like
they're
this.
going to take it. So that's a backline hero to get on top of IO. That's always nice. Mixed damage carry with ET. And if it is going to be, that's also the thing where we were talking about earlier, where it's like forcing the Magnus out of a position. Storm Spirit is one of those heroes that it's not the worst matchups. Magnus still does pretty okay, but Storm thrives versus melee heroes, period. So, and I saw a couple times where even nothing to say, I think it was versus, Elephant. He got solo killed by Maybe, who was the Storm Spirit. It was Maybe who, Somnus, who popped off, is getting solo kills in the group stages, but that's a matchup that you can.
I believe T1 didn't mean to pick Storm Spirit in this game. That's the feeling that I get. It's just they used this Queen of Pain ban that PSG LGD did, and they also banned out Lina. Lina, one of the heroes that doesn't have bad matchups, I would say. I don't think anyone wins against Lina. No matter what happens, she's still going to farm, and she's one of the, I'm going to say better, but decent against Storm Spirit. She's not going to come out even, I believe. And yeah, so Storm Spirit, as you mentioned, the backline jumper, they have no low cooldown stuns. Puck is still available if they want to try to counter Storm Spirit, the leash mechanic, even though with the recent changes, the Storm Spirit item build, going for Kaya Sanj so that the coil and the silence does not last as long, that's one way to deal with that.
What could LGD be thinking then now? You already talked about how they're maybe moving the Magnus from position, but they actually really like it and nothing to say as well.
They do, because he likes playing like he transitions most of the times too. But they've been having a lot of time with Faithbeyond as well, so they don't mind moving it. I don't think they even that's probably not even like, oh, okay, we can't put Mad May. They're probably like, whatever, ignore that.
Just go for the
they're
best
just
draft.
like, we need to have disables now.
There's the Lion.
So they're gonna take the Lion.
And then they pick up the carry as well, so the Mag remains a flex pick then.
Yep. And that's a pace hero, so they can set tempo. They can play a lot faster this time around. I feel like last time, this Terrorblade pick, we mentioned at the end how they picked it into Lion, so I feel like they did pick it in a bit of a tough position for him to actually just straight up carry the game on his own. This one, just much faster pace. He's not actually countered by much of anything. You're good versus ET. You're a natural BKB buyer as well.
Oh, a Spectre. What do you think of this core-to-core matchup, Lacoste, between Spectre and Ursa?
I like Ursa here quite a lot. Ursa comes online quickly. I think it's more of a backline jump thing, so that Storm Spirit has another hero to play with. So Io and Lion will have a bit of an issue, especially Io. He's going to be the primary target that they jump. Looking at PSG LGD, they are Radiant this time around, and they also have Ursa lineup. So once you decide to do the swap Reno, the trade, you're going to lose your tier 1 tower, your carry goes to tier 1 tower on a top lane, and then you can always threaten the Roshan, because Ursa plays the top part of the map, while Dire, they need to stay close, they need to be checking, and Ursa is the best Rosh taking hero in the game.
Is this a hero that you guys would consider good with the two buffers they have on Mag and
Oh
Io?
yeah, that just seems perfect.
Absolutely. It allows him to. We saw even multiple different games where I've seen more Aghanims now on these Ursas just so they can get their.
OG, I believe, did that.
Yeah, Sumail did it. He was versus a lot of disables. This one he's versus a static storm. I don't think we'll see that. I think BKB it's going to be like Diffusal, BKB, Blink Dagger, something like that, Basher, etc. It's going to look to be super active very early on.
What could be the last picks that we'll be seeing? So for LGD is still open. For T1, we're probably looking for an off laner here.
Yeah. I'm surprised, again, though, I see the Lion picked, which was excellent, versus the Storm, and then they picked the Spectre versus. I actually like Lion versus Spectre in most games. As soon as you hit, 20 minutes, there's a team fight happens, just mana drain, you take out 3 illusions inside of a big haunt, also inside of mid-game, too, being able to take it out, it's really strong, really effective, so I feel like both teams kind of, were like, oh, let's just make the Lion a little bit better somehow.
Yeah.
As we saw PSG LGD take the Terrorblade last time versus it, and now T1 take the Spectre versus
I would love to see some kind of tower damage coming out from PSG LGD. There's still Beastmaster available, or they can go for the Dragonite, have a bit more stun control against the Storm Spirit, which could be flex, and they could put it on a mid lane. It's still Storm Spirit favored matchup, but then you have this flexibility to see where Magnus or Dragonite are going to go.
Also, BKB carrier, who also
and someone who benefits from the Empower. That's what I want to see.
And we see the bans, right? It's like Nature's Prophet and Lycan. Both teams are like, well, we're both lacking push, so.
That's true. Well, I can touch on the Lion a bit earlier again. Do you think the Spectre, as you said, is about jumping the backlines? There's an idea that you can overwhelm the Lion, perhaps, that you can't deal with both Storm and Spectre at the same time, and they see the value of him as a counter to the Storm with a Hex?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could be another thing, too. And so Spirit's always really good to scout, too, so they'll always know where he is in the fights, even if Haunt isn't up. So, yeah, maybe if you double down, right, it makes it a lot harder. And we did end up getting the Ember, so that was the other one that we were kind of mentioning for nothing to say.
Yeah, now looking at the bans, it makes a lot of sense, because Necro just completely dominates Ember Spirit in the lane. You can play on his high ground. And Ursa, one of the heroes that loves to play on low HP. One Reaper site could change quite a lot. There is a save from Io potentially, but now looking at the bans from PSG LGD, they make quite a lot of sense.
And Jenkins' fact of the day from this morning also, right? He said the Heartstopper aura goes through in Rage. There you go, Jenkins. I'll give you that one.
Oh, useful.
So, but yeah, there was those bans are definitely looking to make a lot of sense from PSG LGD with the way they set it up. And maybe they were thinking about that Ember for quite a long time, but waiting for it till the end.
How's the matchup between Storm and Ember, though, in the mid lane?
Oh, Storm Spirit just completely dominates,
Okay.
I would say. I've seen it go both ways, depending, but it's very skilled matchup. Still, I'd give 60, maybe even 65 to 35 for Ember.
I've heard in the game, though, Ember does do better because his Searing Chains can stop Storm.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's purely laning stage, 7-8 minutes. Storm Spirit just has an upper hand.
Right.
We could see rotations early, though. That's what I see a lot of teams with IO do. They make the move early to mid lane, like pre-6, so that they can look to perhaps set up a kill and also look on the runes. So maybe we could see PSG LGD look to set up like something like that. T1, what is the Cuckoo hero?
What do you lane against the Ursa? That's always a tough one. Do you prioritize the lane here or the game?
I was thinking about
lane.
something like a Legion Commander, but then it's not that great of a counter. Ursa is not so strong, level 1, level 2, level 3 against certain melee heroes. So we'll see. Okay,
there's the lane.
I think
this.
the reason I was saying lane is because they already have late game and mid game secured with like Spectre, Storm, ET. They have so much team fight. I wanted something that just makes sure they don't get run over, because I think that's what the potential of IO Ursa gives. So, and this is a really good solution versus Ursa. In some
This is perfect, pretty much. You ruin Ursa's game, and you're also Spirit Vessel carrier. This is your primarily item against IO. So you're gonna have 2 flies killed by one hit, pretty much. I love the Venomancer pick. I'm leaning towards T1 here.
Yeah?
I'm just seeing a bit of limited disable without like heavy commitment for the Ember Spirit. So I feel like Ursa now is addressed because of this Venomancer, but I'm worried about the Ember Spirit going crazy because I only see like one way to actually catch him, and it's Static Storm right now. Stomp is very difficult. If Storm has a good timing and a good game, he could get an Orchid. So I'm going to be looking at Carl, looking at the mid lane, looking at how good these lanes actually will go for T1 to see how they're going to be able to handle this Ember Spirit, because I do think that Ursa is maybe just, now you're scared of Ursa. We saw Nisha the other day also too. Is, hey, we're also scared of this carry. Boom, Nisha goes crazy as Ember, and I think this hero can't do that.
Well, I'm the host, so I can't lean any way, but I really want to know what BSJ has to say for his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As this game is called Defense of the Ancients, I think this specific game should be called Defense of the Roshan, as it is the paramount objective for LGD to be taking this game, as the panel did highlight. But I want to emphasize what T1 did in order to address this exact thing, and that is the vision game that they have from long range. They have the Venomancer wards to scout, the Spectral Dagger from the Spectre in order to scout, the ET Spirit, as well as the Kinetic Field from Disruptor. They have so many ways of gaining information in order to get that initiation on LGD when they try to force their objectives, that if they can manage to keep the distance, manage to take the fights on their own terms, T1 will have no problem taking this game. However, they have Ember and the Ursa empowered by the Mag to get up in their faces, low cooldown, run at you, Dota. If LGD can take that first Roshan, snowball it into a second one, they should have no problem taking this game. Winner of this game secures top 6 and another $800,000 in the international, and I'm going to let you guys take it away, Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, BSJ. We have game number 3, LGD versus T1. You just heard BSJ break it down, Synderen. I mean, pretty much everything he said was correct. T1, a lot of vision, a lot of ways to contest Roche, but LGD are the ones that can actually kill Roche really quickly. So I think that's going to be a very important factor in this game. But what are your thoughts on these lineups? We get to see, you called the Venomancer. I'm going to give you credit. You said it, and it came true.
Yeah, it is a really good Venomancer game for a time, at least. And I think what T1 needed here was a way to slow down the Ursa IO lane from just getting too far ahead. We've seen empowered Ursa in a secret series earlier and some during the groups. My concern outside of that, I think T1's laning stage should be really good. I think their lanes are very nice. Like the Veno ET lane is very strong bottom against Ursa +1.
Yep.
They're even starting as 3 right now, leaving Savage alone up top, 23 Savage on the Spectre. This is not going to be how to keep their lanes, of course. I want to know what T1 do when BKBs come out, because I don't think they're going to dominate the lanes and the game hard enough that PSG LGD don't get there, and that's my problem with the Dire lineup right now. They have nothing against BKB. They're actually going to have to kite for the full duration. Nobody kills during it. All you have is a little bit of right-click from Storm and Spectre, unless your Elder Titan somehow finds the most amazing Astral Spirit in the fight. So I think, as far as, the metagame between these two teams with how they play overall in terms of tempo, how late they want the games to go, I do like LGD's prospects after 20 minutes. So I think the challenge for T1 here is to get far enough ahead that they can handle that stage of the game.
So all about the BKB timings for PSG LGD. And yeah, you're right. We've seen that in Power Ursa kind of just snowball. That's the one thing that Ursa kind of struggles with is farm, and when you can give him Empower. I mean, there's even a time where Ursa, no first blood this time. As Zephyr is going to get skewered back into the tier. Oh, no! So first blood technically goes the way of T1. A little bit of miscommunication, but
a little gift.
You don't see that every day.
That's funny. I'll say it. That's funny. So Zephyr getting first blood, he gets full Tranquil boots off of this on his Elder Titan. Is going to make his way down toward the bottom lane. Y doesn't get anything except a long, slow walk up to top. Faith Beyond, I think, got about half the gold of that kill, roughly. Is eyeing up a Helm of the Dominator. Cuckoo bottom.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get right-click a couple more times. The Echo Stomp comes through, but Ame looks to be just fine. Although Zephyr, that's a lot of damage. He's going to try to Earth Shock to safety, and you can see just ticking away slightly thanks to Cuckoo. Very, very annoying here to deal with, as has been his trajectory in Dota history, action. Of course, some changes made to him recently. Poison Nova doing percentage-based damage, so technically scales better than he used to. I mean, how much of a difference has that made from the games that you've seen from Veno in this patch?
It's one of those things that's hard to see, right? Because the damage is so slow. It's like, it's not really noticeable until you look at the post-game and compare it to like similar games historically. I don't remember the exact numbers, but for the most part, especially when you reach the mid-late portions of the game, even against agility heroes, the new Poison Nova is better than the old one, but it's primarily tanky heroes that suffer a lot more. And there aren't that many specifically high health heroes in LGD. I think the Venomancer is more about the vision and the lane power that it would bring, the reason they picked at this game. Unfortunately for Cuckoo, he's not really pressuring the Io Ursa that much just yet, but level 3 is a big turning point for Veno usually. Get a lot more damage on that Poison Sting. A skill that has a very special scaling, actually. I find it very unique the way it scales in 3 aspects like this: duration, DPS, and slow with every skill point. So effectively, most skills in Dota scale in a linear fashion.
Yep.
This is very different. It gets so much better on level 3 and 5 for the Venomancer. Obviously level 2 and 3 on the skill compared to level 1. So for comparison, level 1 is 36 damage, level 2 is over 100, and level 3 is 250.
Why don't we go through every skill in the game? You can read the tooltips.
Sure.
Which
Where do
are
I start?
available.
All right. Going to the menu. First hero,
beauty of-
Mist Boy.
You guys can't see, but he actually opened up the Heroes tab. You can see everybody's really happy, either with the pause being unpaused now or Cinderin stopped talking. Not sure. We'll have to find out another time on this segment of Cinderin +1. Or -1, depending on your perspective again. Why? Thunder Strike from Whitemon. Looks like Carl's going to secure the Water Rune for himself. Already queuing up the Orchid, which obviously no big surprise. Pretty much the standard. As you can see, Zephyr preventing Nothing to Say from getting the second Water Rune, so Carl gets a double whammy this time around.
Yeah.
And look at the CS, 26 and 7 to the 22 and 4. The draft panel kind of discussed that matchup overall. Do you think that... Ember seems to be doing pretty decent, all things considered.
It's I would say it's a slightly Storm-favored lane overall. Not by a lot. What Ember's going to do is exactly what Nothing to Say is doing here. Oh, why? Actually
Earth
gets the
Spike.
spike.
He actually runs right back into it. Hex to follow. TP is going to be canceled because that is a super easy kill for
Big
LGD.
kill. Yeah, so what Ember does in this lane is we're going to see a glimpse. I think Faith Beyond will be okay here.
I've never heard that before. Okay, you might be right. They're out of mana, and surely he
You're
can't
right.
die.
It was very close. He only had 310 health left, Suns fan. That was very close.
Is very tanky.
The crowd goes wild.
He's
sick escape.
He's part rhino. I'm pretty sure that's the lore. So very thick skin. Very thick boy.
So what I was going to say was Ember against Storm in mid. What Ember will generally do is he will max out Sleight of Fist. And try to harass the Storm back that way. The problem with going max Flame Guard is that you can still get it broken too easily by Storm's Overload and Static Remnant charges, and at that point, you have stifled your ability to go and gank other lanes by maxing Flame Guard over Slight, which is clearly the stronger offensive build in most situations. So I do like to see this build coming out from Nothing to Say, and yeah, that kill from Lion helps a lot. As far as T1 goes, they're still doing great on CS, both top and mid, but bottom,
Echo Stomp's not going to connect. Ame gets a couple right clicks off on Cuckoo, which is always scary when you're a big bad bear. Top lane. Oh, why? Looks like he's going to try to deny himself, but 23 Savage with, the Arcana kill streak. Good to see.
Very good.
And making progress on that. Probably has like 1,000 more games to go before unlocking it.
Very good news for T1 here that 23 Savage is top net worth on Spectre. This hero is crazy when it is ahead. I want to say, just as a gut feeling, maybe one of the highest win rate carries of all time when it's top net worth at like minute 20. It's just crazy how well Spectre scales.
Well,
in a
to
lot
be
of
fair,
games.
it did used to farm really poorly.
Yeah.
So if it was top net worth at that point, then that's a little different story than nowadays.
It's still a lot worse than most carries at farming, though, right? Like it's still slower. The Falcon Blade build-up and the better dagger.
Jump in from Storm, but it looks like Cuckoo wants to play as well. Trying to turn this around on the bear. Beautiful impale from Y, but results in the same ending, which is Ame Dunzo. Is destroyed as well. Double kill for Nothing to Say. It's going to be a back and forth action as 23 Savage pops the wand. As Nothing to Say still has the Flame Guard applied, and another beautiful sleight of fist as a triple kill for Nothing to Say. Looked really bad for LGD.
Yeah, that was a
Nothing to Say. Great rotation.
T1 with a very, very good one there, but damn, that Spirit Bomb from Nothing to Say. Triple Remnant, I think that was, into 4 heroes. Double damage rune and Slight. It's just not fair, you know? Why do you have to have a double damage too?
He's just better.
Raidmon.
Shockwave is up. Doesn't have a ton of mana afterwards, though. So we'll just throw it out for good measure as Ame has now made his way to the top lane.
This is going to give Nothing to Say a lot of value. Obviously, getting those 3 kills, he's now 4-0. He's going to grab himself Phase Boots as well as Orb of Venom. Going to finish Orb of Corrosion soon, as they're trying to get him this bottom rune, which could get a little dicey.
Yeah.
It's top.
And it is top indeed. It's an illusion, so mostly just for filling up the bottle purposes. Not a ton of kill potential.
Carl should still be careful. Like, this hurts. If he gets caught in a stun chain and there's a little bit of damage coming out from Nothing to Say in addition to just a Slight, he can still die from 2/3 to just the Lion Ember here. He's going to respect it and go jungle.
As you see, 23 Savage in the jungle, farming to his heart's content. So Aghanim Scepter will be the choice after the Falcon Blade. That seems to be the standard. We talked about this before, but before this tournament, we saw some Echo Saber. Like there's some differences between builds. We see some Orchid as well, but for the most part, we're seeing this same one that this game will have again. But the Aghanim Scepter just seems to be super strong with that 30-second cooldown, single target haunt Cinderin, aka Shadow Step, whatever you want to call it.
Do want to point out an interesting detail here from LGD as we are seeing the mid push, but Jinkyu has a really early level 6. He was level 6 minute 8 on the IO, and he was playing bottom lane alone against the creep wave, while Ame was alone top against the creep wave. So these two heroes were not playing together, and they were just still managing to maximize, finding farm in both lanes at the same time. And now this mid tower, uncontested. Really surprised that T1 didn't try to do something here with their Elder Titan and maybe Venno defending, but they just willingly give up the biggest tower in the early game.
Well, let's talk about Venno. I mean, Cuckoo, we're going to see the Earth Spike come out first. Relocate on the way with Nothing to Say. RP for Faith Beyond. Down goes Spectre. Big kill for LGD. Carl looks to be at least trying to clean up the residual damage here. So it ends up being a trade of supports after the fact, with a big kill, obviously, on the Spectre for 23 Savage.
And they relocate back to mid, and they're going to find more. Maybe Carl.
Yeah, he gets caught with the Searing Chains. He's completely surrounded. Not a ton of mana to work with. Cannot get to the low ground. Shockwave and completely surrounded. But Echo Stomp is there. Nice dodge from Nothing to Say. Another kill goes his way, Cinderin. This is quite possibly the best start that I've seen him have this tournament. This is god tier status right now.
Yeah, he's had enough of playing DP. Now it's time to go.
It's like, all right, we gave you. I mean, do you know if the DP, the one that they lost against Secret, was that the only other time they picked DP?
I don't know if it was Nothing to Say playing it or Faith Beyond. I actually don't remember, but I know they played it in that game. I don't know if it was the only really DP game they've had.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He's popping off in this game, that's for sure. Cuckoo is
potentially
next.
find Cuckoo, and the finger of death from Y. LGD clicking on all cylinders in this game.
This is looking scary if you're a T1 fan, just because of how insanely fast a game like this can go with an Emperor having this kind of a start. You know, it's not just Emperor. He's playing with Io.
Yeah.
So you get that extra mana funnel all the time. It might not seem like much to get the attack speed from overcharge, but all of it just adds up, right? It just compounds over time.
We have a Haunt with a Static Storm. This is going to be a big kill for T1, and they find Ame.
Nothing to Say has arrived. He's too late.
Ame has had a pretty good game up until this point. Talk about it in just a moment to see if more action comes here as Zephyr, Nothing to Say, has the Empower. There's the Searing Chains. Trying to dodge the Echo Stomp, but will not be able to. Zephyr with the TP out. So, all right, forget about this last kill for a second here, Cinderin. Cuckoo, Venomaster, you talked about one of the big reasons. I know it's not the only reason, but one of the big reasons you pick it in this game is because Ursa has a hard time against it. They just switched lanes, and Ame has had a really good game in terms of farming, all things considered. Was this worth the Veno pick, or is there still more to come that we should look for?
I think this is already concerning. They would have probably liked it to go better than this, but the Veno against Ursa is just a lot different when there's an IO, I think. It's just you have so much more regen coming through.
Yeah.
So that extra bit of move speed and overall mobility in lane really helps. Oh, Nothing to Say. He might just kill Whitemon here, honestly.
The glimpse, but the Remnant is out, stuck inside the kinetic field, but does not matter. Nothing to Say, completely dominating. 7-0, and this is going to open up space for Ame to get inside the Roche Pit. Has the Morbid Mask, going for the Diffusal Blade. And this should be a freebie. 12.5-minute Roche. Depending on how long this game goes, Cinderin, we might see 10 Roches. Can we get to double digits? Ever.
That was a very random comment. I don't know what to say to that. Why are you suddenly thinking of 10 Roches?
I don't know. I'm just really excited. I get really excited by Roche. I feel like he's underappreciated by the masses. His lore is very interesting.
All right, you get 10 seconds to sign a new drop from Roche after Refresher Shard and Ags.
Bloodthorn.
That's not a new design. You're just putting an item on it.
That's what's already being put. All right, Refresher droppings.
Okay, what
it's
do
something
they do?
on. It's like a worse version of a shard.
Why would the fifth one do that?
But then if you get all three, Ags, Shard, and Ag Shard dropping, it becomes Exodia.
Okay.
Which is like a mega Ags.
Okay.
A Gaben level spell, if you will.
You cannot complain about any of my suggestions ever again.
Great. Spirit Vessel on Cuckoo.
I can't do worse than. I actually can't come up with anything worse. So
that's what we thought about the Aghanim Scepter on Lycan. But Slacks is a genius. So Cuckoo has a Spirit Vessel Syndrome, but like you said, I mean, he doesn't have any charges. That's definitely an issue. Hasn't really been participating in a ton of fights right now.
Bottom tower looks to fall.
Oh, Carl might be in some trouble. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. With the Finger of Death and the nice setup continuing to happen with Nothing to Say's chains.
Again, Carl's voice line usage is just not, like, you just got burst. Why do you love it? I think...
I'm pretty sure he just randoms whatever voice line.
He uses whatever, of course. It's just funny that there seems to be an emerging pattern of Carl's voice lines just not necessarily fitting the situation. I guess that's a good way of keeping morale high, you know, laughing at your own misery a little bit.
Yeah.
That one fits a lot better.
Yeah, that's
I like
a little
that.
better. Yeah. He had to search for. He probably just binded that now, just to make sure he could use it.
Did you say binded?
Bind it.
Oh. I was just like, do I have to lecture you about verb inflection once again now?
All right. Diffusal picked up by Ame. I'm just gonna ignore. That's an old school one, actually. You're gonna ignore your insult again.
Yep.
Nothing to
As
say.
You never learn from it.
Just creating so much pressure for T1.
It's gonna be a smoke move here, I think.
This would be if they could find Nothing to Say right now. This would be pretty big because he's getting close to finishing BKB.
See why? But
yeah, the Plague Ward's giving that vision. Spectral Dagger comes out.
Nice little detail with the Purge Creep, by the way. Will be very helpful against Veno.
Yep, that's true.
If the little Satyr Banisher is going to follow them around here, being controlled by Faith Beyond, or well, whoever he has shared control with, of course.
2.5 minutes with the Aegis. I mean, what is LGD? What's their timeline here? This is a lineup that wants to finish earlier, I would assume. They don't want Spectre to get ultra late game.
It depends. Like, if you have this strong map control and you keep pushing all the lanes and you find kills frequently, I don't think your lineup is severely worse late game. You have 2 melee cores that use Empower, BKB piercing stun from the Magnus.
Yeah.
Lion is always going to be a late game wildcard hero because of how strong disables just are, and IO one of the best late game supports too. So I'm not really I don't think LGD should be too concerned with it. On paper, Storm Spectre look amazing. Veno often falls off kind of at some stages, and unfortunately for Cuckoo, he hasn't really ever had a massive impact in the game yet.
Well, yeah, it just hasn't been any fights yet, which, to be fair, there hasn't really been an actual team fight. It's been kind of this scattered. I mean, nothing to say, just all over the map, essentially, with the IO support.
Yeah, and he has the BKB Orb of Corrosion, right? So you can really tell that LGD have an understanding here of what is the one problem we have is if we get caught by spells. Yep. So a lot of the times Ember's in this position will not go for the straight BKB, but get like a Maelstrom or another build-up item. But it feels like he has enough damage with just the Empower and the Orb of Corrosion, and with this BKB, he's honestly invincible. If he gets it off, he's never dying while that's running to this lineup. So, kind of enter God mode there.
And with this Aegis, I mean, I'm guessing there's no pressure from LGD to try to use this Aegis in any specific way. Just continue with map control, try to get some objectives, but you don't have to go ham, so to speak. Of course, Spectre is getting close to Ags here. You think they're going to try to do something with this 40-second timer?
Maybe if they find a fight bottom and the relocate here, they could consider diving tier 1, but I don't think tier 1 is even going to give them a fight for that tier 1 tower. I think it's just going to concede it here. They know that they're in a very disadvantageous position right now, and once Aegis is out, you have a little bit more of a clear plan, I think, for how to fight. Whitemon, gonna get pot stop.
Yep, Y gets off the Earth Spike, and Ame doing although Jin Q takes it, all right.
They still have relocate on him. Okay.
Yeah, pops a BKB. TP's coming as well. Cuckoo gets off a Gale, not really going to hit anything. But I mean, that's actually pretty big. They force out that big BKB charge for nothing to say.
That was a great disengage from T1. They get the BKB, they back off. They also got the relocate, and the Aegis also expired there. So, nicely done. Kind of weaving around the fight. But at the same time, also a little bit concerning that you have this lineup and you feel like you can't fight, right? Yeah. You really want to fight with these heroes. Oh, 21 Savage. Boy. He's being eyed up by Y.
Yep, there's the Earth Spike to start things out. Ame on the way. And just going to burst him down. Finger of Death gets the finishing blow.
Didn't even get a chance to cast the dagger. He just died in the stun hex combo. Ursa has so much damage.
Yeah, LGD on the same page again. And I think more than any other team in this tournament, it just feels like they make so little mistakes that...
And so few.
So few mistakes. The fact that a non-first English language person is correcting me really makes this sad.
First English language person, yes.
Oh, God.
It is I.
End me, sincerely.
Yes,
I don't remember what I was saying anymore. What the hell is it? Oh, they don't make many mistakes.
True.
So the opposing teams haven't really found much of an avenue to try to take advantage of something like that. It just feels like they're, I don't know. I don't want to say invincible because obviously they lost game 2, but even with that massive, massive disadvantage they had in terms of net worth, they still made it a game.
Yeah.
Which is really surprising.
Yeah, there's going to be a nice
Carl jumps in, all right.
Faith Beyond.
There's the Aghanim Scepter being used for 23 Savage. So still has Haunt online.
And they instantly smoke again. I actually think Faith Beyond saw that. I don't think the vision had faded just yet when they blew that smoke. So this means PSG LGD have the information, and they can make a very clear call about where the smoke is meant to hit, right? There's not like, there's one option. So they're already positioning themselves very well. You can see they're just standing still on both Lion and Ember, covering the angles, waiting for T1 to try their luck. But T1 seems like don't really fancy that smoke too much after all. Kind of just not going to do anything with it, except did they even place any vision with it? I don't think so. So kind of ultimately just a full-on wasted smoke of deceit there, unfortunately. Aside from the fact that, well, LGD were standing still for a little bit as well. So yeah, you traded off looking at each other.
The good thing about that kill, though, is T1 they finally have some Spirit Vessel charges in there, and so something to use against.
That's true.
The Jin-Q Io, who he does have a mech. We'll see if he gets something to try to dispel. I mean, he could go Greaves, I guess, to try to dispel the Spirit Vessel charge. Not sure if that's even in the
More than likely
consideration
going Lotus, I think, if he wants that. It's probably...
What happened to
better
Greaves?
value.
We're not seeing that nearly as much these days.
Yeah.
Can't even remember what the nerf was now.
Are scanning.
Putting you on the spot, Sid.
What are Greaves?
That's true. All right, Faith Beyond Company smoked up. You can see Ame has just picked up his BKB. As speaking of that, Nothing to Say pops his second charge. So another good bait from T1. All right.
Get it.
Yep, no skewer this time. And we are at the 21-minute mark, so Shard can be picked up for anybody in the game. And we obviously saw the impact of that, even though they ended up losing Faith Beyond with that Magnus.
And even though this move from PSG LGD doesn't really get them any kills, they get control, right? They bully the enemy team out of this outpost area. They start setting up for Roche control, which is going to spawn right now. Why we'll see that. And I think, okay, this is a really crucial moment for T1. This has to work. If they lose the second Roche with no contention, they're not in a good position at all.
Yep. And that shard, almost certainly, if they get it, will go to Ame. One of the best shards in the game for sure.
Very,
Cuckoo.
very good.
This is the beauty of having a Venomancer. You get that vision with the Plague Wards in the pit. And obviously, Elder Titan we talked about last game. So this won't be a freebie for LGD. The Roche is getting relatively low. Just waiting for the right time to pounce. Haunt still, literally every spell is online. So it's all about the timing and execution here. The Haunt. Nope, that was the Shadow Step.
Nice job from Zephyr there. He actually, and from Cuckoo, they distracted Ame so long that the Fury...
Oh, and there's the RP! Can they burst him in time? Why? Trying to layer absolutely again. Buyback is available for Carl, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the Fury Swipe stacks fall off if you kill the enemy mid. You can just go again.
Continuing to try to dodge these really annoying Echo Stomps. Will they force the buyback, or will this just be given up? Looks like they're just giving this up. So second Roche the way of LGD, and Ame with the shard, which he's not actually putting in his inventory yet. There we go.
Maybe they want to give it to Ember?
No, this one's way too good. This is
very,
top 5
very
shard in the game.
It is.
Every time he overpower or Earth Shocks, he will get an enrage for a second and a half.
Yeah, I remember when the shard came out, you rated this the absolute best, I think.
Well, it was 2 seconds or more. I can't remember.
Was it 2 seconds?
It was better before, yeah.
That's crazy. I think the cooldown of Earthshock might have also been lower then.
Yeah, they nerfed that aspect as well.
Okay.
So there have been some slight nerfs, of course, but still extremely strong. I mean, just being able to preserve your ult, because so many times we see Enrage popped, and then everybody backs away and tries to kite Ursa, whereas you have more options now.
It's kind of... I'm looking at the scoreline right now, right?
Wait for it, Cinderman. Static Storm after the Yules. All right. Looks like they're going to try. Well, actually use the Shadow Step, but Whitemon gets out in time, just barely. So they force out a ton of TPs for LGD. Nicely done from T1, baiting that.
Yep.
Of course, it did cost Static Storm.
Pretty big rotation.
Sure, all is well.
Isn't it weird for you to see Ursa so far ahead on the net worth with 0 kills? I feel like that's such an uncharacteristic Ursa game nowadays.
And power time, I guess.
And power and just the overall, you know, they got Roches, they got towers. I was like, I wonder what his KDA is. He's 0, 2, and 4. Ami's just been farming a crazy amount because of the map control they've gained, but the kills, more or less all of them going on Nothing to Say.
Also, I picked up Fey Grenade. That's actually not too bad. Gives them the extra movement speed, and obviously any additional procs of your passive is going to be very nice to have, especially at range for a melee here that can get kited so easily.
Carl is setting up top, but this play doesn't really exist. He can't solo the Ursa. He's just going to leave.
Yeah, and this lead is just continuing to balloon. So 8K now for LGD. You can see their win probability at 73% currently. But T1, I mean, they have options. We talked about the high ground defense of Elder Titan. Spectre is obviously god tier late game. Same with Stormspear. The only question mark, really, in my mind, is Veno, because we just haven't seen a ton of this hero in this patch. Is Faith Beyond? Shadow Step was there, but...
And let's keep in mind, we saw a game of IG versus Spirit with what Spectre Storm can do when they're doing well. if you do equalize this game somehow, there are so many ways of finding kills with these two heroes together. Once the Spectre gets the Aghanims, which he obviously has, but they're just unfortunately too far behind to really take initiative right now.
Yeah, Whitemon spotted out.
Don't
Easy
win.
kill. Glimpse doesn't even break the tether. As LGD getting whatever they want. So still 3 tier 2 towers existing in each respective lane, so they're going to have to get through those. And in terms of their tower push is not good for LGD. That is one saving grace for the team. When you talk about high ground defense, plus the fact that you don't have a real tower hitter, per se.
Yeah, it is going to take a little bit long. They will get a siege creep in here now, though. If they have Glyph, they could keep it alive. They don't.
Cuckoo, nothing to say, catches him. You can see Ilo relocating. Ame wants a kill, and he'll not get it. Nothing to say, taking that one. Although Ame did find one earlier, Synderen, so finally getting rid of that goose egg.
Goose egg?
Goose egg, yes.
Ah. Huh. I haven't heard it called that much.
I am a boomer.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
Let's have some TP's top. 23 Savage. A lot of mobility for him, and will be a difficult kill. Just popping the Shadow Step constantly. It's only a 30-second cooldown, of course. Why? Glimmer. Oh my god, if he finds
Savage here.
Oh, he glimpsed it for a second. Oh, the horsey. Not enough. Not fast enough. But he does force out Haunt, which is a huge deal.
That's true. That was not the Shadow Step that time.
He used the Shadow Step just to kind of harass and be annoying. But yeah, I'm sure he's regretting that one. And now with Haunt down, well, I was going to say LGD is going to try to force something, but Aegis is running out now. And, I mean, even with that second Aegis, they haven't gotten a tier 2 yet. But still, not the end of the world, because they're just farming the entire map, and the lead is continuing to grow.
Need to clean up these pesky plague wards that Cuckoo's going to keep placing. Like his itemization, by the way. I think the Halberd Force Staff is very good this game.
Yep.
You want that against Ursa. You need a repositioning tool, and you need the disarm. So...
Oh, see the jumping. Carl pops the BKB just to ensure a kill, but it's only wide for now. Trying to force out the BKB from nothing to say, but he's not going to get baited this time. 2 times is enough for him. And now that the Aegis is gone, we'll see if T1 want to try to force something, especially with the advantage in a 5v4 right now. But like you said, Cuckoo, I mean, his farm is pretty decent. I mean, Venos do get relatively farmed. Has the Force Staff in addition to everything else. Thank you. Glimpsed.
Just felt like saying it. I heard the sound.
Yep.
What did he actually glimpse?
He glimpsed Magnus. Oh, all right. Orchid onto nothing to say. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Nope. That's the BKB charge again. Continuing on. No mana at all for Carl. He's going to be brought down in quick succession. And it looks like Elder Titan is next on the list. LGD showing their prowess right now. And nothing to say, just continuing to destroy everybody in his wake. Cuckoo will be the 3rd death in this engagement. LGD winning this game in spades, and they're not remotely close right now.
T1 just ultimately, they run out of patience. They just really want to try something, so they go on the Ember, but that's not enough in the tank. And again,
23 Savage. Faith Beyond's going to run into him. There's the Yule setup. Has the RP if he needs it. Manta's popped, but here comes Ame with the right clicks. Into the horn toss. Down he goes, not even needing RP. Look at the ultimates on the top. They all have them, other than Io.
Good.
Which
Thank you for
doesn't
correcting
matter.
yourself.
Technically correct.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you for specifying that.
Thank you, Synderen.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make you proud one day.
Yeah. You're definitely improving right now.
Thank you.
Didn't take much, but it's good.
Just not screwing up is an improvement as LGD finally get a tier 2 tower. And we can see that next Roche, we won't know for another minute when it will spawn. And Faith Beyond still ready to go with the RP. Has nothing to say is 9-0-6. Has the Aghanim Scepter, obviously the BKB. And I believe that's a refresher that he's working on.
He's close to that one too. His just raw burst against any hero that isn't BKB'd, he can...
Oh, horn toss from Faith Beyond. Whitemon is dead.
No, he was Yuled. Now he's dead.
He's dead. Is this a technically correct joke again? Oh, the bash! Oh, he's actually gonna get him! Ame just beating the absolute crap out of Carl. Bash proc for the win as Cuckoo getting caught by nothing to say, and this is turning into a rout. You can see the haunt coming through, but it's not really gonna happen, Cinderin. Venomancer is gonna end up being cleaned up here. Actually, haunt was not used. Where were those illusions from? Was that the Manta? I have no idea.
I think he shadow stepped in, Manta and left.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
either way, this is whew.
We believe we have a DPC term for a game like this.
Shellacking?
Say the thing.
Gaben level shellacking?
Thank you.
Okay.
See, you impressed me.
You know
what I meant.
There's 3 levels to the Gaben level shellacking. Did you know that?
Oh, there's more levels.
There's
than that.
just regular Gaben shellacking. Then there's Gaben's mustache shellacking. And then the top of the top is Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat?
Yes. I think the OG EG, the OG secret
qualifies.
game was definitely a Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat.
Yeah.
I want that as an emote so bad now. All of a sudden, Gabe wearing a top hat.
I'm patenting
Can we
that one, by the way.
please have that? Thank you.
I'm patenting or copywriting Gaben's name for my for myself.
I think you'll get away with it. I don't
He seems
see
like an
any
easygoing
problems
guy. Yeah. Satanic now online for Ame. Already seeing the basher come to where that was literally a kill because of a bash.
Yep.
Into the Roche pit they go. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche, which that will almost certainly go to Faith Beyond. Although you could have the double refresher for nothing to say.
Double, not hungry.
Down he goes. He actually pops the BKB. Huh. I guess he didn't want the haunt in to steal all the goodies. Makes sense.
RP.
Oh, I hear the RP. This is for 23 Savage. Into the right clicks we go. Into the grave, 23 Savage goes.
All right, I have a bit of a trivia here, Shannon.
Okay.
Let's see how much closely you've been paying attention. When was the last thing something good happened for T1 in this game? Is it A, 10 minutes ago, B, 15 minutes ago, C, 20 minutes ago, or D, 25 minutes ago?
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay, I am checking. The last dot on the... It's about 10 minutes ago.
Thank God.
They killed Lion.
Thank
Good
God.
call.
Thank
Good
you.
call.
Yeah, this is a
They
rough
are
one for
getting
T1.
absolutely annihilated.
But keep in mind, this is not the tournament line on, not the tournament life on the line.
True.
If T1 were to lose this, they will face up against Alliance, and LGD will continue on to play. I believe it's the winner of Vici versus VP, which, regardless of that outcome, if that ends up being the case, will be a really hype one. BKB now online for Faith Beyond. And onto the high ground, potentially we go here soon for LGD. Swiftlink next on the list for Ame's Ursa. So you can see, still not a whole lot of building damage, but they can kill heroes like none other, Synderen.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a solution right now for T1 for how to approach a fight. So since they can't deal damage to the BKBs, you need a way to poke these 3 BKBs the enemy cores have, reset, and then re-go. I think it's gonna have to come down to some sort of crazy static storm that they get set up through maybe an ag storm vortex.
Oh, the jump in.
They'll get that one.
They'll find one. It's been 10 minutes since he died, apparently.
Yep.
So it was
we reset
time.
the counter.
Something good happened for T1. They
When
did
did T1killlast.com? The clock is now 0.
Oh, Carl, relocate is coming, but he's going to zip away. Zephyr probably not going to be so lucky. He gets whipped into oblivion, and the bash ensures the kill for Ame.
Going to be relocated back here to the mid lane. Clean up some illusions.
You know what they could use is a leveler.
True.
That drop. That might be the best item to get for PSG LGD right now.
Up to the high ground.
Indeed. Spectral Dagger with the Gale. Ursa doesn't care.
Skewer.
The skewer in from Faith Beyond, and that's going to be a freebie for the kill on Cuckoo. Does have buyback. I don't even know. Have we seen Poison Nova this game? Have you
I don't think
noticed?
it's been cast.
That's... Wow. Unreal.
I'm glad we theory crafted whether it's better than before.
right now it's the same, I guess.
Yeah.
It looks like they'll get this Rax, and T1 without the Elder Titan, this will be difficult to defend, even with.
Oh, the tether!
All right, tether stun comes through with the bash. Carl takes a tumble. So that's the shard online for the IO. That is truly unfortunate. Earth Splitter comes inside the Static Storm, but the bash inside as well. Is enraged with the BKB. Ame super healthy. Just gonna focus on the buildings now. That is very unfortunate for T1. Great pickup by Jinkyu. There's the Searing Chains. All right, into the Skewer. This is going to be a dieback for Cuckoo. And LGD absolutely crushing their way to a Game 3 victory here. 5 versus 3, as we see the Shadow Step come out as well, but Zephyr is dead. Still has buyback. Now more buildings to go for LGD. 45 seconds with the Aegis. And again, their building damage is quite bad, but there, again, the Skewer with the Horn Toss setup. Do they have enough to actually take out 23 Savage? Indeed. He does have buyback as well, though.
Faith Bell will be fully healed by the cheese as well, so it almost looks like PSG haven't even been fighting yet. They have full resources on every hero except Lion, missing a little bit of mana, pretty much.
And that is 2 full sets of racks down.
Are we approaching the top end?
This is maybe mustache level.
Mustache level.
Yeah, this is mustache level. I mean, they do have 9 kills, so.
Notice the voice chat line being used by Cuckoo there. Nothing touches the heart like my venom. Arguably, your venom doesn't touch anything, rather.
Yeah, I would like to see the Poison Nova used at least.
1 Poison Nova before it's over, please.
Yes,
Let's go.
To jump in. Io's taking a lot of damage, but they're turning it on to Carl instead. He pops BKB, zips away to safety. Nothing to say, trying to pursue. Meanwhile, Ursa just eating everybody alive. GG is called. Poison Nova's not cast into him. And LGD take game 3 in very, very convincing fashion. And this is the team that we've been seeing throughout the entire group stage and now in the main event.
Yeah, when LGD are on, they're on, man. That was just not even close. Like, T1, they had to try to find some earlier fights to get value out of their Veno, but it was just PSG LGD making all of the good early moves, finding the picks. Especially nothing to say on the Ember, just set the entire tempo for the game.
Right.
His triple kill bottom is really what just opened up the map for them, and he took that advantage and just took it all the way to the bank. So top 6 now secured for PSG LGD. Like you said, they're going to be facing the winner of VP and VG Gaming.
Yep.
And now T1 dropped down to face Alliance, I believe, tomorrow.
Sure, we'll pretend that you're correct on that. I don't know why you would say something you're not 100% sure about. You should preface that you're not sure about it ahead of time.
Tomorrow or the day after.
Either way, they'll face Alliance at some point in the tournament. Could be tomorrow indeed, but let's see what the panel has to say about this absolute stomp of a Game 3.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, order has been restored by PSG LGD. I think the second game might have been a little bit of a wake-up call, Howie.
Yeah, I think so. And do I have time to talk about some nerdy stuff? Because I really want to talk about something that happened in that game.
You can. By the way, we are live.
Okay.
Yeah, you are allowed.
Okay.
Nerd out, my friend.
When Nothing to Say went for the Remnant bottom, what he did was he sent out 1 Remnant, and he did like an option select. Because what worse Ember players will do, they'll throw all 3 Remnants. But what he did is he sent out his Remnant, and he put down more Remnants while he is activating it. And how it works is you can only cast spells to the right of yourself because you're facing that way while you're in Remnant. So if you try to like Meteor Hammer, you can only do it to the right of yourself. I thought that was such a cool heads-up play by Nothing to Say because he really shined this game. Like everything around LGD, he had late pick, but he picked himself into sort of a lane counter pick. They made up for it with Lion rotating, and he immediately gave back to his team with that resource he was given. And I think that's what made LGD super cool with this game.
And Nothing to Say, Jenkins, you were particularly impressed with him because the lanes were pretty much won totally by him. Or at least he had a lot of impact.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you could argue that the rotation from Lion towards the mid lane, I mean, obviously that does help out. That is an LGD thing. They do that a lot, these like super early rotations, pre-5-minute rotations. But then immediately, there's this huge play by T1 bot, and I was thinking, like, this is a really good play by them, genuinely. They showed up with, like, Storm Spirit, they baited in onto Cuckoo, but then Nothing to Say is just like, well, you know, I'm super high-level mid, I'm coming in. He did the Remnant play that Aoi was talking about, where he gave himself this option to potentially burst. It turned out it was a good burst situation, and he gets a triple kill. And then the whole game from then on, it basically meant that Ursa and Magnus could just run around farming together as two, while Ember and Io just ran around killing everybody. Ember's the type of hero that when you pop off, you can like legit 1v5 with just a little bit of help. And when it's an amplifying hero like Io, well, you take this hero that can 1v5, then a hero that amplifies that, and you can 1v10 at that point.
Tsunami, LGD, looking like the best team in the world, so.
Yeah, and I think it's T1 actually did push them to the limit, actually. I think them being so stompy in this game, I don't think they wanted to have to show Nothing to Say Ember in this good of a form. They played him twice during the group stage, but it wasn't like, as AUI like to call it, a Siggy. It was a Siggy for him, a signature hero on occasion during the DPC, but now you've exposed it on the main stage. Everyone's watching these games because there's nothing else going on. There are 4 group stage games. You can't focus on it all, but here, one day maybe there'll be a crowd watching it as well, but every other team is keeping their eye on it right now, and now they're like, we can't let him get last pick Ember, especially if we don't have any disables.
Yeah.
Well, if you did miss the first game of the day, we've got a couple of highlights from it to talk about now. The first one being Snapfire and the double cookie. Tsunami, talk us through what's going on here.
Oh my god, Xinkyu is a surgeon on this hero. Every single time, it's not even just like his cookie placement. He will get the shard and he will get multi-hero stuns on that Scatterblast every single time. And this is them just dancing around 23 Savage's Morphling in this first game, which this was the most competitive game of the entire series, I think. The second one was great with all the 10 diebacks, but it was game 1 that really showed that T1 was ready to show up in this series.
Oh, this is the game too. This is the 10 buyback team fight. There were so many team fights. It's quite hard to keep up.
Which 10 buyback team fight? There was a few of them at that point. Was it the one where there were 4 items on the ground in Roshan and an Aegis snatch?
10 buyback team fights at the International 10. It turns out that like buses, they will just turn up in the same series. So it's hard to tell which one was which, to be honest. But what a series. Okay, yes. Now looking at your Tasha, I'm reminded that this was...
It was a mustache-level performance, I'm being told. There was a power tier ranking that they made during the NADPC. I'm only privy to it. I don't have a top hat. Hopefully we don't see a top hat at this event because that is a very one-sided event, and hopefully we're getting all those out of the way now so we can all be very competitive moving forward.
Really, really, really quickly. Explain the tiers of the Schlackings, please.
Oh, God. We've made a video about this.
Did you really?
Dota Cinema refused to put it on their channel.
Okay.
Alright, okay, so basically, Gaben level shellacking, that is a shellacking. Then mustache level shellacking.
And then top hat level shellacking. But there are many tiers below that. And Sunsfan and I actually had a talk with the Shellacking Council previous to this event, and we didn't think there was going to be any Gaben level shellackings or above because this is TI. It's so competitive after this year's DPC especially, but here we are. I mean, if it's any team that's going to get a Gaben's top hat, a Gaben's mustache, it is definitely LGD.
I've never seen Gaben in a top hat.
Well, it's because, it's TI and there's no shellackings happening around here, so.
All right, well, we have got Sir Action Slacks standing on the sidelines right now. We're even sitting because we like to keep it cozy here at TI 10. So let's find out what he had to say to why.
Absolutely, like keeping it cozy too. We have Y, one of the greatest in the world, and also Helen, who is also one of the greatest translators in the world. So good to have you both here. Thank you for joining us. All right, so where is the Pudge Techies? I don't want to talk about the game, all right? I want that Pudge Techies. Faith Beyond is letting me down here.
他说你们让他很失望，非边疆也让他很失望，屠夫还有炸弹人都在哪儿呢？
可能在观众的心里吧，我们还在尝。
Well, maybe it's in the viewers' hearts.
Well, I hope so. I know it's in my heart. That's why it hurts so much. But what about Oracle? That's your favorite. We haven't seen any of that either.
他也好伤心。那神谕者呢？他不是你最喜欢的英雄吗？
可能 T1 的打法不太适合让这个英雄上场吧。
What thing, Dadong? 开玩笑的. Anyway, I just said I understood him, and then I was joking, and I absolutely do not. So anyway, as we go on. So, you guys enter this tournament, right, as the favorites. Nobody seems to be able to defeat you, but are you playing your own game, or are you kind of preparing against the other teams?
就进入这比赛小组赛期间也没怎么失利过，你做为这个比赛做这个准备，做了哪些准备呢？
是对打 T1 做了哪些准备是吗？
Preparations against T1?
Against all teams, I mean, or do they just ignore the other teams?
所有队伍就是你们是有自己的打法，还是会根据对方的打法去调整呢？
应该还是会根据对方就是不同的队伍打不同的打法吧。就好比我们今天打 T1 也是在中途改变了过打法的。
Depending on who we're against, we'll actually adjust how we play. Specifically against T1, we actually did adjust our play style a little bit. And in terms of Oracle, he said that maybe T1 style doesn't allow him to pick that hero.
Very good. So, I forgot. Yes, that's right, my friend. I forgot again. Yeah. Yes, the 10 buybacks. Game 2. I want to know what your reaction was to that crazy moment.
第二盘10人买活，你那一刻心里想的是什么？
那一刻就当时肯定觉得那是一波很好的机会嘛，因为当时我们已经劣势很大了，想就是都10人买活，看还有没有机会靠那一波翻盘，就是比较激动吧。
We're a bit excited actually because at that moment we actually thought of it as a chance. We were already at quite a big disadvantage, so we wanted to see it as a chance for us.
Chance didn't pay out though. Would you have done it any differently?
那个机会并没有很好的后果。如果再来一次的话，会不会有其他的决定呢？
应该在那个局势下面应该没有太大的办法了，因为当时我们已经很劣了，然后对面都是刷新的情况，我们在那一波找到比较好的机会，骗出很多，所以想靠那一波，如果再来一次，可能只能靠我们临场更细的东西，也许能赢吧，但也是会打那一波。
I think if we had to do it all over again, we would still take chance because we did bait out a lot of skills already, and they had refresher. So if we were to do it again, maybe we'll play even more detailed and try to win through that.
All right. Almost done. Any thoughts on yesterday? An unfortunate day for Chinese Dota. What did you think about your comrades?
其实昨天很遗憾的有2支中国队伍离开了舞台，你对这个有什么看法或者想说的吗？
肯定是首先比较难受的吧，然后因为可能各方面吧已经太久没有线下赛，所以而且再加上是 BOE 吧，所以很多方面很难发挥出来。总之就也不知道说什么，就是比较难受吧。
I feel a bit sad, but due to all sorts of reasons, because we haven't had a LAN in so long, and there are other reasons to why they didn't perform to their best, all I can say is that I feel a little sad about it.
Yeah, well, I agree. I feel sad too about it. Those were some good teams, legends. Okay, final question for you. You guys had almost 0 losses in this entire thing. Only Secret and T1 have pulled a game from you. Are you afraid of any team at this tournament?
这有个问题，整个比赛当中，只有 Secret 还有 T 赢过你们，你们有没有自己比较害怕的队伍呢？
肯定更加的害怕是自己临场上的东西吧。然后尽管就是不同的队伍在面对不同队伍的时候，总是如果我们输掉了很多东西，都是能收获很多的。所以也比较感谢 T1 跟 Secret 吧。
Well, if we lose, it's a lot of it is to ourselves, not performing at our top notch. However, with every loss, we do gain experience. So thanks to T1 and Secret.
Okay, well, what a dignified answer. Thank you so much, Y. It's no wonder that you guys are on such an amazing spree, and I'm sure we will be seeing some more winners interviews with you two coming up soon. But for now, back to you.
Jay, thank you you so much to White, Helen, and Sir Action Slacks. Here is a quick update of the bracket. As you can see, LGD, they've secured themselves top 6, but we have got another upper bracket matchup coming your way very shortly. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming, and then we'll be saying goodbye to 2 more teams in the lower bracket as we head to our first lower bracket best of 3s later today. OG versus Quincy Crew is going to be wrapping things up. But before that will be Team Spirit versus Fnatic. And before we get on with VP versus Vici, we have got another hot competition coming your way because, of course, it's tradition that we have the short film contest. So here's Slacks and Effie to talk you through the runners and riders.
Hello, everyone. It is time for the short film contest. We had so many submissions this year, and now it is time to show you some of the finalists. Are you ready, Effie?
I am so ready.
All right, let's see what those fantastic Dota community members have made. First up, we have Carried Away, a little story about some beautiful, cute little creeps.
And next, we're going back to basics. We are defending our ancient with Overthrown.
That beautiful little catapult. And finally, Time to Push. You ever want to see some HD Dota heroes? Well, you're about to. Let's take a look.
Hello. Hello, and welcome back. We're here on the main panel. My name is Avo Plus. I'm joined by Lizard, Gods, and Lacoste, who just followed me today, really.
Yeah, I'm following you throughout the whole event. We've been doing panels together. We've been chilling in the green room. Now we're on the main panel. So
Yeah, I know.
It's good to have you here, Avo. Or should I say Avo?
That's better. I appreciate that, yeah. Sometimes. No. Before we get into the Dota, I just want to talk about the videos we just watched. Any favorites here? Gods, I know you were really excited to talk about that catapult video.
I love the one, the Beastmaster raising the catapult from a young age. Lacoste saying should have been feeding some Tengos maybe. Could have maybe gone a bit further.
Yeah, just, add a bit more Dota theme to it. But the Beastmaster face was priceless there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that one.
The salute at the end as well.
Oh
And the
my God.
shining star.
Yes.
It's perfect.
What do you think for the short film contest? Do you think it's about like the production value, or did you care about the storyline?
The
I love a
story
good
is
story,
important,
yeah.
right?
I want to feel emotionally invested. But also, I mean, the thing is, I think all these films we've seen, they have great stories, but then they also have amazing designs, drawings, sounds, everything. There's so much. Every year they get better and better.
There's so much talent in Dota community, and here I am, I can't even draw a straight line or a relatively round circle with a
and they
pen.
call us
Yeah,
talent.
yeah. The real talents are the ones, making those short movies for the contest, yeah.
I completely agree. I mean, that card of the catapult movie made me, feel things. I was like, now I understand how Trent feels, for example. I must be the catapult is like his newborn child. And of course, what other hero, what better hero than a Beastmaster to raise the pushing catapult, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me back of the old days when you used to like get the Helm or the Enchantress. You used to always dominate the catapult, and that was a strategy everyone went for.
He's definitely a fatherly figure. That's
It
how
is.
he looks like.
Yeah, because he takes care of his beasts as well,
Of course.
right? That's very nice. Is there any other video that you would have liked to see that you were seeing in the short film contest entries that you would like to point out?
Slex's gyrocopter video from long ago.
No.
Chandelier. No? No? No love for...
Are you talking about the... never mind.
This was an old one. It never made it in, I don't think. But,
Was it the old video where he pretends to be the gyrocopter voice?
Yes.
That is... Yeah, that's... I'm glad to say
You're
I
going to
said
stick
no.
with your no?
Yeah, I'm glad I said no. Yeah, that was... Okay. Any other Slacks videos that you'd like to point out, guys? Anything that you really think should be...
Good.
No? Any of his voice lens videos? Any Omni-Night videos? All right.
We got a healthy amount of slacks already here at TI.
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. Wait till he hosts this panel. That's gonna be coming someday. Yeah, he has no people to find, so he has to find the talent instead. Going to be interviewed here, but we do have a very exciting matchup coming up next, right? I know you're all very excited to talk about Dota, but you guys should be checking out the short film contest in general. The entries can be found on the Dota website themselves and the Dota Short Film Contest website. So do check it out as we're going to be ready for VP versus Vici. As they're going to be able to walk out other booths. Expectations for this match, guys?
It's going to be a tight one. This match,
Yeah.
VP versus Vici Gaming, it's hype.
And two very different playstyles. I'm really curious to see how they match up.
Lacoste?
I'll go with Virtus Pro. I'll explain later.
I wasn't asking that, but okay. Virtus Pro. We're going to see them walk out first. Or, sorry, Vici walk out first. Vici Gaming, a team with a huge legacy and great standings in China. To many, they say this team is a team that does not make mistakes, and to be honest, a team that's kind of just boring to watch. But the reality is they are afraid. They're the superior tempo controllers. As Insania will say, they might not do anything the whole game, but you won't be able to beat them. Only the veteran teams are capable of even going toe-to-toe with Vici Gaming, the ultimate team at delaying the game. In any major, they forced that trim protector down people's throats. They did not care if you wanted to take their towers. They made sure that you could not push, and they made sure that Pollo Yo Spectre was ready to go. Now here at TI, they are ready to destroy whomever cannot beat their deathly style. Now let's go to their opponents, VP.
for VP Virtus Pro, an old organization with the Eastern European scene that is now bringing new blood into the scene. And this new blood has had some question mark performances. Previously, people said, oh, they can only perform online. They can't do it on LAN. But in the group stages, they showed otherwise. They went back to their A to Z hero challenge they showed in the previous iteration at the summit, and they were proving people wrong. Their nerves of steel have improved now with their new coach. Some people talk about he's a mental coach. Maybe he has been preparing them for this moment, and maybe that is why they're here on the main stage. If you look at the performance in Eastern Europe, it has been absolutely dominant. Not even Team Spirit can hold a candle to them. And that is why we're very excited to see how VP got here.
He just scrolls on up to the high ground with the finger. Down goes Palantimos. He does have buyback if he would like to go in, but he's be holding on to it for the time being. Nightfall and GPK chonking away here. Pikachu. Oh, look at that damage. It doesn't matter. He has a BKB over on the back line, so there it is. There's that Ravage that we were talking about. The buyback did come out from Palantimos, but already Slayer's dead. GPK does get taken down, though, while all this is going on. Nightfall finds the opening, gets a kill on Big Numb. Palantimos now running for his life as Nightfall's just chasing them through the base. And it's not looking like this Nature's Prophet is going to survive. It's not looking super great now. It's a rampage now coming out for Nightfall, and the G's get dropped. Double rampage.
Oh.
Solo.
Yeah.
Might find this.
Oh, he will.
He's got the setup. And with Zara's coming in, they should have the damage for this. Oh, he's got to throw out the finger quick. The GPK is coming in from the side. DM is still alive. He's going to be able to push himself out to the side with the sprout. He's away. He's actually away. Oh, no.
Really not.
1K lead from VP whilst having this jungle Husker.
As long as he doesn't die. He's doing it right, though.
He's got it. He's going to be able to do it. Unless he gets... Oh, no! Look how low it is! Get to the pit! Everybody get to the pit! Get to the pit right now! Get to the pit, boys! You can get it! There's a Roche!
Oh, my God.
Oh, they're going to hit it! Somebody hit it! Everybody to the pit! All hands on deck! Get that Roche up! Oh, DM's cleaned it up!
Money.
Oh, no!
Money.
They went to the Roche pit. They need him more. Crystallize. He's got no health. He's got no mana. He can't come over here.
And Crystallize is he's still tracked.
Oh, and he's still hanging around.
What the? Wait, what?
No. Oh dear. Oh dear. They'll get back on track, and it will still be a 10-minute Roshan here from VP.
VP is my favorite team at the moment.
We have it, there's the jump. Paulison trying to close in onto Nightfall. Nightfall, no chemical rage for a couple of seconds. The arrow comes out to Quinn. They've caught Quinn with the stun. Paulison, Devil Saber with the stun. Takes him onto the side. The concoction, it's out onto the three of them as they come in with the Star Storm.
It's the Ravage.
Triple kill for Nightfall.
Oh my God. Like, it was a cool save, but yeah, that three-man stun. I don't believe I've seen such a good stun from an Alchemist pretty much ever.
Again, this time they'll be the team making the move into a side that does have all the ults ready. See, they'll catch DM. Toro's in. DM. They save him in time. The golem's going to be dropped down. DM can't get off the RP. The Chrono comes out from Nightfall. Cataclysm follow-ups roll onto the three of them. They take down Yasura the Bots. Toronto, Tokyo will fall as well as Mirror. As Nightfall, he's ready to keep the cleanup going. Over towards Yasura. Triple kill for him.
Virtus Pro, they have done it. They've made sure that they haven't dropped a single series in this Season 2 of the Eastern European DPC.
Well, now we know VP's story. As Moxie said, not dropping a single game in that season. But I'm still curious. I kind of want to know what happened on the Vici side. So that's why we have a recap for you of what happened this season for Vici Gaming.
still pressuring. They're posturing. They've taken the tier 2. 2 minutes left in the Aegis. Silence, that comes in as well.
Where's the lasso?
Ravage.
There it
They
is.
got the lasso for the save of the track, but the Echo Slam, he still lives through it. Supernova
Another
is
good
out.
egg.
They've got the hook shot coming in from PYW as well as the Flamebreak pushing back Earthshaker and X-Nova. He's in the cuts. Bounce over onto this PW Clockwork. They get the kill on a one. He'll buy back immediately, but they've already taken out the Aegis with the Omni Slash bouncing around onto this Death Prophet. They've got the stuff that hits on the Ajade. Dark Pack, Lotus Orb trying to run. Oh, there's the lasso onto XM.
That was such a great play, man. VG Gaming is so strong in terms of like moving into the team fight. They're not grouping around. They know that the only way they lose this game if they group up. Enigma lands a multiple man black hole.
And a BYW again! I mean, you can't even zip TP because BYW is ready. It was almost like he hexed him out of the ball lightning. He's that good.
I'm telling you, man, this Necro is a great answer. Huh?
Cogs and the stun chaotic offering with the fatal bond. They put the ball strike at the epicenter of the damage. There it is. They call me Nostradamus for a reason. Emo, GT, Ali, and Kaka all dead.
In 1 second.
Yeah, literally instantly.
Usually what your lineup wants to do is either it wants to farm or it wants to skirmish. But I'm not... Uh-oh.
Yeah, the roll in. AA Blast is coming.
Not connecting. He has haste.
Absolutely not. But Emo, he's going to turn this around. He has a static link applied to TA, who has the haste. He will be able to get this kill on the PYW pretty easily. The Chrono is on
great
two.
Chrono.
They will get the Razor and the Lion. Actually, it's on 4. Holy jeez, on the bottom side of that as well. That might be the best level 1 Chrono I've seen in quite some time. That's 4 kills, and all they lose is the Earth Spirit.
That is disgusting. That's such a good chrono.
Yes, that was the fight where we were expecting Nigma to, take out these heroes that don't have buyback. So really,
it's a full minute still, Gary.
Are they going to jump? Miracle's getting caught out here. They've got the refresher orb. Old 11 with the soul bind.
He got the buyback.
He's going to die. He's gone for a minute and a half. And they've caught LTW as well. Wolf stomped him. Lycan's an absolute gunner.
Oh, they did not respect that. What a play from 11.
So, the players are getting ready. We have Vici versus Virtus Pro, and I have my hardworking panel here. I want to ask you guys, what any predictions for this series? Now, Lacoste, actually, it's your time to explain your VP prediction.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with VP, even though VG Gaming is a heavy farm-oriented team. They have more experience, and they will punish a small mistake when we go for that post 40-50 minute game. But to go back to Virtus Pro, the way they've been playing during the group stage is we're gonna run at you. There's gonna be a lot of chaos, Darkseer plus a bounty hunter. In their last matches, it didn't happen against EG, against Aster. This team showed. I don't think I've seen such a good performance in a really long time. Because if you're watching the games looked boring for a casual viewer because there were no mistakes being made. The trifecta of 2 supports and the DM running around the map, just making space so that GPK and Nightfall can get the items. There was one game where Tiny was 0-1 and 0, 20 minutes in, and then he just came in and got a triple kill inside Roche, and that's it. Game ended.
Oh. Lizard, do you support this idea by Lacoste?
I have to completely support this idea by Lacoste because not the same reasons. I think that this is a team that's extremely young but bringing a ton of confidence to the game. If you look at the heroes that they're drafting, the bounty hunter that he mentioned, we've seen some dome breakers on position 1. I just feel that psychologically they haven't been broken on this land. They actually came in strong. They're playing their style. They're enjoying themselves, and I think that's the place where you want to be if you're going to take this series.
I still feel a bit of hesitancy before jumping on the VP bandwagon because we've seen them. They're going to be the kings of the early game. They're great at crushing the lanes, playing super fast, putting teams on the back foot. But that's also where VG Gaming kind of thrives. They play this kind of slower, methodical Dota. They like to be the kind of defensive team, the one reacting, defending their towers, kind of making counter moves. And we've seen VP overextend. They did it against OG in the group stage. They did it against T1, where they get these big early leads. They dive too far, and that worries me when it comes to playing a team like Vici, who is so good at punishing mistakes. It also just worries me when you look at VP's track record at the majors, where they didn't quite perform up to expectations. So I think there's a lot of pressure on VP, and for Vici Gaming, their playstyle might be VP's kryptonite.
Are you on the Vici bandwagon a bit more? Not for this match in general, because I know a couple of analysts, myself included, have talked up Vici Gaming as one of the top contenders for the ages.
Not yet. I think they are kind of still lacking that kind of X factor, as I kind of put in one of the earlier panels, where I just don't think they have what it takes to win a TI, because they're missing something flashy. They're missing that kind of OG or PSG LGD factor.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens in game number 1 as we go right to it. Vici versus VP.
Vici Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
Welcome to the draft panel. I'm joined by the fabulous Effie and Insania to talk through this one. And one of the things I'm excited about this one is the question could be answered as whether we're actually going to see some variety from Virtus Pro, because they played the lowest number of heroes in the group stage. I don't know what you guys are thinking, what you're predicting. Take it away.
I think they have quite a wide hero pool, so they're probably holding back a little bit. They probably felt like they found something that's good enough to get them out of groups, and they just stuck to it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them busting out a lot of new heroes. I think VP Save has like all of his Dota Plus heroes like above level 18, so they're platinum tier on like maybe like 10 heroes or so. So he plays a lot of heroes.
He's Stalker.
Yes.
And I think with Vici, they have expanded a little bit more than in their DPC season, particularly from Ori, their mid player, who actually has the most versatility out of all the other players on his team throughout groups. So it's nice to see that happening, and to highlight Ori in particular, he hasn't been having the best performances in the last few months, but he really stepped it up during TI. So I'm really curious what the Ori versus GPK matchup is going to look like here.
I think probably you could expect GPK to peak a bit higher and be a little bit more of that flashy type mid player that you see running around a lot, but I think Ori fits more of like the traditional, he'll play the Dragon Knights, he'll play the Vipers, he'll play the Shadow Fiend. Maybe not the most flashy Shadow Fiend that you've ever seen, but he'll get the job done. And I think that's like the big difference here between the mid laners and VP and Vici, where you have Ori, who's like the rock. He's very much kind of more similar to our mid laner in Liquid, where it's like he's very stable, he's going to get the job done. And then you have GPK that kind of flashes of brilliance, but also equally so sometimes fall very flat.
Very good points, and it's going to be exciting to see this happen. It's nice to see that both teams did their research on each other, because VP banned out Vici's most successful heroes, which were Weaver and ET throughout the groups, whereas Vici banned out the Eye on the Dawnbreaker. But it's interesting to me that they prioritized the Dawnbreaker ban over something else, because while VP have played it, they haven't had the most success with it.
I think it's just scary, right? You get to main event. It was a similar story with the OG Wisp, I think, last year, where like you don't really know how to beat it. You don't know how it works. It's a new hero. You're not comfortable playing up against it, so you're going to end up banning it out. And I know a lot of the old school captains, specifically Kuroki, used to talk about this, that you want these like kind of free win strats. You want to have this like, I'll pick this hero and you're going to be afraid. And I think the Dawnbreaker is kind of accomplishing that for VP here, where they just want to get rid of it. It gives them a free ban, basically a free opening. And here for VP, that ends up giving them an Earthshaker that most likely would have been banned otherwise.
So something that Vici has done a little bit differently is typically they will draft Old 11's hero in the first phase, because he has only played about maybe 4 or 5 total heroes during groups, and they really prioritize getting it out there. But unless this is an offlane Tiny, it seems that they have just ignored that idea completely here. Is there a reason for that?
I think most likely they just feel like they have to snap the Tiny, right? They probably had this idea coming in where they're expecting the Tiny to be banned out. It's been banned out a lot. People didn't really want to give it away during the groups, but it now seems like VP are more comfortable with giving it away. And to follow up with the offlane thing, you can see VP's prepared, right? They've looked this up. They are aware that his hero pool is limited, and they're targeting him here now. They're banning out the Night Stalker, followed up by the Tide.
And they actually snagged the Earthshaker, which is one of the 4 heroes that he's played often. Pretty much leaves the Doom, which is one of his favorites.
Earthshaker was played 6 times during the group stage by Vici, so I wonder if Virtus Pro as well. We're gonna get in there first, because
Actually, sorry, Virtus Pro played it 5 times, Vici played it 6 times. So I think there was kind of a battle going on. If we don't pick it first, then we might not get it first.
Yeah, and that's something that definitely is a part of drafting, and especially more once you get into main stage and deeper into tournaments, you know what the enemy team kind of values, and you know what heroes they're going to look for in the first phase. So it kind of becomes sometimes like, let's say you were picking Earthshaker in the second phase, and you knew your matchups, and you knew you were going to have a good laning phase. This is like where the player skills tested, because now if you want the Earthshaker, you're going to have to pick it early, and you're going to have to get counterpicked, or you might get counterpicked, and you're going to have to be able to play through it anyways. And I think the players that generally do well at TI are the players that have that versatility. You can play the hero with slightly more farm or slightly less farm. And I think this could be somewhere where an area in which Vici's experience comes to in their favor, because Old 11's been at a bunch of TIs, and this is DM's first, if I'm not wrong. So I think that these kind of factors is important to notice. So even though VP has played a lot of Earthshaker, how much first phase, or how comfortable is he playing it if he gets counterpicked?
And like we saw yesterday, a bunch of young players with maybe not the best LAN experience, even though they can have an incredibly dominant group stage, can choke on the main stage. So points like that really do come into play in something like this. What I wanted to comment on is what I like about Vici's draft is there's a lot of mixed damage already out of Tiny and Snapfire. Lots of magical damage, lots of burst, and also physical damage, right? So there's a nice synergy between these two heroes. Whereas I can see this Pugna getting burst down very quickly.
Yeah. I think at first glance, this Phoenix is also a little bit of a weird pick, right? You kind of consider Snapfire to be a bit of a counter because of how her third spell, which I know the name of, counters the Little Shredder counters the Phoenix Egg because it has very quick attack speeds. You just hit down the egg immediately. But if you keep looking at the VP draft a bit more, you notice that there's a lot of stuff to cover it. You have the Pugna to cover him, you have the Earthshaker to cover him, and Snapfire, generally speaking, wants to play pretty far back. So the Phoenix could be a good way to bait him in and to force the Snapfire not to use their ulti. Because when Snapfire ults, you can egg very comfortably, because at that point, the Snapfire is no longer in position to come in and low shredder your little egg without getting fissure stunned or potentially Pugna the correct fight.
That's a very good point, and I've always liked heroes like Earthshaker and Sand King in defending the egg, but something else that we can add on to that is with the combination of Phoenix and Pugna, especially with the prevalence of Holy Locket as an item, there's a lot of sustain coming out of VP's team.
True.
So that's going to be very annoying to deal with.
I'm curious about Bristleback as a potential hero. I noticed them doing this in the group stage where they played Bristleback Pugna, and they kept buffing the Bristleback up with the mana from Pugna and healing him and just giving him sustain. And right now they have really nice backline heroes to do that. And Silencer, pretty decent hero against the Bristle because you stack up your Q infinitely. But it doesn't really matter, right, when you have infinite sustain coming out from your two supports.
That's a very good point, and these two supports do like to build Lotus Orb. There's also the potential they could make it a mid Pugna, but I don't like that so much here. Silencer is also a very good Phoenix counter, so Vici's draft looks really strong in my opinion. They have their team fight covered with Global and RP and Mortimer's Kisses, and they have their late game covered with Tiny. And they have very good individual hero matchups, I would say.
I think if you're VP right now, you're kind of looking at some sort of maybe like Wraith King, Bristle, the more like tankier type carries, because Vici's draft is very reliant on their spells to deal damage. You're going to have Tiny Combo, you're going to have Snapfire throwing some spells, and there's the Bristle. Yeah.
Insania the Prophet.
It's like you've played a TI before.
Yeah, I didn't get very far though.
We don't need to talk about that. A TI is a TI.
True.
So looking here at Vici Gaming's lineup so far, what ultimately is what they're trying to... What are they ultimately trying to achieve, do you think, with this draft so far?
I think for Vici, it's going to be try to farm up the Tiny, and then this is going to be basically the question of the game. Can they kill Bristleback during the Silver's Edge? Cool duration from Tiny, or is Bristle going to survive it and then out-sustain them with all the backline that he has? I think no matter what they pick here in the end, these two heroes are going to be the defining heroes for the draft. I think for Vici as well, they have the Silencer, like you mentioned, to cover against the egg, so initiation for them is going to be very important too.
I agree, and the nice thing about Bristleback as a hero is even though it is annoying to play against something like Arcane Curse, he does hit his timings quite fast, and he still excels at taking ancient stacks, right? If he hits his timing earlier than Tiny, they can just run them over with all of the sustain that they have coming out of Pugna and Phoenix. Even though individually these heroes may look like they might struggle, overall they do mesh well together. But I think if Vici hold out for Tiny's timings, it's going to get a lot more difficult for VP to take these fights, for reasons that Insania mentioned.
So the final pick from Virtus Pro, is that going to be a counter?
I think it's probably just going to be something supportive. Like, it's going to try to support their draft. So right now, they have the option of running the Pugna on GPK, but they could also run it on save. They can run the Earthshaker on save and pick an offlaner. They have a lot of abilities like to basically pick whatever hero they feel best supports their game plan, which to me is, at this point, it's going to be a lot about stacking up the Bristleback and getting him very, very fat. And they're on Dire, which is we had talked about it off stream, but one of the few advantages that Dire has is that they have these camps in the jungle, which are easier to stack multiples up at the same time. And Bristleback's one of the best heroes to utilize that specific thing. So Dire, Bristleback, I just think it's going to be all about stacking this guy up, getting him as fat as you possibly can. And this is something that I know we like to run a lot, so I think the first 12, 15 minutes, if he can get that 1-2k net worth ahead of the rest of the game, I would favor them pretty strongly moving into the mid-game.
And VG Gaming are banning out these initiator type offlaners, which is a really good call by them because right now, until Earthshaker gets his blink, they're just going to be playing behind the bristle, and that can result in some problems. So by having something like a Mars or a Beastmaster, it makes their ability to take fights that much easier. And Razor Void.
I think it's a strong lane matchup against Void Spirit, but in the game itself, I don't think Void Spirit really cares that much about Razor. But yeah, I think VP, they're trying to dominate the lanes in the start. They're going to run around with 4 heroes and have Nightfall come in and take some towers as soon as they're controlling pace.
I think Ori's Void Spirit is very good, one of the best in this tournament, but also his job will be to control this Pugna in the backline. My issue is if DM hits his timings, this can be a very scary game for Void because he will die, right? So it's just about what happens in the first 15 minutes, like Insania says. But if the game holds out for longer, I do favor VG.
Well, we're going to be getting into that game very, very shortly. But before we do, it's time for the last word with BSJ.
Thank you, Frankie. I feel like when I was listening to that panel, all I heard was timing. So let's talk about the timings we should be expecting in this game. The thing that I look at for Vici Gaming is their core hero, the Tiny, buffed up by the Magnus on Old 11. He needs 2 items to feel really strong in this game. He needs the Silver Edge as well as the BKB. The Silver Edge to chew through the Bristleback, and the BKB to deal with the immense amount of control and magic damage from the Pugna Earthshaker as well as the Phoenix. However, on the side of Virtus Pro, the Bristle's only going to need 1 tankiness item to start going. The Earthshaker is only going to need a blink, and we're going to need a BKB on the Razor coming on GPK. So there's going to be 1 item timing for the Virtus Pro, while it's going to take 2 items for Vici. So we're going to see if they can hit that window hard enough before the BKB Silver Edge shard on the Tiny and take momentum that way. And there's only one way to find out, and that's with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, Virtus Pro up against Vici Gaming in this best of 3. Fogged, what are you looking forward to seeing from these two here out on the main stage?
Just a clash of 2 styles, really. I think that's what most people were even looking at just coming into this game. Even before we even saw the drafts, I think most people were expecting Vici to do Vici things. Play a little bit more of that slow-paced style. Wait till they start hitting their big later game timings. VP, they have changed a lot. Sure, they're still all about that fast-paced kind of lineup, all about that aggression, but they've gotten a lot more like just stable in the way that they hit their big timings, and then boom, they're not going to look to make a mistake. They're going to look to be a very clean game and just close it out. And hey, look at the draft, right? We have Bristle, Razor cores. Yeah. That's all about looking to get an advantage and end at a relatively early time.
No, yes, and sort of specifically the Bristle and the Pugna, these are very much heroes that we haven't really seen other teams play with that much, whereas, Vici Gaming, on the other hand, their whole lineup, these heroes have sort of been played across the board. Silence has sort of more recently started to move up in value. A lot of teams starting to look towards that. But everything else from Vici Gaming, it's just sort of top heroes of the meta.
Yeah, especially like the Magnus that they slipped in later on in the draft, which we saw, of course, last series. It went up to first pick. It became the most high priority pick. So, yeah, we'll see how that's going to end up playing out. And we'll see if they, like they mentioned about timings, if Silencer does start to fall off too, right? Because I know they have, Vici's late game is extremely strong, but we've seen time and time again, Silencers around that 35-minute mark, they start to struggle, so I'm really looking forward to this series. And let's see how these lanes do play out, because I've been seeing so many times GPK, especially on Razor, lane dominator.
Sure.
That's just what he's been known as forever, especially into these melee heroes. Sure, Void Spirit, you've got ways to play around it in the mid-game especially, but lane is still going to be quite complicated.
Absolutely, yeah. GPK definitely having himself in a situation to make Ori's early game rather hard. We'll see how well Ori plays himself into it.
And let's see how the Phoenix does too, because they did pick it relatively early because of that Tiny. We know people have been talking about the matchup because of attack speed, slow, Sunray, Egg. It's all pretty damn good versus Tiny. However, into Silencer, right? It does feel like the Silencer has a pretty good position in this game versus both the Phoenix and the Pugna. These are like anti-savers, globals. They can't get the heals off to protect Nightfall in some situations. So, yeah, this should be a lot of fun.
And for Nightfall as well, so the carry Bristle. How does that sort of fit into the meta that we're seeing? Like, is this sort of a concept that you feel VP could really show us the strengths of, against the types of Dota that we've been seeing teams play, or at least most of the teams play?
They're one of the only, if not the only teams playing it. So that is a great question. I mean, just something that they really like to play. Nightfall might just feel very comfortable on it with the team. It's a curious one to me because I'm not too sure why they are liking it so much. I mean, sure, they've been dominant on it, but then why is nobody else doing the same kind of strategy? So, and I mean, it's also Silencer, right? So,
but that's the thing. He's going to have something to dispel, right? Otherwise, these fights, surely the damage, the duration, it adds up. It's not going to be fun spamming your spells when you've been arcane cursed.
No, definitely not. They have 2 Lotus Orb buyers, at least 3 Lotus Orb buyers on their team, maybe even more than that. They could even prioritize one on the Razor, even the Bristle himself. So we'll probably see 2-3 Lotus Orbs coming out because Phoenix is going to want one, Pugna's going to want one, Bristle's probably wants one. So we'll see that in time. And yeah, I'm really just going to be glancing at mid to see if. Ori is one of the big playmakers for me for Vici, and when he starts to have a bit of a rough game at times, I feel like their game gets even slower than it usually is. Yeah. They are more of a slow team, and looking at the lane already, 10-6 on the Razor,
GPK
3-1.
It's as we said on paper, it's a tough matchup, and GPK he is completely abusing that. 11 for 7 against the 3-4-1. Top lane DY. Is he going to tick out here? He's going to burn pretty low, but not quite enough. Salves at the ready. He'll be able to keep himself in lane. In fact, Kingslayer, he's going to get chased down by Old 11 again, though not quite enough damage. As both team supports will stay in the lane and alive.
Was that Fairy Fire making them both survive? I'm pretty sure it was. I think Silencer used one earlier, and then the Phoenix had 2, so he used one when he was getting gone on. So Fairy Fire saved lives.
Now he's looking down bottom at the moment for both cores. DM, 12 for 1 here. Offlane, Poyo-Yo, 14, 15 for 1. So both cores trading farm quite nicely down here. Side lanes, both supports trying to play around here. Save comes over around the attempt pull. Here's the setup around the cap. Top lane, Old Lemon's going to get the skewer back.
Okay.
Pretty deep, at least get a tower hit or 2, and then he does. Nightfall getting a little too close to that dangerous area where Old 11's able to pull him in and set him up underneath the tower for that extra damage.
That's why we're seeing the Magnus picked so much, really. Just so powerful in any lane.
You got to be careful.
Yep. That's always something scary for Bristleback, too. Even, let's say in the later stages of the game, too. Bristol is a tanky hero, but sometimes you feel a little bit deceptive because you feel so tanky, but let's say you get completely pulled out of position. It's going to change the way that your saves are looking to play, because then the Pugna has to get out of position, the Phoenix as well to try to protect you. So, yeah, could see a lot of those skewers really injure the Bristle a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. Nightfall's got to be careful on these early levels. Playing anywhere near to the tower there, as Old 11 will be very quick to take advantage of that.
DY will help out mid. Ori gonna check the rune for him and also fill up his bottle. His body as well.
Mid lane, starting to catch him now, Ori.
Yeah.
It's sort of this sort of pace now where GPK has been sort of visiting the jungle a little bit, looking towards neutrals as well. It's giving Ori a bit more of a chance to close that gap here.
It's just still such a challenge. He can't even walk out. Yeah, the poor guy. Ori's just like, all right, well, I just have to tank this. I'm getting my levels, and that's kind of the most important thing he has to do at this point. Rest of the lanes are going well, as we mentioned for Vici.
Poyo, feeling rather confident down here. DM on his own doesn't really pose too much of a threat against the Tiny, especially with the support sort of beginning to drift away from that bottom lane.
PYW, though, is eating quite a lot of harassment.
Save if he gets another blast in, it's going to be close, but PYW just enough HP to get out of harm's way. Top lane, Old 11 trying to get it onto Kingslayer, not going to be the case, and it's getting to the stage now where this top lane, now the levels are in, level 4 on Nightfall. They've got to be very careful about how they extend him for Kingslayer, as Nightfall will be able to turn around any drawn-out engagement between the 2 lanes here.
Yep. A little bit of a mistake there from DY, not layering the curse in the last word properly, though, so you can get that extra damage. Did mess it up a bit there on Kingslayer. Supports looking to check runes a bit more here. Save even looking to play around mid. Guess feeling that he doesn't need to help DM too much in the bottom lane since we are seeing so many support rotations. PYW hasn't really been playing the lane too much. And speaking of PYW, we didn't really touch too much on the Snapfire this game. Of course, a super popular hero that's been getting picked up more and more, but also a lot of uses in this game. Little Shredder can always be pretty decent versus Bristleback, of course. You know, a little bit of extra minus armor when he's lacking in the early game, but of course, versus Phoenix and versus Pugna, it's going to be quite useful. The Little Shredder versus the Pugna Ward versus the Egg, but also even just Mortimer Kisses versus a hero that does get decrepified in later stages. So PYW should have a pretty good overall game if he's able to actually position himself properly.
Absolutely, we're going to have to see some very careful placements here of both of those spells to,
for sure,
to sort of force Vici Gaming to spend time finding them and getting that setup indeed for the Snapfire.
Or he's completely caught up. He's actually only 50 gold behind the Razor.
And this is pretty impressive. What's the XP looking like, though, between them? Was halfway through level 6 on Ori, and then GPK still about a level ahead. So he's picking it up, but as you say, the recovery, it has been there for Ori after a very tough first few waves in the matchup. You know, this is quite clearly something that he's had to deal with quite a lot of times before. The man's got quite a few games on the Void Spirit. He's almost certainly bumped into Razor, quite a large number of them.
GPK is looking to make that first move bottom. Haste Rune.
Oh, here we go. See if he's able to get the chase down onto Poyoyo. How will Vici Gaming react? Poyoyo turn with a quick avalanche, trying to hold GPK back, but GPK is able to maintain the connection of the static link. He's into the trees, that Poyoyo, and it's pretty deep, but GPK's got the damage. The maxed out plasma field's able to reach in, burst him down. A successful rotation here for the Razor.
And successful rotation from the supports earlier from VP to secure that Haste Rune for GPK. Ori did not choose to even make the counter move, though, since it is a hasted Razor. He's just like, whatever, I need to catch up my game. Razor's going to look to gank on the side lanes. He's going to get some big benefit from it, but
yeah,
I'm catching back up. I'm hitting mid-tower a little bit, too. So.
No, for sure. I looked at the time as well. I'm not quite sure what he used it for earlier, but both of his Astral Steps were on cooldown.
Okay, so just maybe pushing lanes.
Yeah.
Or farming some stack or something.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Which did mean he wasn't quite in the shape that maybe could have turned up to that bottom lane.
And we are seeing, like Insania mentioned, it's dire. Stacks. Kingslayer is already starting the triangle. This is not the usual triangle, but it is warded. So Vici is going to be aware. They are... And they know what's happening.
I mean, with an empowered Astral Step, they could take these pretty quickly. Ori's in.
Super quick. He's DD room as well.
Yeah, this is, well, there we have it. I think pretty much every creep won't go to Kingslayer. Ori will die for it.
Okay.
I mean, this may be worth, though. That's a lot of effective golden XP that you do take away from VP there with that move. I mean, sure, you die at the end of it all, but that was at least a triple stack you're taking out of the hands of Nightfall.
Yeah, it's a trade.
It's a trade.
The thing is, the Razor get a big chunk of experience on the support and the Razor, and then he's off the map now for quite some time, so they can split up. So
okay. So you think that VP they're like,
I don't think
whatever.
VP's like whatever. Like we got the kill. Bristleback's still able to get some of these stacks anyway.
GPK is already on his way down bottom again. Maybe seeing if DM can find the setup. And they're going to set up with the slam. TPs are coming in, but GPK, he's just going right in underneath the tower. He's going to miss the blast here. GPK just standing tall on top of Poyoyo. Poyoyo will fall. PYW, he's going to be in trouble as well. Finally, the fissure ends, so he tries to get out of there, but the damage has been done. GPK, get with these movements down, want to make a big place. Now the counterplay comes in. Ori jumps over towards GPK. They'll take out the Razor. He's got his eyes set now onto the Shaker as well. An attempted TP out will be successful. DM makes it back to base.
Just a number. Crisp rotations coming all around. 2 to 4. Poyoyo is definitely struggling. But Ori does make the nice rotation, especially with DY rotating around. He did not have the point in glaives yet, so no int. But we are seeing these constant moves around the map, looking like both teams looking to get support levels, especially VP. They actually have the Pugna sitting mid for quite some time and the Phoenix up top, so their support should be a bit better off on those levels, since we did see, of course, PYW die down bottom. But it is very close on levels.
It is. There's some good Dota here so far from both squads.
Yeah, quite even, really. DM's gone for a bit of a different approach in the offlane that I've seen from lately. I've seen most of the time it's just like the 1 or 2 max points in Fissure, and then when they're offlane, they've been putting more points in the Enchant Totem and Aftershock. 3 points is the key, of course, for that Aftershock, so you can get the good combo play with your Echo Slam. But yeah, opting for more points in Fissure, I guess, because his supports have no stuns.
I think that's what it
But
is,
I
right?
think that
Yeah.
just has to be what it is. So
He needs to have that long lockdown.
Yep. That definitely makes sense as to why he's done it. And he's going to have a pretty good timing on that Blink Dagger. And, we talk about VP speed and aggression. Again, looking to make the move bottom, GPK, as well as save.
There they are once again.
They're spotted.
Same time top lane. Kingslayer's going to get gone upon. Vici are able to get the kill up top. DY's going for the TP out. He's able to make it away from them. So they won't find anything down here this time round with the movement, but they can look to put some pressure onto the tower. Fortification's already been used. They're pushing in with the catapult wave. VP, they should be able to get this tier 1 away, but at the same time, Vici, they've already got the top tier 1 tower, so able to make that move and push happen a little bit quicker than VP is themselves.
Both teams mirroring each other's movements quite identically, honestly. The Tiny was farming Ancients while Bristleback went to go farm Ancients too. It's very similar stuff coming out. We just do see Vici, I think, that has a little bit better information. They also blocked out Ancients.
See Ori. He's trying to get out to GPK. They're actually committing with the kisses as well.
A lot of damage.
With the silence coming out, GPK, is he actually able to escape from this? Only just.
Is he?
GPK will get out. They'll heal him up a bit as well. Save it with the drain to keep his HP topped up. PYW is still hunting in the trees. Actually found DM. DM rather low here, but still they're backing away from it. They're aware, Echo Slam is up. They don't want to fight right underneath the nose of the Earthshaker.
Yeah, quite a bit of ults. Also available, and we do see save. This is why they picked that Pugna, to keep their cores healthy, to keep them on the map. GPK, in normal situations, he would have had to gone back to base. But look, Pugna just full healed him up. He can actually keep his presence on the map, keep pressuring this tower that they weren't able to get before.
Of course, all this pressure is completely taking any attention away from the Bristleback. Nightfall having the whole jungle to himself halfway through on the Aghanims. For Poyo also, things looking very nice in the farm department. Pretty much even there on both carries right now in terms of what they're getting out of the map. As this game, 12 minutes in, continues to be incredibly close here. Both teams, after a pretty much identical start.
I think Vici has to be pretty happy with this, with the way that their lineup does scale, with like that Magnus, with that Tiny to later stages. I think after this, they'd have to be quite happy. VP, I do believe they want to set that pace, but they're going to wait for that timing. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the BKB Razor, the Ags on that Bristleback, and then they're going to look to hit real hard. But they're not slowing down yet still anyway, because they do have a blink on Shaker. Still looking to be active, still looking to claim a bit more tower advantage, because like I said, I don't think that they're happy with the state of the game right now. I think they wanted to get a little bit more out of the laning phase.
So we're definitely feeling it with the frequency that GPK is just over here on this bottom half of the map.
Well, I mean, he's just... with what you're playing against versus this Magnus and everything, he has to. We're a Razor, you don't want to start to fall behind at all as this hero. You always want to stay ahead in that net worth.
Will start to show himself mid, and it does seem Vici Gaming doing a good job of avoiding getting caught by the jump from DM.
They're continuing to farm really well. Even PYW seem like just jungling. Has the Snapfire. He's already got his medallion. Yeah, both sides, like I said, getting quite a lot out of the map.
Old 11th progress for him, 1500 on towards his blink.
Yep.
The next big timing for him, and we'll make things a little more hard for sort of VP. When you look at their 3 cores, all wanting to get in the front of the fight. If they're not aware of Old 11's positioning, there's a high chance he will be able to come in with some big RP counterplays in these team fights.
And they have global too, so they can pick and choose their battles really nicely. They can also look to disengage if they see a bad fight, or they can just stop egg. That's always going to be one big thing that they see. You see the Phoenix diving in, you can just get these eggs off most of the time. And with the new Yules picked up on Ori, as well as an Arcane Rune, they're going to look to get active. Seeing this Pugna pushing down the bottom lane.
They might actually get the jump on DM here. DM, he's not going to expect them coming in from this angle. The Remnant's actually off the mark though. DM, he knows with the Remnant missing, he's going to try for the TP out, but PYW is there to turn up and put a stop to the escape with the cookie. See them try and go for Old 11 top. He's got a TP, anything to stop it? No, there is not. Old 11 makes it out.
If there's no Shaker there, I think Vici's going to start recognizing. No stuns on VP if he's not, so just can quickly TP out in most situations.
And as we saw, same not to be said for VP, trying to get out there after a missed Remnant, but Vici Gaming, they've got many more ways to put a stop to those kind of escapes.
Yeah, they even had the Yules in case of anything if PYW wasn't there, so definitely lots of different ways to set up. And still looking to get aggressive, checking out the Ancients. Now finally getting a small gold lead on the side of Vici because of the way they've been able to move around. But 200 gold. And that's when I'd imagine we see a huge increase in pace from VP. They've been still trying to make these, 2-man plays, 3-man plays perhaps around the map, but Yeah, BKB and Aghanims is going to come out, and I assume they just either look for a fight or just walk into the pit and force some action from Vici.
Oh, you think they might go straight for the Roche before one of the extra tier 1 towers? Now, like, bottom? They're going to jump in, but the Global is going to break the combo completely. And now Ori, he's just going to go jump back over towards Save, cut down the Pugna. And, this is going to be hard to make moves. Anytime the Global's up, you know DY, he'll be ready to respond in an instant with the Global silence.
That's always the scary thing about, like, making moves. That's why I thought perhaps, you know, maybe they force some type of ultimate, some type of weird fight, and then they go straight for that Roshan, and the timing's there. So, Nightfall's got it.
He's going to get the jump in onto DY, and DY, he has been caught a little too close to the rest of them. Not quite able to back up in time with the rest of the team. DY getting caught out a little bit there as he, I guess just wasn't quite prepared for VP to come straight back on the map and come down there. After that kill onto Save. Mid lane, Nightfall starting to show himself now on the other side of the map. He's ready to turn up and go, as you say, with the Aghanims complete. See what sort of moves VP can make around them. They don't have the Echo Slam, but they do still have the Supernova.
Something I think, wait a second here, as 11 will get away, but something that I think that they might have to also watch out for is Aether Remnant turns Bristle back around. So they can actually make him face their team. Whenever they do get their timing as well with the Tiny when he feels like he can fight, he's getting closer and closer towards Silver Edge. There's going to be quite a lot of ways for them to perhaps deal with the Bristleback.
No, for sure, yeah. If he gets turned into a full combo from the Tiny from Poyo-Yo, it's going to hurt still.
Yeah. Vici really looking to set this defense around this mid tower.
And she's going to go straight to work with the kisses. As the dive comes out, but he is... Oh, maybe with the heals from Save. No, it's not enough. The damage is done. Kingslayer to fall as they try and fight, but this nice ward here from Vici Gaming, giving them this great vision to stop VP from trying to make these moves. They know that VP, with the way they've been playing on the bottom half of the map, they're going to try and come and approach the mid lane from this angle. Their vision is there ready to prepare for that exactly.
And they went the Veil as well early on. DY gets it at as a 5 position. That's a very good timing for his Veil. He has good damage, and as we see there, you know, this is one of the reasons why Silencer has always been sought after versus Phoenix. Most of the time, you know, you're still not going to click the dive, but he did click the dive, so you come right back. The last word, it will always bring you back to that position, of course. 2K lead. And that was, as we mentioned, a bit of VP's timing. Now they have the BKB finished on the Razor, so they smoke up again, still looking for that fight. Echo up in 10.
Yep.
They really want to persist for this
they have to, as you say. You know, if they're not making the hits now, Vici Gaming are likely to run away with this match as the minutes pass.
Absolutely.
VP's got to get something done right now. See what they can get around the mid. Again, they're trying to... look at the one a bit split up, really. Kingslayer and Nightfall have got to find the mid. The egg is going to be taken down. Nightfall's over POW. I mean, this is a completely split up play. The rest of VP, they're trying to get it onto Poyo-Yo. They will get the kill on the Tiny. Nightfall, he has been left to fend on himself, and it's okay. He's still very much big enough and tanky enough that Vici Gaming couldn't really deal with him. So a split up fight there that VP forced, but it ends up working out. They get the tower, and they are able to take down Poyo-Yo, whilst the rest of Vici Gaming's trying to deal with the 2 members of VP.
Nightfall, he's got a lot of Arcane Curse stacked up on him.
So with the jump forward, 11. Quick skewer back and a jump over with the Astral Step. Nightfall will pop.
I'm surprised he just walked in like that. He kept spamming his quills as well, too. With the Arcane Curse, he gets the last word put on him, the Veil. It's a lot of damage. It does start to build up until you do get ways to dispel it.
And how close are they to any of those? Are we seeing anything come soon?
Not really, no. They're very far away.
That's true.
Your anger is useless.
He's going to go for his own BKB instead, so his teammates will have to get that Lotus Hook to protect him, but Vici's got to be real happy with the pace of the game. Even though they did lose their Tiny a few times, like Ori's almost got an Aghanims done on Void Spirit.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah.
Now it's more silences to deal with inside the fights, too, as TM.
They're going to use the Global. In fact, Ori's going to look to use that coverage of the Global to turn things around onto DM.
Oh, boy.
Very nicely done it by Vici Gaming, and it really was, as you say, they lose Tiny, but the fact that they do end up getting Nightfall at the end of it all pretty much makes that whole move for VP completely redundant. As Vici Gaming just continuing to grow this lead, and VP, I mean, it really does seem like they are going to just have to continue to try and fight, but every little mistake and misplay, it just means that the preceding fight is going to be so much harder. It's just not getting any easier against Vici Gaming, and the only way they can come back in is by looking to turn up for the brawl.
Yeah, I mean, they already have Silver Edge done. The Tiny's online pretty much. He's got the 2 items done. VP, they did hit that 1 item timing that BSJ was mentioning on the panel there, but I think Vichi's so happy with this game. Aghanims is done for Ori. They've got Silver Edge on Tiny. He's going to be able to buy Shard soon. Everyone is pretty damn online. I think VP's in some trouble unless they start making some big plays happening soon.
They've got to have a big move come out next. Here we have it. Smoke up. How long to the Echo Slam? Not quite up yet.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
It is a level 1 Echo, and he's about to hit 12. So usually you want to wait for that 12 because you get that 20 seconds removed and quite a bit more damage. But I don't think he can wait for it.
There's no global for a minute. So that's something. They're going to jump DY. In fact, just dropping the Echo on him. Get rid of that pesky silencer.
Okay. So is that like them trying to get an option open for Roche?
I mean, if Nightfall's ready to go for it.
The Kisses are down 2 for 30. They want another kill before they try for it.
It looks like they do. DM looking for the lead in, but Vici Gaming are careful. Play it right back in fact. Now Old 11, he's ready to step up. RP is online again.
They've got the Silver Edge. Nightfall.
I mean, they're in. DM is going to try and lead him, and immediately getting caught out by the silence. Jump over to the side. Ori looking to take down DM, and with the help of Old 11 and his skewer, they should be able to do so. DM ripped into position as they take him out. That's DM gone. DY back in the game now. VP having a fight 4v5 if they want to keep this going. Nightfall and GPK, they're thinking about returning to the action. They're back in. They're on top of DY. DY has been caught on the front, but the Yules will hold him back. Jump forward. Old 11. RP gets him right underneath the tower. Catches GPK. Raising a ball.
And might even get more. They turn him around with the Remnant.
They get the grab. There's the Silver Edge hit. Toss up. Poyoyo. The damage not quite enough immediately, but Nightfall, he's falling ever so low. Save will be able to top him off slightly, but it's just the three of them, Kingslayer, Save, and Nightfall, having to go on the retreat right now.
VP is struggling. They can't get the catches they want. They can't go for the plays either because they only have one stun. They only have, one stun from the Shaker. He's the only one who's really got the actual disables. They catch the Tiny on the left side of the fight. He's linked up. He just TPs and resets the fight, comes back in afterwards. VP tries to catch up to the rest of the team. A global comes out. It's really hard for them to get into these fights successfully, especially if they don't have the Echo Slam. DM, I think, has to be a little more patient. I don't think he can waste an Echo on a silencer in these situations, especially not the 5.
I think he just feels that he has to, as you say, because of the fact there's nothing really else to initiate with. It's hard.
Sure is. And like we mentioned, the game for the supports, it's all about those Lotus Orbs versus the Global, but as we mentioned, Ori having such a good game, they've got so many different forms of silence now. He's got the double pulse as well that he can play around with the Globals post after they use the Lotus Orb on themselves. Still only a 4K lead, but VP, you can feel that they definitely wanted to be in a better position now. But with these ultis on cooldown, walking into the pit.
I mean, they're looking at the Roche. They're going to try and give it a shot here.
Should kill it fast. And without Kisses are down for 15.
Yeah, Vici Game is a little split up. Jump forward, DY, he's going to actually get caught. This is the perfect way to start the fight. Silencer is out of action.
It's a big grab. They're still smoked, waiting for an opportunity.
They still want to try and make the steal here. Vici Gaming.
Kisses in 2.
They're going to try for it, surely. There's the buyback, jump forward, Roy, the Supernova coming out from the side. Roshan, it will die to VP and Aegis into the hands of Nightfall. At the same time, they get on the high up, 5 BYW. Ori, he's trapped in the river. He's going to use himself up for now. By the time to get the Dissimulate off, can he jump to safety? He can. We'll get over to the side for Save. He's there with the Decrepify. They run down the Void Spirit. Ori, he will fall. 3 dead. RVG, Gary Poyo will manage to TP out. But VP, they come back with a mighty punch in this game, getting the Roche, Aegis secured, and now Vici, they're having to run. DY brought back for this, they'll be able to kill him off again, as VP have managed to battle themselves back into the game.
Exactly what they needed too. As soon as they saw that even the silencer buyback, they just popped their ults. I saw even the Phoenix, Kingslayer just instantly pops Egg, even though it's in an awkward pit, it's just to secure the Roshan, and DM, very nice Fissure. The Echo Slam as well, catches the Snapfire, Fissure blocks off Ori, causes disarray amongst Vici. Very nice to get execute a fight, which they needed to get themselves back into a comfortable position in this game.
Absolutely, as you say, DM definitely putting in the heavy work here. You know, this is the thing, you know, he said, well, we don't need any more stuns. I'm going to get everything done myself. And when he's making moves like this, even managed to block off the more elusive heroes for the most part, like the Void Spirit. And maybe things are in safe hands here for VP around DM's Shaker.
And now they're starting to get these Lotus Orbs up. Kingslayer's got his finished. And I think that's probably the only one, actually. They're going to have a BKB for the Bristle back to cover himself versus the Arcane Curse, too. So Silencer's effectiveness will definitely start to dwindle.
VP. We want to keep the action going. Nightfall Ready to lead the charge down the mid. Quick poke at the mid lane.
With BKB, he's quite unkillable.
Yeah,
unless
now
he
he's
gets
good to
pulled,
go.
Unless he gets pulled very far out of position, even then,
He
quite
can
difficult.
battle his way out.
Yeah, he
can
can
put
keep
that
just hitting.
BKB charge back to safety. He'll make it.
And without global, they can't stop the heals. Of course, that's going to be coming out from that Max Sunray as well as the life drain from save.
Vici Gaming trying to set up here. Hold 11. Yo around DY. They're using DY as the bait. They know that VP are going to want to go for him, and they are. Nightfall straight in onto the silencer. DY pretty much dying in a few hits. BKB popped by Nightfall. There's no jump they can make back onto this Bristol as VP get in at a swift execution right underneath the tier 2 tower that Vici Gaming as a team can't do anything to stop.
Poyoyo had just used the Silver Edge hit too on a creep right in front of him too. So as soon as they saw that, Bristol was like, okay, I have a free run across. He had to pop the BKB just in case, but does get a kill. Let's see if Vici looks to make any type of move while that is down. They're pinging up top, but that's GPK. So maybe expecting them to make a move onto him. And VP all just swinging together. Again, another smoke.
A little bit of a window here. 10 seconds, no silence. When DY's back up there, the global will be ready to go.
Scan is right on top of Poyoyo.
They know where they are. On the low ground now, coming in from the river with the jump onto the high ground. The global silence comes down immediately in response. Supernova's out. They'll look to take it out. PYW is able to get the hits in. They bring down the egg. DM lays down the Fisher, getting the angle onto both PYW and Old 11. PYW taken out for the low ground. GPK gets the kill.
Holy damage.
Moving up to the high ground is a little risky now. They get the grab. RP for Old 11 drags back GPK. GPK will go for the BKB. Try and get away from this. He's got decent movement speed, but Ori jumps in. Astral Step blocks him off. 4 dead on VP, as they knew where Vici Gaming were. They hit the scan, they were charging up the river, but they ended up in this position where Vici Gaming, they sort of surrounded them from the high ground points, and it was a very hard fight for VP to take when they're in that sort of very confined area between the Roche pit and the triangle.
And the team can't get to where DM. DM actually blinks onto high ground, Echo slams the Magnus, but his team had just got hit by like an 1100 crit from the Tiny, also Avalanche combo, and they were stuck in the river. They couldn't get to where the Earthshaker was. Very split up fight for VP. Huge advantage for Vici off of that one. Also, I've been watching this. They're keeping the Alpha Wolf with the Tiny the entire time this game.
I like it.
They've had the dominated Alpha Wolf just sticking with them. So look at his damage. I mean, plus 362. Those are without. That's like 760 damage without a crit from the Silver Edge.
Absolutely. DD. Zero and Nightfall the rest move. They have got vision on this Tiny. Nightfall. See if he can chase down Poyoyo.
He's holding BKB.
He is. He's still got ways to get out of there. Cookie as well. Jumps him back to safety. They keep it cool. Vici Gaming. He's actually looking for the wraparound on the back lines. Jumps in straight away on the save. The kiss is coming out from the high ground. That's one down. The break hit. He immediately has to put the BKB and run. Nightfall's got to get out of there. DM's going to go down. Nightfall will manage to TP out. But another fight where VP are just a little unprepared there. Ori this time coming in from the river. They weren't ready for him to catch them on the retreat and just kick off that fight as aggressively as Vici Gaming were able to do so.
And the damage from Poyoyo, he 2/3 of the HP from the Bristleback, just from one swing, but the Echo Saber crit, of course, from the Silver Edge.
That's so much.
That is problematic, as we said, for VP.
7k lead now, back for Vici Gaming. That sort of old Roshan escapade that the VP were able to hit back with. Nothing more than a distant memory here in this game as Vici Gaming back with full control.
And look, the Alpha Wolf again, it's just sticking with Poyoyo. Empower plus Alpha Wolf looks pretty balanced on Tiny. Look at this. He almost two-shotted a Bristleback.
Yeah.
That was without the Alpha Wolf, where it is still up top.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do against it?
He's definitely going to need some armor on the Bristle, because right now I still only see him with like 14. So I think he's got to get a little bit more to counteract some of that damage. He is just going straight for S and Y for the time being, but really needs that plate mail soon.
Bottom lane, Vici Gaming ready to start pushing in themselves. They know their strength right now. Quick poke at the tower and then a backup and smoke. See if they can catch VP whilst they're split up across the map again.
They got global again. Every single time that they've had global, or almost every time they've had global, the fight has gone successful in their favor. Poyoyo leading the charge.
Oh, it's going to hurt.
Oh, yeah.
They're in the RP, and there's the damage follow. Poyoyo, a few swipes, and CP4, global comes down, skew over from all level, 1,293 damage crit there. GPK, the only one making it out. this. They get the setup here and allow Tiny to just follow it up. Poyoyo, he is just... They're just crumbling in the palm of his hand here, VP.
This is just so much damage that he does end up getting from all this. And that was the Bristle, by the way. Three-shotted by the Cleave. And the Global again to cover, perfectly coming out from DY, so there's not even any follow-up that VP can go for. 12k lead now for Vici. Having a firm grasp of this game.
How do they stop this, Tiny?
Look at this again. Just a perfect one. Beautiful RP, no hesitation from 11. They're just dead. They're dead in the RP.
2 hits. One hit's half the HP, really. It really is. And running, that's not an option either. These trees just coming, tossed at you from a mile off, and the damage is done. That splash will just decimate anyone caught in the area.
And it's surprising that Poyoyo can just walk up like that and just find the opportunity. VP not prepared with an Obs and Sentry Ward or anything like that. Have lost full control of the game with their early game draft.
And they had that chance to regain things around that Roshan and Aegis pickup.
They're going to have to try to get it again. That's the one thing. It's like VP, they have to try to get some type of successful fight while Global is down. They have 20 seconds to try to find it and hope to God for them that they find a Roshan afterwards. They have 1 minute and 50 seconds until it does respawn, and there's already a Dominator creep waiting in the pit for Vici. Vici's already knows, too. They're backing up quickly. DY in a super defensive position.
11 straight in Echo. Old 11, he's going to be the one to be caught. Has got buyback available, though, if he feels necessary.
Poyoyo's thinking about GPK in the bottom lane.
Ori as well. Look, again, coming in from this angle, always sort of keeping VP sandwiched between the rest of his team and himself.
GPK.
Be able to back up to the safety of his teammates, or at least the relative safety.
He's got to bail out. Only 700 HP, has to get healed up. Global back online. 50 seconds, though, for Magnus, and as we said, still 70 seconds on that Roshan. Again, Alpha Wolf will go back to check the pit. And a DD rune is inside of Ori's bottle.
VP trying to get control of this area. It's not going to be easy. And as it looks, they're not going to have to use the buyback here on Old 11. He will be back up in time. 40 seconds still, so get an update on that Roshan.
I actually like that Kingslayer went for he picked it up about like 2 minutes ago, but picked up a pretty early gem. I think they're starting to feel the game's getting a little out of control. They have to know exactly where the Tiny is in all situations. They have to know when there's any vision on them, because if VP doesn't start the fight with Bristleback charging in, Razor linking, and it's actually Vici who starts it, I think the fights are just going to easily be Vici's every single time. So they have to have a good vision, good control of vision in this game to be able to get those initial jumps.
Discussions being had between VP on when and what they want to do with the next move. They're running out of plans here. It's not an easy game to swing back.
Everything's up for Vici. Vici wants to take the fight now themselves. There's no Echo Slam on DM for some time. They should know that.
I mean, if they do look to try and take a team fight VP, they know that they don't find DY. DY really will turn it all around with the press of a button.
And, I mean, the Tiny's just going to two-shot people, and he's just so farmed at this point. He's almost 2 items ahead of the next person. They have full Satanic as Hyperstone. They're just taking the Roche themselves.
I mean, VP's not going to be able to do anything about that.
It's already
They're
dead.
not going to be able to do anything about that. Roshan will fall in a matter of seconds here to Vici Gaming.
And Old 11, who has not purchased a shard, even though we saw it prioritized so much in the first series of the day, how good this Magnus shard was, he didn't buy it, and now he's got one given to him for free after he picks up his own individual items with the Aether Lens, the Blink, the BKB. So even more of a threat, really, for the Bristleback, just this instant catch into Skewnerming out of position. VP has to be so cautious in these next few moments.
I mean, is there any sort of chance for VP's lineup from a high ground perspective, as it seems like anything out on the map is at this stage is almost becoming impossible?
It's starting to feel there's not really too much of an answer. It has to be some unbelievable positioning, really, from the Phoenix and the Pugna, and just like Razor has to have some full link. This Razor and Bristle need to have some insane start to the fight.
Oh,
that's Poyoyo.
He's found them.
He gets the start.
He's able to walk in, start things off on the DM. That's the Shaker gone. GPK past the BKB, starts to get the Sally link going. Save trying to heal him up here from the side. Nightfall looking to charge in. The BKB, the RP, they'll control the bristleback. Global popped out. You see Ori jumping with the Astral Steps over to GPK. He's able to pop the Razor. As GPK goes down. Save trying to turn, but shot back with the Scatter Blast. PYW cookies in on top of him to crush the Pugner's life.
Far too much damage on Vici. The Razor gets what, almost a full link. Tiny doesn't care about link because he just keeps wailing you right through it. And Ori, as we mentioned, 8-2-10. Even though he had a bit of a rough lane in the game, he's had an excellent one. He was 5-1-10, 5-1-6 before, now 8-2-10. One of the next few times you look at him, and the damage you do is pretty crazy as Void Spirit. Even with Empower, sure, you're mostly magical, but you still hit pretty hard.
Oh, 11. He managed to get the jump in. Nightfall trying to get back to safety. Broken. Can see Cookie forward on the Poyo. Toss up. Have they got the damage? Yes, they certainly do. As Nightfall out of the game, 90 seconds, no buyback on the Bristle. This bottom rack's not going to stand a chance, of course, against the hard hits of Poyo. Tier 2's are taken. Vici Gaming, they can go for much more here. It's a long, long time with no carry up for VP.
This definitely feels like game over, right? It's 70 seconds still. There's a Tiny on the team. I think they can probably take all of it. Might be one more standard defense here that comes out from VP, but they did not ever hit their timing, it feels like, this game.
AC complete on Poyo as well. The jump forward, 11 not quite able to get a grab here, and VP will be able to push them back a little bit, but the Aegis is still there. Quick use of the Satanic gets a good bit of the HP up for Poyo.
That was a weird glyph, though.
And nobody was even hitting the racks at the time. But as it is, glyph now gone.
Fisher?
It's a good fish shot.
It's a really good one.
They get a good link up. They'll be able to take Poyo down the once. And they're doing it a second time out of the side. DM BKB's not going to help him against the physical. As DM will fall. Doing their best though. They are managing to keep them off this mid-racks for now. And all things said and done, this mid-set's still standing. Poyo is going to look to try and put an end to that though. Steps back into Crepify. Not going to do anything at all there.
Instantly removes the decrep with the Satanic. Finishes off that Rax. And 26k gold lead. Just continue to look harder and harder for this Bristle and Razor to do much of anything.
Yeah, it is.
Even though they've even started picking up the plate mails and stuff like that, but just the sheer damage that's coming out from Vici is just far too much for VP to hang on to. And yeah, they're saying Silencer is missing, so I'm thinking that they're probably like, damn, this Silencer actually ruined our entire idea of the draft, because ideally the way they wanted to play, the way they have throughout the tournament with this Bristleback is he just becomes unkillable because they have these heals that come out, but you can't. Even if you have the Lotus Orbs, it doesn't matter because the initial is going to get stopped. And they just die so fast. And now, speaking of dying fast, there's a DD rune on our Tiny, so... Yeah. He's going to be hitting for over 1,000, critting for 1,900, just about. Yeah.
That's going to hurt. Good luck to VP in the next team fight.
Maybe they blow up Ori.
Let's see what they can do. There's the global.
BKB comes out for Tian. They'll see if they can lock down Ori. You got Poyo already coming in from the side. Ori's going to be able to get out there. The jump on 11 in with a 3-man RP. Poyo lays down the damage. Nightfall trying to run. He'll fall. A 1,700 damage hit coming out there to end Nightfall's life. GG called. VG Gaming, this first game of the series, it's all theirs.
Super clean game again, Vici. I mean, they lost Poyoyo early game a couple of times, right? I think maybe even all three of his deaths were relatively early in the game. VP had his number, but it didn't really seem to matter because VP couldn't capitalize on anything big. They got the Roche, but they lost their Aegis almost immediately because of the way Vici responded, and Vici was always kind of ahead in gold in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty scary showing from VG Gaming. I mean, as we say, though, it was clear to us, and I think clear to VG Gaming, what VP wanted to do with their timings. And, we have seen VP, they are a very versatile team. There's a lot of different ways they can approach Dota. I don't think this sort of approach is going to work against VG Gaming, especially if you're letting them get through the caliber of heroes that VG Gaming got through with this lineup.
VG's seen this before. They adapted. Insania was the one who called that silencer and everything, too, so I think VP might have to bring back a new strategy.
I think so. Well, we'll see what they're able to change up in Game 2, but as it stands, ladies and gentlemen, Vici Gaming with a very impressive Game 1 victory against VP.
Well, we just saw the end of game number 1, and on this panel, we had 2 VP bandwagoners and 1 Vici believer. Gods, why are you so right?
I think that game we saw VP not really play to their strengths a bit. I feel like they're meant to be the team that really tries to dominate that early to mid game stages, and the Bristle, I guess they had this right idea where their timings come online faster, but it just felt a bit too passive at times.
I feel that in this patch you either pick Tiny, ban Tiny, or there's no way that you play against him with a draft that isn't good against him. And I don't feel that Bristleback is the right hero against a Tiny position 1. Sincerely, if nothing else, because of the item build that he goes for. You're always building the attack with Saber and Silver Edge, and eventually you come to the situation that happened in this game, in which Tiny, he's 3-4 shotting you in one single RP with that Empower. It was not only that, you're playing Bristleback into Void Spirit, who's turning you, so you're always taking damage from up front. You're playing versus a Silencer that's constantly reapplying Curse. It truly wasn't an easy game for a Bristleback position 1.
Silencer did 13k damage. That's a lot for a Silencer.
I think 13k, 12k was dealt to Bristleback because he. Is it? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised that they decided to pick Phoenix into Snapfire and also Bristleback into Silencer. Kingslayer was a bit surprised how seems like dive work once there's a last word used on him, because he did a full dive and was like, maybe I'll stop. Whoops. Come back to the end and die. Silence. You can't use the egg. They needed Lotus Orb. They needed Lotus Orb fast, but if you're not making any moves, no one's going to, like, position 4 and 5, they can't get the gold and you can't get it.
You know, while I was looking at the stats, and while I'm usually not a fan of looking at KDA, one thing I did notice that popped up was Silencer actually hadn't died that much. And usually you see this hero as, I pop Global Silence, I'm ready to die, it doesn't matter, they're going to jump me first. Was that a problem?
I'll tell you straight away why. He wasn't dying that much because you aren't playing versus a mid laner that can make plays. You're playing versus a Razor. They picked a Razor because of a matchup, and I believe that GPK, he needs to be the flashy playmaker on his team side, on the side of Virtus Pro. If he isn't, they literally had one stunt as the Shaker. The moment you use it, we've seen so many team fights in which a hero just TPs away. That's it. You get fissured.
I like how at one point VG Gaming realized they have one stun. If Shaker is showing on the map, we can be on a different side of the map, farm up. This is exactly how this team has been playing through the history, and just TP out if it gets to that point where you feel you are in danger. There was very nicely timed Global Silence to disrupt any Earthshaker combination. One thing that always bothered me about the Global Silence is, how can you cast the Global Silence if the Earth is flat? I'm just kidding. God gave me the look.
Moving on. There's
Move on.
Earthshaker who roams around the earth. Yeah. I want to talk about a different point on it. I don't know how to segue off that. I want to talk about a different point here, which is, Gods, you talked about how VP might have not played their cards really right there, but I kind of want to discuss their approach, because we talk about Vici as this methodical team, right? This team that doesn't let you make any mistakes. And VP tends to have a draft that is like one strength and a couple of weaknesses that they just cover up. Is that the right approach against Vici Gaming?
I think for VP, they need to not over-prioritize the lanes. You mentioned, Lizard mentioned the Razor pick and what that does to your draft, where it's like, okay, we're going to win the lane, but these mid-heroes that lose their lane slightly always seem to catch up, and then they're making plays. This Void Spirit was pairing off with the Snapfire. That's what Vici Gaming did really well as far as their strengths go. They hit level 6 on Snapfire, would be hiding in the trees, Void Spirit jumps in on someone and just gets a kill with the Mortimer's Kisses. Again and again, that would happen. So I think for VP, they need to figure out heroes that enable their early game, but not just based on the laning stage.
I know, Lizard, you have some inside knowledge of the inner workings, some VP particularly, right? I know you knew some of the older players in the org and how they think as well.
So I have no idea about how this new squad is working, because they call themselves or find themselves the new generation. They don't
like a K-pop group, yeah.
Yeah, they don't really accept a lot of advices from the old squad, from the old players, and even though the Russian side definitely believes in the squad, thinks that they can go far, but they worry that when they match up versus these Chinese teams that they played once or twice in their whole career, this fact that they aren't able to take advice from the oldies might come as a detriment.
So you think that might be leading to this almost lack of versatility we see?
I'm not sure. I even feel that maybe something has changed. That's how I felt during the group stage. But as Lacoste said, it looks like they have changed quite a bit in the playstyle recently.
They did, yeah.
Definitely. And this Bristleback, even though they have picked it before, it's not the go-to hero.
Right.
And it's very reminiscent of the No One era when the Virtus Pro would always put that Bristle on mid lane and just dominate with it.
Against Vici Gaming, maybe they need to go back the way they've been playing the day 1 and day 2, because they've been super aggressive. They didn't care about any cooldowns. It's just, the classic, we're going to run at you, Dota. And it was successful. It was chaotic. They had a bit of issues closing out the games because they could not hit the tier 3 towers. That's the lineup that they had, but maybe adjust that kind of a lineup, put in some Dragon Knight, put in possibly a Pugnut that they've been using the last 3-4 days of the group stage, and go from that.
And I feel like Vici really prepared well for VP, because right from their first ban, they banned Dawnbreaker, one of the VP's heroes they did the worst on, if anything. But I think the style of play that VP have around Dawnbreaker, it is that run at you. I think Vici Gaming is like, we're going to lose to VP if we let them play this style where they're just running at us, have all these heroes that are super active early on just based on levels, and they recognize it. So they're willing to ban a hero like Dawnbreaker that they're unfamiliar with because it just suits VP's playstyle so well.
And what Gods is referring to is actually this draft they used to run with Dawnbreaker, Darkseer, and Bounty Hunter, where the 3 core ideas there, where they, as you said, just run at you. And they've run Dawnbreaker in that draft with in a carry position and a 5, so maybe that flex also scares them a bit.
Now, that's the Eastern mentality. The analysts back there also call it, if you don't know what to do, just smoke. Just run at them. And if you're fast enough, it's going to work. And that's what they're doing. And Dawnbreaker enables it because you have a carry that's not necessarily needed in any of team fights. He's all alone on one side of the map. Meanwhile, when you're fighting on the other, he uses his ulti, joins you, and it's very easy to make plays that way.
So what other heroes could we be seeing that enables that playstyle? What
I want to see GPK from something that can make plays. Even though he was very active on Razor in game number 1, it's still a Razor. They put themselves on a timing, considering you have a Bristleback and you have a Razor. These heroes will scale. Because I was talking to Brian BSJ in our green room, and it feels like no matter what item Razor decided to go for, or if you had another item, it wouldn't really make the difference in this game. So I don't like that you put yourself in a spot where you can't win the game often, like getting a big item. Like you're hitting that timing. Their first big timing was getting a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, BKB on Razor, and getting a Vanguard, maybe half another item on Bristleback, and Vici shut them down.
One is playmaking. Could we be seeing GPK Storm, perhaps? I know it's a fan favorite, Lizard.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid one. He had a little bit of a rough time coming into the competitive scene with that Storm, but eventually he really got good at him. I wouldn't mind seeing Storm. Yesterday we've seen a couple of series even open up with the first phase Storm. Now I'm not sure if Virtus Pro is that good with the hero itself to first phase him, but sure, any sort of a spirit, I'd be satisfied.
They played Storm, Io, and Bane against Aster, and it was 2 games in a row, and it was super successful because Storm Io combo works similar to old Chen plus Storm, where Io's steeping, refilling your bottle, especially if he finds a trusty shovel, and feeding you with mangoes, feeding you with clarities, and you can just have full mana run around the map. And also Bane was a core of that lineup where he was setting things up, saving people. You have a BKB piercing ability. It was a top-notch performance, and I want to see something similar against the Vici Gaming.
Okay, we get to see the teams coming out now right into their booths. As we discuss them a bit, right? Getting ready. I want to discuss actually one thing about Virtus Pro particularly. This team mentality plays a big part, and we know now that they have a coach whose sole purpose, they told us ex-basketball coach or a basketball player who's now coaching
So they
them.
got that one especially for TI.
Right.
But the coach that they do have, the one that we've seen just enter the booth with them, is Bolt. And he's been the part of the old Virtus Pro squad as well.
Yes.
They got him specifically after they lost completely at the Singapore Major, because everyone, the whole scene was asking them, what are you guys doing? Your drafts aren't looking that great.
Right.
You're at the Major. You're crushing us at the regionals, but here it's obvious that you might need a coach to help you out.
Yeah, Bulk was coaching Gambit back in the days when Gambit had a really good squad, and I think they needed to get someone to actually, help them out a bit with the draft. Because if you look the way they played,
skill, the individual skill of Virtus Pro players is out of the roof. Like they're insanely skilled, and sometimes they decide to dive tier 4 towers when it's not necessary. So you need someone to guide them, I think, a bit more during the draft, and seeing Bulk help them with that quite a lot. Like he's the one sitting at the PC, kind of makes me happy.
On the Vici side, you've got Fenrir, who is probably one of the the biggest Dota 2 veterans as well. The famous F5 Fenrir support duo lasted for many years, had a lot of success winning LAN tournaments, majors, never quite had the success they're hoping for at TI, but they are one of the he is one of the kind of most experienced 5 positions and now coaches when it comes to Vici gaming.
And they have experienced players as well, right? When you think about Ori and DY, they were a part of that great Starlighter minor into the Stockholm major, into the Epicenter major run.
And they've been playing together for 3 years now, since like 2018 when DY joined. Their mid Ori, he goes back to like 2017, so it's pretty rare for these players to like stick around on the same team for like four years. But Ori has always been that solid, stable mid laner, at times like really flashy, but he knows how to get the job done when it comes to Vici gaming.
Ori struggled a bit during season 1, which me and Lizard noticed because we worked the Chinese DPC season 1. At the start of the season 2, you could feel him play much better, felt like the old Ori, the more confident one, and here at the international, he's showing what he's made of.
So you think that Ori is performing?
Ori is popping off.
For sure. This was
Yes.
I was just about to ask him the same thing because I wanted to talk about it. Ori at the seasons was constantly rescued by DYPYW. It was their job pretty much, lane a little bit and then go salvage the mid lane. That's literally what was happening game after game. However, Ori definitely has improved quite a bit. It's not that he was bad before, he just had a small slump after that 2018 and 19 run.
And what we've seen at this TI in particular is that with Ori, they're not picking him like the strong lane, they're picking him the hero that's going to be strong in the game. Often Vici Gaming don't have the best laning stage, but that's just how they win games. They sit back, they wait for their timings, they wait for that moment when their opponents overstep or make a mistake, and it's usually more in the mid to late game. So they're not worried about how his lane goes as much as other teams.
And this is something that I feel is necessary for a long time now as well. You can't just dominate the lanes anymore, especially when it comes to the mid lane. The side lane's alright, but mid lane, you have so many runes. You have the bounty, the water runes,
the bottle refills.
Even if you dominate, it's not going to be as detrimental as before in a way that you can't make a comeback.
So then, is Vici capable of elongating games simply because the meta allows it to right now, or are they doing something special? And if so, what?
This teams just take it slowly. They do not want to rush things. If it's needed, they will stay in their base, farm up for 20 minutes. They will not go and get picked off. And this is the strength of the team, realizing what needs to be done. Their late game decision making, I think, is one of the best ones so far.
Okay.
Like historically, what they do is just wait, even if it's need to wait for another Roche. Even if they're ahead, they will build up that advantage and then go for the one last push.
I would say it's not totally passive at the same time. Like we saw last game, they made plays, but they were always plays in response to VP. Like around the bottom tier on tower, VP would go pressure a tower, feeling like they've got this early game timing, and Vici Gaming would do these really nice setups where they defend their tower with a good initiation, follow up. I mentioned like the Void Spirit jumps in with the Mortimer's Kisses. They weren't just giving away towers and playing a farm game. They were reacting to what VP did. But
it's a complete opposite to what VP was doing in the group stages. They would dominate the lanes. There's a reason why every team says that these are the strongest opponents in scrims. Like when you talk to different players in scrims, they're really damn tough to beat. At the main stage, it becomes a little bit easier because of the nerves and whatnot. But you could see even in the group stage, they take the lanes and then they're just diving. The tier 2 is still alive. They're diving tier 3s, tier 4s, and then they just throw that way. So I'm happy that you can see that Virtus Pro has actually also improved in that manner.
Yeah. So you think? I mean, compared to the other events, they've certainly improved. But do you think they're still struggling with the pressure to a degree, just because of their playstyle?
I would say that they've improved in that way as well, especially because of the confidence and the heroes that they're picking. As long as they go with their own playstyle.
Yeah, they need some confidence if they want to win game 2.
Well, let's see what happens in game 2 as we get started.
VG Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel. I've got Effie and Insania joining us. And first of all, what went wrong with VP's draft in the first round?
I think VP had the timing they needed to play for, and I think they didn't really manage to capitalize on the timing enough, and that's kind of why they ended up, eventually getting outscaled by the Tiny. And I think when you play Bristleback, like, getting those stacks going is really, really important. I think his laning phase was slightly too poor for where they needed him to be for this specific game.
Do you think they're going to learn from it this time around, Effie?
I think so for sure. The issue with Vici as a team, or playing against them rather, is that they have so much experience, specifically when it comes to the late game. And if they pick something like a Tiny Magnus, where they know they're going to hit this timing later and outscale their enemy team, that's dangerous territory. If you're going to play for the early mid game the way that VP wanted to with their Bristle as their win condition, you can't make mistakes, right? And one of the key heroes in slowing down Bristleback's game was obviously Silencer. It just felt like a great game for him. And they just couldn't get the Lotus Orbs in time even.
Is this just history about to repeat itself?
You mean the drafts?
Yeah.
I would imagine VP is going to take a different approach. Generally speaking, I think when you play a timing draft and it doesn't really work out for you, you actually learn a lot about your opponents because you realize where their strengths lie and where they're willing to fight you and, how they're going to try to approach the game. So I think for VP, they might have a more directed draft this time around. You saw last game, they had a very flexible draft where they had a lot of options of how they want to set up their lanes, what heroes they want to look to pick it towards the end. And I think this game, they might have more of a idea of like how do we deal with the specific heroes that we're going up against.
But one thing they seem to lack was stuns.
VP, yeah.
Yeah, VP.
But typically you don't always need stuns in Dota. When you have something like a Bristleback who's just going to keep running heroes down, you can play around it. But I didn't necessarily feel like the lack of stuns was an issue. It was just some key decisions and some timings being missed, right? And obviously some very good fights by Vici.
And now they've stolen the silence.
Yeah, so now you see the adaptation coming into play, right? You play the first game, you kind of see what it is Vici wants to do. And I think they've identified that Vici Gaming wants to play around their team fights. This is going to be like the big thing. One of the big things about Silencer, right, is you can purge off the ultimate. So you try to look for heroes that don't really buy items that purge. And if you think of Magnus, this hero wants to ideally go some sort of blink into the shard, maybe even Aether Lens like we saw in the last game. But this is going to force him to spend 2,800 gold on his Yules, which will slow down his timings in the game. And you can always cancel the Snapfire ultimate.
Agreed. The same goes for Snapfire. She doesn't particularly enjoy building something like an early Lotus or something like a Yules. But Vici just really enjoyed the basics of Dota heroes, right? So they understand that having teamfight ultimates are strong. So they pick that in Magnus and Snapfire. And Snapfire has a very strong laning phase, so she provides that for them too. And Vici are comfortable picking Eleven's hero in the first phase, as we mentioned last panel. And they just really liked how Magnus worked for them. So they just snapped it up already before VP could ban it out. And just that comfort and that experience is nice to see coming out of VT.
Knowing about the global silence ultimate on Silencer, does that mean that Vici maybe have to rethink some of their picks and go for something that's more physical damage based?
I think you definitely have to rethink and like kind of plan for it because it's one of those heroes where if you play heroes that don't have answers for it, if you don't have a hero that either naturally buys some sort of purge or you're playing a hero that doesn't really get affected by the silence. Just to give some examples, carries like Tiny or Wraith King, where you don't really care too much about the silence. It's annoying, but nowhere near the same as if you're playing maybe some Invoker or a Queen of Pain or something like that. So you're probably looking more at heroes that naturally are going to buy the items that are good against Silencer that want them anyway. So you're thinking like heroes that want to buy Yules regardless of what they're playing up against. Like for example, Void Spirit would be on that list. And you see VP are targeting a lot of the carry heroes that don't really care about the Silencer, like the Terrorblade, for example. You pop Metamorphosis, and then you're at full power. You don't need your 3 other spells for the 5 seconds that you're silenced.
Also, another way to deal with Silencer is to just kill him first, because his weakness is he's very squishy. Like we saw in yesterday's Elephant versus EG game, they do go for a Silencer, and he just kept getting jumped by the Void Spirit and the Night Stalker, and really didn't feel like he could have that much of an impact in the game. And Ori is a player who's famous for playing these pucks and these voids and these spirit heroes. So they're probably just going to look to do something like that and just try to take fights on vision where they can go on Silencer. It doesn't necessarily have to be only about dispels, but that is the crux of picking heroes around him.
Does that mean though that Silencer can now be like a weight around the necks of the rest of the Virtus Pro players? Could be a bit of a liability.
It could be. I think VP are trying to adjust like you said, the vision, right? You see Spectre banned out, you see Monkey King banned out. They're trying to like cover for it. They're trying to make sure that the Silencer can play his game. I think one of the best ways to just enable heroes that really require good positioning is by making sure that you take the first step. So I think while Airshaker can be a hero that starts fights, I would like VP to draft more initiation and try to make sure that they can take like the pacing to Vici, which I think they tried in game 1, but maybe have more of a fallback, but have a foreman that's really strong that they can apply pressure with.
Agreed. And just one more thing to note about Silencer is just he's really great at pressing global if Magnus does RP or something like that, right? So if Magnus sees a jump and it's far away from his team, if you can stop him from the skewer back, that's pretty much a wasted ultimate. So Magnus is going to have to itemize differently this game. It's going to be a hindrance for him for sure. But Clockwork, that ties into what we were talking about some kind of backline jump. And he does that perfectly. This hero, as a support alone, can cover for killing the Silencer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is like Vici saying, you know what, if we give initiation away to VP, we're going to be struggling at playing the game, so we need to take the first step. And Clockwork does that probably better than most heroes. He does not need a Blink Dagger to start fights, and he provides you with vision to find where the silencer is and like that.
A couple of things are, so Dark Willow, very good hero versus Clockwork. If he goes on her, she just kills him, right? She presses Shadow Realm and Bedlam, she's like, hey, what's up? So seriously, one of Clockwork's strengths is that he kills supports. A support that kills other supports makes so much space in a team fight open for his team. So he really can only do that for Silencer. And Medusa, there's no damage for her. There's a Clockwork, a Snap, and a Magnus. They're seriously lacking in some damage issues.